A young man with reddish-brown hair recalls a pivotal moment from his past. 10 years ago, he visited the Adventurers Guild for the first time. He remembers it as the very day he fell in love. His journey as an adventurer began with a simple challenge, a small, gelatinous monster. With his sword raised, the boy prepared to strike, his expression a mixture of focus and nervous excitement. With a decisive blow, he vanquished the creature. He pumped his fist in the air, shouting in triumph that he had beaten it. This was Jade, an adventurer of the lowest rank, Flowerbud. He stood proudly, having just defeated a slime for the very first time. This marked the beginning of his very first quest, a step towards his dream of becoming a great adventurer. The guild's teachings explain the process. When a monster is defeated, it dissolves, leaving behind its core, a mana stone, and releasing a substance called ether. The primary goal of such quests is to gather these stones. This ether is then absorbed into the flower crest on the adventurer's body. As more monsters are defeated, the crest petals grow, strengthening the adventurer. The crest pattern differs for each of the 4 classes: attacker, guard, enhancer, and support, and the number of petals signifies rank, from beginner to advanced. Recalling this, Jade refocused his thoughts. He acknowledged that he was still a novice, but his chosen class was enhancer. With renewed determination, he declared his goal to one day reach rank 10, a level no other adventurer had ever achieved. He then examined the mana stone from the slime. It was what the guild sought, but to his dismay, he saw a small crack on its surface. He realized this damage meant his reward would be significantly less. Despite the setback, he quickly regained his composure. He was still a beginner, after all, and was sure he had done a good job. Vowing to do even better next time, he reaffirmed his ultimate goal, to become a hero and leave his mark on the world. With that, he knew it was time to report back to the guild. Arriving at the guild hall, he hesitated, needing a receptionist to appraise his stone for his reward. His eyes scanned the counters, and he noticed that window number 18 was open, attended by a receptionist with long hair. He nervously approaches the counter, looking up at the guild receptionist. Excuse me. The receptionist, a young woman with long hair, looks down at him with a neutral expression. The moment their eyes meet, he is utterly captivated, staring with his mouth slightly agape in wonder. He is mesmerized. Her soothing eyes seem to pull him in, and her silky, smooth hair shines under the guild hall's light. He realizes, with a jolt, that he has never seen anyone so cute in his entire life. His gaze drifts down to her name tag, Garnet. Even her name seems lovely to him. His mind races, flustered. What do I do? The thought rings in his head like wedding bells as the realization crashes over him. He is in love. Snapping back to the present, he stammers, no, that's not it. Can I get you to check this? He presents the mana stone. Garnet looks at him, a hint of concern in her expression, and asks if there's a problem. She examines the stone and delivers the news. Because of the damage, it is only valued at half price, 500 GOL. But her words barely register. Her voice sounds angelic to him, and a single, overwhelming thought consumes his mind. No matter how he looks at it, he is truly, completely in love. In that moment, his grand ambitions, becoming a hero, the greatest adventurer ever, all fade into the background. He doesn't care about any of that anymore. All that matters is Garnet-san. A new resolve forms within him. He understands that the only way to talk to her more is by interacting with her through the counter. Thank you very much, he declares, his voice firm. I would like to accept another quest. This is his new motivation, to take on as many quests as he can, all for the sake of getting closer to her. Garnet presents him with a quest catalog for Bud-ranked adventurers, and without hesitation, he points to an entry. Then I'll take this one. He is consumed by a single thought, Garnet. His mind races with daydreams of speaking with her, of seeing her again. He resolves to hurry and clear his current request, driven solely by the desire to return to the guild and to her. 10 years later, on a remote mountain road, a different kind of obstacle presents itself. A colossal stone golem, ancient and weathered, looms over the path, its sheer size a testament to its power. Before this behemoth, a pair of adventurers, an older man and a young girl, stand frozen. The man grimly assesses their chances, muttering that they won't last long at this rate. The girl, swallowing hard, steels herself, realizing she has no choice but to fight. As the girl finishes her preparations, a third, heavily armored adventurer thanks her for the buffs and declares he will finish it in one strike. He charges forward, his weapon connecting with the golem's leg with a deafening shatter. The blow lands with immense force, sending cracks spiderwebbing across the point of impact. Despite the apparent force, the armored warrior stares in disbelief. He, a rank 7 adventurer, had his attack prove completely ineffective. The older man sees this and shouts in terror that it's impossible. They need to run immediately. In that moment of panic, a blinding flash of light erupts from above, followed by a tremendous explosion that engulfs the golem. The two surviving adventurers watch in stunned silence. The girl asks the old man if he just used some secret technique, but he, equally baffled, can only stammer in denial. From a rocky ledge above the dissipating smoke, a figure looks down. He apologizes for the sudden intrusion and asks if they are all right. It is Jade, now identified as a rank 10 adventurer. His sudden appearance leaves the two adventurers speechless. The old man stammers his name, questioning how a high-ranking adventurer like him ended up there. Jade, caught off guard by their reaction, seems flustered and tells himself to calm down. Looking at the pile of rubble that was once the golem, he internally admits that he came here specifically to defeat it for Garnet's sake, acknowledging that he arrived just in the nick of time. He stood before the two adventurers he had just saved, who thanked him profusely. The younger girl asked how he managed to defeat the golem, and he simply replied that he threw a rock. She expressed her confusion, explaining that since he was an enhancer, she assumed he would have reinforced his sword for the fight. In response to her question about his sword, he explained its origin. It was a memento, he said, offered to him by the guild staff member, Garnet, when he first became a 10th-ranked adventurer. Hearing this, the older adventurer concluded that Jade must be holding onto the sword as a form of self-discipline. The girl, still curious, asked why he would carry it with him if it was just a memento. He then clarified the sword's true significance. While technically a treasured gift from the king, it was Garnet who had presented it to him, so he keeps it with him at all times. The other two adventurers looked on with admiration, thinking him truly worthy of such an honor. His thoughts lingered on the ornate blade. To him, carrying it felt as if Garnet herself was right beside him. It was precious because it was something she had touched. Inspired, the young adventurer asked how she could become as strong as him. He told her that anyone could achieve it, so long as they kept doing quests every day without stopping. With the mission complete, he announced he would be returning to the capital. She found his advice impossible, pointing out that injuries are inevitable and require days off to recuperate. Her words prompted him to reflect on his own past. When he was starting out, he almost always took a beating and even broke bones, yet he persevered. When she asked why he went so far, he declared that it was obviously the power of love. His declaration left the young girl baffled. The older man, however, stroked his chin knowingly, surmising that Jade was driven by a love for the people and for peace. Jade was taken aback, wondering how the man could know his motivation was love when he had never told a soul about his feelings for Garnet. The man continued, certain in his assessment. Flustered and unable to correct him, Jade simply agreed, suggesting they could go with that explanation. As he departed, the two adventurers he saved watched him go, filled with genuine admiration. Moments later, he strode into the Royal Capital Guild Hall, carrying a massive, glowing mana stone from his successful quest. An adventurer at the counter spotted him and called out a cheerful greeting. Others in the hall murmured amongst themselves, observing that even as a high-ranking adventurer, Jade remained humble, choosing to use the normal counters rather than the special reception areas reserved for those of his station. He stood in line at the guild, his face flushing as fellow adventurers praised him as a selfless hero. He silently pleaded for them to stop, worried that Garnet would overhear and think him some kind of weirdo. As his turn approached, his anxiety spiked. A wave of nervousness washed over him, his heart pounding in his chest. He steeled his resolve, telling himself that this was no time to chicken out. Just then, a calm voice from the counter called for the next person in line. He stepped forward to the reception desk, where Garnet was waiting. For her part, Garnet internally cherished these brief interactions, the rare moments where they could speak and she could have his undivided, dazzling attention all to herself. Snapping out of her brief reverie, she professionally asked for his name. He eagerly presented the large mana stone from his quest, placing it on the counter with a thud and announcing, "The name's Jade." She recognized the item immediately. Confirming it was from the Golem's subjugation quest, she informed him she would need to examine it and asked him to wait a moment. As he watched her, his composure completely dissolved. A powerful blush spread across his face as his mind repeated a single thought. He was in love. She was just so cute today. His gaze remained fixed on her. He found her serious expression while inspecting the mana stone utterly captivating, even feeling a pang of jealousy toward the inanimate object that held her complete focus. She turned the stone over in her hands, her inspection thorough. He noted that the mana stone was larger than usual, requiring her to examine it from every angle. He adored her meticulous nature, finding everything from her long, charming eyelashes to the adorable way she closed her eyes breathtaking. Finally, her inspection was complete. She presented him with a check for 50 million GOL. As she held it out, a hint of melancholy crossed her mind. Once he took it, their brief interaction would be over for now. As the transaction concluded, Jade found himself lost in thought. For 10 years, their interactions had been strictly business, but he desperately wished for a more casual relationship, feeling he couldn't bother her any more than he already did. His hand received the check from hers, a brief, fleeting touch marking the exchange. For a moment, their eyes met, an unspoken current passing between them in the quiet guild hall. The quiet was shattered by another receptionist's gleeful outburst, celebrating that Garnet had touched Jade's hand and declaring the check would be framed. As Jade stammered his thanks, Garnet professionally offered him the quest catalog for rank 10 adventurers, asking if he'd like to take on another. He quickly agreed. With his acceptance, Garnet calmly instructed him to bring the mana stone back to the counter upon completing the quest. He confirmed his understanding. As he turned away, he struggled to compose himself. He was sure that if they continued to have more moments like this, they could become good friends someday. His resolve hardened into a firm decision. For the sake of meeting with her, he would continue doing quests every single day. From behind the counter, Garnet watched him go, a quiet, contemplative expression on her face as she clasped her hands. Later that night, under a full moon, whispers traveled through a nearby town. One person asked another if they had heard the news. Adventurers were coming soon, as a subjugation force had been requested from the capital. The news was a great relief to some villagers, but for a young girl holding a bouquet of flowers, the words subjugation force and adventurers sparked not relief, but a flicker of concern as a question hung in the air. Will the day ever come when our hero gets his feelings across? In a certain village nestled among rolling hills, the adventurer Jade stands victorious. Having just completed a monster subjugation quest, he announces to the grateful villagers that their home should now be safe. As he walks away, however, he reflects that his work isn't truly over. He eagerly anticipates returning to the capital to report the successful quest to Garnet, the guild receptionist, though he quickly corrects his thoughts to focus on his next official request. His thoughts of departure are interrupted by a young girl who claims there is a dragon. An older man with her quickly tries to silence her, apologizing to Jade and explaining that she's been seeing dragons stealing vegetables. The word dragon catches Jade's attention. The girl insists with a worried expression that the vegetable-stealing dragon is still out there, pleading that she is telling the truth. Jade's expression becomes serious as he listens intently. Taking her claims seriously, he leans in and asks the man where the dragon was last seen flying off to. He then turns to the gathered villagers, telling them they can all relax. He declares that he will investigate the area for any signs of dragons. He offers a reassuring smile, telling them not to let it bother them, as this is all part of being an adventurer. The young girl and the man express their immense gratitude, thanking Jade for his help. He makes his way through the woods toward an abandoned mine. He considers that a dragon targeting only vegetables might be a herbivore, but he remains skeptical that such a large creature could hide in this area. As he nears the darkened mine entrance, a powerful, disembodied voice suddenly rings out, commanding him to stop and not move any further. The voice continues, its source still hidden. It demands that if Jade has any food, he must leave it behind, or else he will suffer its wrath. Startled, Jade drops into a crouch, searching for the origin of the threatening words. He cautiously steps through the dilapidated doorway and stops short. Inside, sitting alone on the dusty wooden floor, is a small girl. He is taken aback, realizing the source of the commanding voice is merely a child. He takes in the scene. The girl is surrounded by old crates and debris in the abandoned structure. He wonders why a child would be in such a place. His thoughts race as he tries to make sense of the situation. He can't detect any other presence, leading him to conclude that this small girl must be the one who spoke. He questions if she is simply lost, or if there's a more complicated reason for her being here. He connects her presence to the strange events he's investigating. He recalls the report of dragons stealing vegetables and the voice's specific demand to leave food. The possibility dawns on him as he remembers tales of dragons taking on human forms. Could she be one of them? The girl looks up, a hint of resignation on her face as she realizes her identity has been discovered. Deciding to confront the possibility head-on, he calls out to her, directly asking if she is a dragon. Startled by his directness, she lashes out with a flustered threat, claiming that in her true form, he would be nothing more than a morsel. Her voice deepens into a menacing roar, commanding him to leave all his food and depart immediately, lest he be devoured for discovering her. Her threat trails off into a stammer. Unintimidated, he maintains a calm, almost cheerful demeanor and proposes that before she eats him, he has a few questions. His first query is simple. Why would a powerful dragon choose to assume a human shape? Her aggressive facade crumbles, replaced by a look of weary frustration. She explains that her true dragon body is so immense that she can never feel full in this small human form. However, a single vegetable is enough to keep her from starving for several days. He is stunned by her pathetic reason. The reality is so far from the fearsome image of a dragon that he can only think how sad and unimpressive her situation is. She continues her explanation, admitting that she desperately wants to eat meat, but has been holding back because her current small body is too weak to hunt. She mentions hearing something in the village that influenced her decision. Jade, still trying to understand, asks why she doesn't simply use her powerful dragon form to hunt. He listened as the dragon girl explained the source of her fear. She spoke of a bad group of people called adventurers who hunt monsters, and since someone from the village had seen a dragon, she was certain they were coming for her. Her voice filled with panic as she realized adventurers could raid her home at any moment, prompting Jade to try and interject. His attempt to speak was cut short as a new realization dawned on her. She looked up at him, her eyes sparkling with sudden hope as she wondered if this human was there to protect her. In response to her unspoken question, he puffed out his chest with a warm, confident smile and proudly declared, "I'm an adventurer." The word echoed in the space between them, each repetition striking the small girl like a physical blow. The realization hit her with full force, and she let out a piercing shriek of pure terror. Her terrified scream prompted him to act quickly. He raised his hands in a placating gesture, assuring her that he doesn't harm children. Peeking out from behind her hands, she timidly asked if he was serious, to which he replied with a firm yep. Cautiously, She began to lower her guard. As she calmed, the girl expressed her relief, admitting he didn't seem like a bad person. Internally, however, Jade wrestled with his duty. He was an adventurer, and he couldn't simply turn a blind eye, especially not to a dragon. He voiced a potential solution to his internal conflict, asking if she might be a white dragon. He explained that white dragons are under the protection of the country, which would change everything. Her face brightened at his question. She confirmed that she was a white dragon and, to his surprise, announced she would prove it immediately. As she turned to head outside, Jade could only mutter to himself about what a pain this situation had become. Before he could react, she transformed. In the mouth of the mine now stood a magnificent, full-sized white dragon. Jade stared, utterly stunned, as she beckoned for him to stop gawking and follow her outside. He stared up at the colossal form, the truth settling in with undeniable certainty. She really was a white dragon. Back in her human form, the girl's curiosity was piqued. She asked why white dragons were protected, and he explained that long ago, one had saved the country. He showed her the dragon engraved on his sword as proof of this history, prompting a delighted thanks to his predecessors from her. He continued, explaining that if she were to gain official protection status, she would be provided with all of life's necessities and even get to meet the king. Thrilled by the idea, she declared she wanted to go to the capital immediately. With a nod, he agreed, setting their course. The next day, the dragon girl twirled with delight in a new dress Jade had purchased for her. She felt the clothes were adorable and made her look chic and ready for what was to come. As they proceeded down a grand hallway, escorted by a silent, fully armored knight, Jade told her he was glad she liked the dress. Stopping before a set of massive doors, the knight turned and asked if she was ready. The girl swallowed hard, her nervousness visible, but firmly stated that she was all set. The doors opened to the throne room, revealing the monarch of the Sindale kingdom. The king greeted Jade by name, stating with a calm certainty that he knew why he had come. The king smiled, misinterpreting the visit. He asked if Jade had finally come to terms with becoming his successor and was ready to lead the nation. Flustered, Jade quickly tried to correct him, insisting that was not his purpose for being there. He then presented the young girl, explaining that he had found a white dragon capable of transformation magic. He stated he had brought her to the palace specifically so she could gain official protection status. Stepping forward, the girl made her own plea. She introduced herself as a harmless white dragon, assuring the king that she was self-reliant enough to dress and eat by herself and would not cause any trouble. The king looked down at her, his expression unreadable. Inside the throne room, the king sits back, pondering the situation with a thoughtful hum. Beside him, Jade stands rigidly, noting to himself how stiff the introduction has been. After a moment, he speaks, his expression calm as he acknowledges that the kingdom owes a great debt to both Jade and the white dragons. His words cause the young dragon girl to fret, realizing she has put him in a difficult position. The king himself is conflicted, touching his chin as he considers what to do. He cannot simply let a dragon roam the capital unattended. Jade shares the sentiment, thinking that he can't just leave her all alone. He sees that although she may be a dragon, she is still just a little kid who nervously clutches the fabric of her simple dress. Sensing their dilemma, she steps forward and declares that she will take responsibility for herself. Impressed by her resolve, the king gives his enthusiastic approval. With the matter settled, Jade walks with the girl through the city. He reassures her that she doesn't have to worry, thanking her and promising to make it up to her, even if it costs him a lifetime. She looks up at him, her expression earnest. She points out that she still doesn't have his name and asks what she should call him. He responds with a surprising offer, telling her that she can be the one to pick out a name for him. The girl seems taken aback, questioning if he is truly okay with that. He smiles warmly and suggests a name. Since she is a white dragon, he will call her Doromi. He then muses aloud, wondering if the name is perhaps a bit too simple. Despite his concern, the newly named Doromi beams with pure joy, happily accepting the name he's given her as Jade looks on with a gentle smile. She points with uncontained excitement towards a large building, identifying it for Jade as the Adventurers Guild. Her gaze fixes on the imposing structure. To her, the Adventurers Guild has a rather malicious appearance. Jade instructs her to be a good girl and stay put while he goes inside to report his quest completion to Garnet. Doromi gives a firm, affirmative response. Despite her agreement, a bad feeling about the place washes over her as she glances at the rough-looking crowd of adventurers loitering nearby. Meanwhile, inside the guild hall, Garnet finds herself worried about Jade. Peeking through the window blinds, she wonders if he has arrived and decides to check. She peers out, her expression filled with concern as she searches for any sign of him. Her worries are soon put to rest as Jade appears before her at the counter, recounting his recent experiences with youthful energy. Watching him, a warm smile spreads across her face. She realizes he looks like he's having so much fun, as if he's reverted to being a child again. Her thoughts then drift to the young girl accompanying him, a soft, flowery aura seeming to surround her. She concludes that the girl, Doromi, seems like a lovely person. The young girl who had captured her attention, Doromi, looked up with wide, wonder-filled eyes, her hands framing her face in awe. She gazed at the architecture of the town, a thoughtful expression crossing her features. This new place, she considered, might not be so bad after all. Her contemplation was interrupted by the sound of a door opening nearby. Jade had returned, greeting Hiromi and apologizing for the wait before suggesting they finally head home. As they began their walk, Hiromi skipped ahead, cheering about going home. In a more somber tone, Jade admitted to her that, to be honest, he hadn't been back to his own home in about a year. She stopped, her expression turning to one of shock as she asked why he hadn't been coming home. He explained that he'd been busy with quests, but reassured her that now that she was here, he would be home more often. Her concern immediately vanished, replaced by a jubilant shout of joy. Later that evening, under a starry sky, they arrived at a small, rustic house. Hiromi stood in the warmly lit doorway, waving happily to Jade as he remained outside. From a window in the adjacent house, Garnet looked out into the night. Noticing the light and the small figure on the porch, she wondered if her neighbor had finally come home. And so, the new life of Jade and Hiromi had begun, with an unexpected witness next door. With his new responsibilities settled, Jade found himself walking along a lantern-lit path, heading home. Beside him trotted the young dragon girl, Hiromi, now under his care. She broke the silence, observing that he looked like he was really enjoying himself when he came out of the guild. She concluded that it must be a fun place and that he seemed like a cool person to be around. Her comment made him blush. He thought to himself that it wasn't the guild, but the bliss of seeing Garnet-san, who was as gorgeous as ever. Hiromi watched his dreamy expression with a curious tilt of her head. He remained lost in the memory, sighing as he recalled how dazzling Garnet had been. His reverie was interrupted by Hiromi, who tugged at his clothes and asked impatiently, "Are we there yet?" Her voice snapped him back to reality. He turned, looking slightly flustered, and apologized, assuring her that they were almost there. As they continued on, Hiromi nodded contentedly. Jade explained that he hadn't been home in about a year, but it seemed unchanged. He was glad he still remembered the way to his house, which was just ahead. In the next moment, his home appeared before them. A whimsical cottage crowned with a roof shaped like a gigantic, perfect heart. Jade smiled with quiet pride at his creation, while Hiromi stared, her eyes wide with pure, unadulterated amazement. She shouted that the heart was huge and his house was awesome. Jade internally confirmed her praise, revealing his secret. The massive heart was a message for Garnet-san. The heart-shaped door was meant to shower her in his love every time she opened it, once they started living together. The carpenters who built it had a different interpretation, believing he must have a heart of gold to choose a design showing love for the citizens. Blushing, Jade admitted to himself that this was the true, secret thought process behind the house, a truth he could never tell anyone. He gestures grandly towards the heart-shaped entrance, urging Hiromi not to linger outside. With her arms thrown wide in delight, the young girl cheers as she steps into the house. As they cross the threshold, he proudly explains a special feature. The moment the doorknob is touched, mana stones activate, instantly illuminating the entire home. His tour continues to the bathroom, a space designed with comfort in mind. He points out the expansive tub, noting it's large enough for her to bathe and even in her full dragon form, perfect for washing away any troubles. From there, he leads her to the bedroom, presenting the bed with a flourish. He declares it's custom-made from the highest quality feathers he could gather, so soft and tempting that the urge to sleep on it should be illegal. Her exploration leads her to another door. Peeking inside, she gasps in wonder at what she sees. The room is a massive walk-in closet, filled with an astonishing amount of cute clothes. As she marvels that this isn't even all of it, she asks about a particular white garment. He explains that those are wedding dresses, and there are 28 of them in total. Her attention is drawn to one particularly stunning gown on display. She exclaims how beautiful it is, wishing she could see someone wear it. He agrees, admitting that this one is his personal favorite. Her wish quickly turns into an enthusiastic demand, telling him to call his wife out so she can see the dress on her. Flustered, Jay clarifies that everything in the house, the variety of clothes meant to cover any taste, is all for Garnet-san. Misunderstanding the situation entirely, Hiromi appears moments later, having put on one of the dresses herself. She declares that the wedding dresses must belong to his wife, and that she wants to properly introduce herself and give her thanks. Jade can only stare, utterly baffled, and weakly repeats the word wife. His stunned silence stretches on, leaving the young girl confused. She calls out his name, but he remains frozen, unable to form a response. He froze, hand clamped over his mouth as a horrifying realization struck him. His elaborate preparations for Garnet, when viewed through Hiromi's eyes, were indeed some next-level degenerate behavior. His internal panic was so palpable that Hiromi spoke up, asking if he was hungry and suggesting they get a bath and some food. Internally, Jade scrambled for a solution, realizing he'd never told anyone about his crush on Garnet and didn't know how to explain the situation. He simply agreed. He settled on a course of action, distraction. Announcing that they should go, he promised to buy her whatever she wanted. The prospect of a bath and food was more than enough for Hiromi, who cheered and eagerly ran ahead. After her bath, a refreshed Hiromi emerged, praising how perfect it was. She remarked that it was a shame he had such a nice house, but was so rarely home. Jade simply explained that as an adventurer, he had to prioritize his work. As the evening wore on, Doremi yawned, expressing her excitement to sleep on the fluffy bed. Jade informed her they would be leaving early the next morning, right after dinner, so she should get some rest. The mention of sleeping arrangements sent his own mind racing. He imagined a future where he and Garnet would share that very bed. The mere thought of waking up next to her, of her wishing him a good morning, was enough to make him cover his face in a flustered haze. The next morning, as they stepped out of the house, Jade steeled his resolve. He had to keep going to Guild, so he could one day achieve that happily married life he dreamed of. Just then, Doremi pointed, exclaiming that their neighbor was coming out. His attention snapped towards the neighboring house. He searched his memory, recalling that his neighbors were a couple. The image of the woman, one half of that couple, surfaced in his mind. And there she was, standing before them in the morning light, her elegant profile and long hair catching his eye. Below, Doremi looked up at the woman with wide, curious eyes. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the high-ranking adventurer rule appeared, his expression one of stark concern. Back outside Jade's home, he and Doremi stood frozen, staring at the woman who had just moved in next door. A single, confused thought echoed in Jade's mind. Huh? His confusion quickly spiraled into a frantic internal monologue. Why was she here? What was happening? He clutched his head, trying to force himself to calm down. The situation made no sense, as he was certain an elderly couple used to live there. Still, he knew he had to introduce himself. Before he could muster the courage, Doremi stepped forward with a cheerful, "Hey, there." The woman smiled warmly, replying with a pleasant good evening. Jade was aghast. Doremi had beaten him to it. He was incredibly nervous now that he was seeing her up close. He stammered, trying to return the greeting. Internally, he wrestled with his anxiety, realizing this was a perfect chance for a casual conversation, even if he had no idea what was going on. His gaze lingered on her, a realization dawning on him. It was the first time he had ever seen her dressed so casually. He was struck by how absolutely stunning she looked. He resolved to engrave the moment into his memory forever, while simultaneously trying to force himself to stay focused on the simple task of an introduction. She wished him a good evening. Overwhelmed, Jade managed to stammer out a "go good evening" in reply, his mind erupting in a silent, joyous scream. He had done it. He had finally had a casual conversation with her. In his mind, this simple exchange was the monumental start of their budding romance, culminating in a vision of their wedding day. His romantic daydream shatters as he stares, flustered, at his new neighbor. Garnet, with a calm expression, states that she finally managed to do it. The comment sends Jade's mind racing. Could it be that she also wanted to talk to him all this time? Before he can spiral further, Garnet clarifies that she just moved in and was meaning to introduce herself to the neighbors. The simple explanation dawns on Jade. She really is his neighbor. The thought fills him with excitement, giving him all the more reason to come home every day. His pleasant realization is abruptly interrupted by a tug on his clothes. The young girl, Doremi, complains loudly that she's hungry and urges Jade to go buy some food, leaving him looking stressed and overwhelmed. Pulling himself together, he formally introduces himself as Jade. The little girl cheerfully follows suit, announcing her name is Doremi. Garnet smiles warmly, introducing herself as well, and clarifies for Jade that Doremi is just a relative, not her sister. Garnet then explains that of course she'd know his name, since he comes to the Adventurers Guild every single day. The casual remark hits Jade with the force of a revelation. In his mind, he collapses to his knees in pure ecstasy. She remembers his name. This, he imagines, is the happiest day of his entire life. Back in reality, his overwhelming gratitude manifests as a deep, formal bow. He thanks her for remembering his name, admitting he thought she didn't recognize him despite always asking for it, as per guild policy. He praises her professionalism, calling her the epitome of a guild receptionist. He remains bowed, but a wave of panic washes over him. He's run out of things to say and scrambles internally to think of something, anything, to continue the conversation. Desperate, he straightens up and offers to hold her bag for her. Garnet looks at him and replies that while she appreciates the sentiment, the only thing in her bag is her underwear, so it's quite light. Her words strike him with utter horror. Of all the things he could have offered to carry, it had to be her underwear. He internally recoils, mortified, questioning if his awkward attempt at chivalry has just made him seem like some kind of pervert. He watches in silent horror as Doremi, in a misguided attempt to help, loudly suggests he invite Garnet to use their bath. Garnet, seemingly unfazed, explains she's heading to the public bath since her own home lacks one. Doremi then innocently asks where Garnet is going with her underwear. The innocent question sends a fresh wave of mortification through Jade, who can only scream internally. Garnet, however, simply waves goodbye to Doremi, telling her to be careful as she walks away. As she departs, Jade can't help but admire her, murmuring how good she looks even from behind. Doremi turns to him and asks directly if he loves Garnet, to which he readily admits that he does. Hearing his confession, Doremi cheerfully declares that she loves him too and isn't shy about it. She then asks if he's in love with her, before likening his feelings for Garnet to that of a puppy's affection for someone who feeds it, since Garnet helped him out. Later that evening, Doremi asks Jade to clarify how Garnet has helped him. He explains that as a guild receptionist, she has assisted him countless times since he first became an adventurer. This gives Hiromi an idea. She suggests he should give Garnet a flower as a thank you gift. The suggestion strikes him with the force of a revelation. He recalls that Garnet had a slightly earthy scent, leading him to surmise that she might have gardening as a hobby. Declaring it the single best piece of advice he's ever been given, he enthusiastically decides to find a rare flower for her. "What are we waiting for?" he exclaims. "Let's go." Their quest takes them across the deserted plains, a desolate landscape of cracked earth and floating rock formations. As they travel, Hiromi asks how much farther they have to go, and Jade assures her it's just a little bit more. They finally reach the edge of a vast, deep canyon. "We're finally here," Jade announces, telling Hiromi to look up. Their official quest objective for the day is the subjugation of a king scorpion, which resides in this very location. However, he reveals that the scorpion is not their real target. In the distance, a colossal, shimmering tree stands tall. But that, he declares, is our true objective, the world tree. Hiromi gazes up at the immense sight, her eyes wide with astonishment, only able to whisper a single word, "Big." She stared, dumbfounded, at the colossal structures before them, wondering aloud if the world tree was some kind of castle. Jade clarified that they were not walls, but sheer cliffs, with the tree itself perched at the very top. He then revealed their true prize, the star flower, which they would find at the base of the tree. His quest for this specific bloom was not a whim. He recounted how, for the last 2 weeks, he had visited numerous flower shops, seeking the perfect flower for a gift. Every single florist had given him the same recommendation, the star flower. The reason for its scarcity became clear. He mused on the fact that the flower was so rare that no shop stocked it, finding it hard to believe it could only be found in a place as formidable as this. Faced with the daunting cliffside, Hiromi questioned if they truly had to climb it to get the flower. Jade confirmed her fears, explaining that while a regular path existed, it would take them more than a week to traverse. That settled it for him. Picturing Garnet's delighted expression, he declared his certainty that she would be overjoyed with the gift. Fueled by this vision, he announced his desire to get it to her as quickly as possible and, with renewed determination, urged Hiromi to begin to climb. With Hiromi perched on his back, he began to scale the sheer rock face with astonishing speed. She marveled at his pace, exclaiming that holding onto his shoulders was far easier than flying herself. He encouraged her to hold on tight, promising they would arrive in no time, earning her praise for his reliability. Their rapid ascent was abruptly halted by a piercing scream from high above. Jade froze, his eyes wide with alarm, questioning if he had just heard a person cry out in terror. His gaze shot upwards, a grim expression on his face as he tried to comprehend what was happening. Hiromi, clinging to his back, confirmed his fears, pointing and shouting for him to hurry, insisting that something was going on up there. While traversing a barren, rocky landscape, Jade's head snaps up, his eyes wide with alarm. He's certain he just heard a person scream, a sharp cry cutting through the silence. Reacting instantly, he tells Hiromi, who is riding on his back, to hang on tight. Sensing trouble ahead, he announces his intention to climb up at full speed to investigate. The sudden lurch and the tense atmosphere caused Hiromi to let out a frightened cry of her own. In the distance, 2 other young girls can be seen running in panic. From his new vantage point, Jade spots the source of the chaos below. He shouts out in alarm, seeing a giant hornworm bearing down on the 2 girls, who are now kneeling inside a glowing magical circle on the ground. The 2 adventurers, one with wavy, light-colored hair and the other wearing a dark hood, are paralyzed with terror, their faces etched with pure fear. Seeing their plight, Jade's expression hardens with resolve. He knows he has to act fast. Without a moment's hesitation, he leaps from the cliff's edge, sword drawn, and plummets towards the ground, striking with enough force to shatter the rock beneath him in a powerful impact. The dust clears to reveal the massive hornworm, slain. Rule stands over its corpse, having apparently dealt the finishing blow, while Jade kneels nearby, catching his breath, relieved to have arrived just in time. Behind them, the 2 rescued girls are overcome with emotion. Crying tears of relief, they exclaim that they're alive and offer their profuse thanks. They direct their gratitude to both Rule and Jade. Rule, however, dismisses their thanks, stating they were there for the flowers and that he should be thanking them instead. The wavy-haired girl expresses her astonishment that Jade was the one to save them, a sentiment echoed by the silent surprise of Jade's own companion. He understood Rule's meaning as his gaze fell upon a patch of beautiful, white, star-shaped flowers, completely unharmed by the earlier battle. A smile of pure relief and joy spread across his face. He exclaimed in recognition, identifying them as the star flowers they had been searching for. The 2 young adventurers they had rescued turned to Rule, thanking him profusely. He explained that because they had put up a defensive barrier, the delicate flowers had survived the monster's rampage unscathed. Rule, however, returned the thanks, telling them that being able to help them fulfill their purpose was like a dream come true for him. As Jade's group prepared to leave, Hiromi looked up at him with admiration, telling him he was super cool during the fight. Jade waved a final goodbye to the other girls, cautioning them to be careful on their way. He had carefully potted one of the star flowers. As he held it, the bud began to unfurl, blooming into a perfect, pretty blossom before his eyes. Holding the pot, he offered to let Doremi see it, expressing his relief that the flowers were safe. He eagerly suggested they hurry home to give it to Garnet, laughing with excitement and hoping she would like it. Rule agreed, and they set off. But as they walked along the path, the vibrant flower suddenly began to droop, its petals curling inward. In a matter of moments, it was completely wilted, a lifeless shape resting in the soil. The abrupt transformation left both Jade and Doremi staring at the dead flower, their faces frozen in identical masks of disbelief and shock. He desperately calls for water, but Rule grimly tells the flower not to go towards the light. Doremi watches, distraught, as Rule wonders how this could have happened when the plant was fine just moments before. The water has no effect. Leaning over the wilted plant in defeat, Jade desperately searches for another solution as a stark realization dawns. The quest has failed. As he despairs, Doremi proposes a new idea. They should try cheering for it. Seizing on the suggestion, Jade agrees that in times like these, a little encouragement might make all the difference. They immediately begin shouting words of encouragement, urging the flower to fight on, do its best, and declaring it the best flower ever. Their efforts are futile. Doremi's face falls as she accepts that it's over if the flower remains in this state. The quest has definitively failed, but then a new thought occurs to her. She points out that the flower isn't completely dead yet, and since Garnet is knowledgeable about flowers, she might be able to save it. Doremi insists they should give it to her before it withers completely, but Jade is aghast at the suggestion. He grimaces, clearly pained by the thought, but ultimately relents and agrees to give the flower to Garnet. Doremi enthusiastically approves of his decision. Sometime later, under the night sky, the three of them arrive at Garnet's house. Rule suggests they wait, thinking she might be in the bath, but Jade steps forward and knocks on the door. While they wait, Doremi worries they might frighten Garnet. Rule dismisses her concern, noting that as her neighbor, Jade wouldn't be perceived as a threat. Just then, the door opens and Garnet appears, asking what they are doing. As Jade stammers, Rule mockingly tells him to declare he isn't a scary person, a notion Jade vehemently denies. Garnet stands before them, her long hair still damp from a bath. Jade is momentarily speechless, struck by how beautiful she looks. He internally marvels at her appearance before shaking himself back to the present, remembering he has a more important task at hand. She looks down at the flustered pair, noting that they seem to be having fun, so it was no problem. As Doremi tugs on his sleeve, Jade internally marvels at Garnet's angelic appearance. He and Doremi bow deeply in unison, shouting an apology for the disturbance, while Jade stammers that the item he holds is for her. He lifts his head, his face flushed, but his gaze determined as he prepares to present his gift. Steeling himself, he holds out the wilting flower, pleading for Garnet to accept it as a gift from both him and Doremi. He continues his rambling apology, explaining that he'd found the flower and thought it was beautiful, but it had already started to wilt by the time he returned home. He adds that it's a housewarming gift, a custom from his homeland, though he realizes it's usually the new resident who receives such gifts. Garnet leans forward to inspect the flower, her face suddenly very close to his. The proximity sends a jolt of panic through Jade. Her expression shifts to one of recognition. She identifies the plant as a star flower. Standing behind Jade, Rule expresses his surprise that she knows of them and asks if she likes them. A warm, genuine smile spreads across Garnet's face. "I love them," she says softly. Her simple declaration sets off fireworks in Jade's mind. The word love echoes, leaving him utterly stunned and euphoric. Snapping back to the present, he scrambles to regain his composure. He stammers, asking if she thinks she might be able to fix the wilting flower. Garnet's smile fades into a look of gentle regret. She explains that she is afraid she can't help. The star flower needs nutrients directly from the world tree. Once it has been removed, it can no longer sustain itself. As Rule silently laments his lack of research, the sad finality of her words hangs in the air. Despite learning the flower is doomed, Jade's resolve doesn't waver. With a gentle expression, he insists that he doesn't mind and asks if he can still give it to Garnet as a gift. Nearby, Rule apologizes for having given him such a troublesome present in the first place. Garnet gazes at Jade, a soft glow seeming to emanate from her in the twilight, as she considers his earnest request. His question hangs in the air between them. Her apparent willingness to accept surprises him, and he asks if she really wants the flower, even in its withered condition. She quickly urges him to give it to her, explaining that at least this way, the flower can spend its final moments in her care. He begins to hand her the entire pot, looking confused, but she stops him, clarifying that she only wants the flower itself, not the container it's in. Taking the single stem from him, Garnet closes her eyes and holds the flower gently. She explains her intention to press it and make it into a bookmark, a method to preserve its delicate beauty forever. The idea fills Jade with overwhelming happiness. The thought that she would treasure his gift in such a way causes a deep blush to spread across his face as he internally whispers her name. Overcome with emotion, he thanks her profusely. Garnet, looking at him with a gentle smile, seems puzzled and asks what he is thanking her for. Her question makes him pause. He realizes his gaffe. She is the one graciously accepting his imperfect offering, so his thanks are misplaced. Garnet, perhaps sensing his slight embarrassment, offers a different perspective. Holding the flower out slightly, she suggests that it is the flower itself that wishes to thank him. She then pulls the flower close to her heart, closing her eyes with a serene smile. Addressing the flower, but with words clearly meant for Jade as well, she accepts the thanks and promises to treasure it always. She stands before a deeply flustered Jade, whose face is flushed red from their heartfelt exchange. Stammering, he manages to say he'll be going and wishes Garnet-san a good night. She calmly returns the sentiment. After he departs, she lingers for a moment under the moonlit sky, a soft smile on her face as she quietly adds a thank you for the housewarming gift. Her parting words echo in Jade's mind, causing his blush to deepen as he walks away, completely overwhelmed. He rejoins his companions, Rule and Hiromi, who are waiting a short distance away. Hiromi immediately asks if their plan was a success, while Rule simply states that it's time for them to leave. Overcome with emotion, Jade bursts into tears of relief, exclaiming that it all went without a hitch. He turns to Hiromi, thanking her for pushing him to do it. With a grateful smile, he tells Hiromi he'll be counting on her from now on. She beams, replying that it's a mutual deal. She'll scratch his back if he scratches hers, and that he can depend on her. As they walk, Hiromi playfully traces two hearts in the starry sky with a flicker of magic. She then cheers, declaring her reward. She wants to eat fish today. Jade looks on, slightly taken aback by her simple demand. The next day, at the Adventurers Guild, Garnet sits at her usual post behind the reception counter. She holds up a small, laminated object, the star flower, now perfectly preserved as a bookmark. As she admires it, her thoughts drift to the one who gave it to her, and she quietly murmurs his name, Jade. Her quiet moment of reflection is interrupted by her colleagues at the guild counter. One of them, noticing the new bookmark, remarks on how cute it is, while the other asks if Garnet has used it before. When her colleague expresses amazement that the bookmark is handmade, Garnet explains that it isn't something she bought. She clarifies that she recently received some flowers, and because they were so pretty, she decided to preserve them this way. Her explanation only piques their curiosity further. As one colleague notes how beautiful the flower is, the other presses, asking who the gift was from. Garnet hesitates, a faint blush warming her cheeks as an image of Jade's cheerful face comes to mind. She looks down at the delicate bookmark, her expression softening as she quietly answers, "It's from my neighbor." Her colleagues murmur the word neighbor to each other, their curiosity now aimed at this mysterious gift giver. As they wonder aloud what he might be like, Garnet announces she is leaving for the day. The task is officially complete. Jade successfully delivered his gift. As the sun casts long shadows over the rolling hills, Jade travels along a winding road, his thoughts drifting. It has been half a month since he gave that flower to Garnet-san. On this day, he was returning from quest. Accompanied by Hiromi, he urges her to hurry back to the guild, while she enthusiastically shouts for them to go at full speed. Their haste pays off. Arriving at the Royal Capital Guild Hall, Jade wipes sweat from his brow, relieved to have made it in time. He asks Hiromi to wait for him, and she agrees, deciding to count some bugs until he is done. Leaving her outside, he steps through the grand entrance, his expression shifting to one of focused determination. Inside the bustling hall, he pauses for a moment, taking in the scene before resolving to prepare himself for the task ahead. His gaze hardens as he zeroes in on his objective. Window number 18, Garnet-san Station. He approaches the counter. Garnet professionally asks for his name. Internally, Jade is stunned, thinking to himself how fantastic she looks. He manages to state his name is Jade, and she politely asks him to wait a moment. She then begins the transaction, confirming that the item he has presented is from the Chimera Subjugation quest and stating her intent to inspect it. As Garnet reaches for the stone-like proof of completion on the counter, a low, guttural growl suddenly echoes between them. The unexpected noise startles Jade. He glances around in confusion, wondering where it came from, just as the growl sounds again, this time unmistakably from his own satchel. He stared in stunned silence as the realization struck him. It wasn't his bag after all. With a blush creeping across her face and a hand pressed at her midsection, it was undeniable. The sound had come from Garnet's stomach. As her blush deepened, he found himself captivated. The sight of her embarrassment was, he thought, just incredibly cute. His mind raced for a way to break the tension. He briefly considered making a joke, perhaps mentioning that Hiromi is always hungry too, but quickly dismissed it as a bad idea. This was the perfect time for a clever one-liner, but he couldn't get too excited and flub it. Abandoning the attempt to humor, he watched as Garnet, trying to regain her composure, presented him with a check for 30 million GOL. He accepted it awkwardly, internally debating whether he should just pretend he hadn't heard a thing. Deciding a quick retreat was the best option, he cheerfully announced that he would come back tomorrow for the next quest. He reasoned that if he asked for another one now, her stomach would surely start growling again. With a wave, he turned and left the guild hall. Later that evening, Jade walked along a quiet, paved path through a park, accompanied by the small girl, Hiromi. She looked up at him from her spot a few paces ahead, calling out his name with a bright expression. He responded by suggesting they go out to eat to celebrate. Hiromi was ecstatic at the idea, proudly announcing that she had counted 18 bugs that day, a new record. Jade congratulated her, even as she pointed out that they always eat out. Their celebration brought them to a cozy-looking restaurant. Peeking inside, Hiromi beamed, exclaiming that they had the entire place to themselves as there were no other customers. Jade confirmed it was a surprise, then grew reflective. He explained that although he chose this spot, it had been years since his last visit, from a time before he took custody of Hiromi, when he hardly ever ate at restaurants. Hearing that the stew was full of meat and the seafood was incredible, Hiromi excitedly declared her choice for dinner. He and Hiromi are greeted warmly by the restaurant's owner, an older man who is overjoyed to see the hero Jade back in his establishment. Hiromi, captivated by the amazing smell, tells the owner not to be modest. She then introduces herself and declares her love for stew. Jade recalls how delicious the herbs were the last time he visited and orders the seafood plate. Hiromi, with a wide, happy smile, eagerly requests a big serving of meat. The owner confirms their order, one large stew and the seafood plate, and heads off to prepare it. He notes to Jade that he's almost out of the seafood, remarking that it must be his lucky day. A few minutes later, 2 steaming, aromatic dishes are set before them. A large bowl of stew and a whole herb-grilled fish glistening on its plate. Their eyes widen in unison at the sight of the magnificent meal. Jade declares that it looks amazing and that it's time to dig in. Without another word, they both begin to eat with gusto, the sounds of their enthusiastic munching filling the quiet space. Watching them, the owner tastes his own cooking, a look of deep satisfaction on his face. He confirms to himself that it's super tasty, recognizing the nostalgic flavor he has cultivated for years. Hiromi blissfully enjoys the tasty meat, while Jade savors his dish, noting how the fresh aroma of the herbs perfectly envelopes the fish, making every single bite delectable. As he continues eating, the bell on the door chimes, signaling a new arrival. The owner offers a casual welcome, telling the new customer to sit anywhere since the restaurant isn't busy. The newcomer steps into the light, and Jade freezes, his eyes wide with shock. It's Garnet. His mind races, questioning why on earth she would be here. He stared, his mind racing with a wild hope. Could it be that she had followed him here? Did she want to have dinner with him? His fantasy was immediately shattered. Garnet calmly approached the counter and said, "I'll have the usual, please." The crushing realization dawned on Jade. She wasn't here for him at all. She was simply a regular customer. As she placed her order, the elderly restaurant owner looked at her apologetically. "Sorry, Garnet-chan," he began, making Jade wonder what her usual order was. The owner explained that he was all out of the seafood platter. The revelation struck Jade with surprising force. She orders this regularly. He felt a wave of despair, realizing he had just deprived the woman he loved of one of her few simple pleasures after work. Beside him, Hiromi looked on, confused by his sudden dejection. The owner lamented his inability to serve her, but Jade shot to his feet, declaring that Garnet's satisfaction was what mattered. He turned to the owner and boldly offered to go and get some fish himself, telling him to just leave it to him. His confident declaration was met with a worried expression. The owner explained that it was difficult to find fish at the market right now, causing Hiromi to wonder what was going on. The reason for the shortage, the owner elaborated, was a dangerous monster lurking along the coastlines and sinking fishing boats. As the image of a dark, hulking beast came to mind, Jade slammed his hand on the counter. So, this was the work of a monster. The news also devastated Hiromi, who began to cry. She wailed that she had wanted the seafood platter too, declaring it unforgivable that the monster was keeping all the fish for itself. Her outburst solidified his own resolve. He turned to Garnet, his expression grim, stating he couldn't forgive the monster for taking away one of her pleasures either. He then asked her directly, "Is there a subjugation request for that monster?" He listens as Garnet explains the guild system. Pointing to a diagram of the 10 adventurer ranks, she clarifies that every adventurer is assigned quests appropriate to their level. This particular request, she notes, is for rank 6 adventurers. She continues, recalling that a rank 6 subjugation quest is indeed open for this monster, which is why she hadn't seen it among the lower rank postings. Garnet explains that it would take ages for it to be downgraded to a rank 10 quest for him. In fact, if a request is left unresolved for too long, it's deemed too difficult and is bumped up a rank, not down. Nearby, Rule considers the predicament. As a rank 10 adventurer, he knows it would set a bad precedent if he were to break the rules and take a quest far below his station. A different idea forms in his mind. What if he dealt with a monster without it being an official quest? He finds a solution. He declares that, hypothetically, if he were to simply go fishing and a monster happened to attack him, killing it in self-defense would not violate any of the guild's regulations. It would be fair game. Inspired by this loophole, Jade's determination soars. He clenches his fists, proclaiming that it's decided. They will go to the oceans. He imagines a triumphant return, where Garnet would finally be able to eat her delicious seafood. The following day, he and Hiromi arrive in a port city, walking along a stone path that overlooks the calm sea under a bright, clear sky. They stop before an enormous villa. Hiromi stares up at it, awestruck, exclaiming that it's massive, almost like a castle. Jade casually mentions that he bought it 2 years ago, so it's likely quite dusty inside. As they enter, Doromi asks why he even owns a villa in a port city. He explains that a quest first brought him here, and he was captivated by the gorgeous sunsets over the horizon. His true motivation is then revealed in a daydream. He imagines standing on the balcony with Garnet, thinking to himself that if she saw this magnificent view, she would surely be enamored by it. He pictures her expression, convinced that the beautiful scenery would create a romantic mood between them. He continues to indulge in his fantasy, imagining the perfect culmination of his romantic gesture. A tender moment shared with Garnet on the villa's balcony, their figures silhouetted against the brilliant setting sun. The delusion shatters, and he snaps back to reality, burying his face in his hands with embarrassment. He can't believe he actually shelled out the cash to buy an entire villa based on this daydream. As Doromi watches him, he points toward a closet, trying to compose himself. He mutters that he could never admit his true romantic motivations, awkwardly deflecting by suggesting she must enjoy watching sunsets. He throws open the door to reveal a full set of fishing equipment. He proudly explains that he bought a matching set for himself and Garnet, and even a third, smaller rod on the off chance they have a child together. This, he declares, is everything they need for their trip to the sea. Doromi eyes the gear and asks if he really plans to use that to catch the monster. With a confident smile, Jade selects a rod, affirming that today is the day he finally gets to use it. He envisions a successful catch, then explains his strategy to Doromi. Since it might take a while for the monster to appear, they will simply pass the time by fishing. The main goal is to catch fish, and they will deal with the monster if and when it shows up. This entire plan, however, is just a stepping stone for another fantasy. He imagines himself at a casual dinner with Garnet, presenting the fish he caught, with a happy Doromi seated beside them. In his daydream, he casually mentions that he caught the fish himself. Garnet looks at him, impressed and charmed. He is certain that this act would cause her affection for him to rise dramatically. Snapping out of his reverie with renewed purpose, he declares that it's time to head for the harbor. Doromi cheers enthusiastically, ready to go. A short time later, the pair arrives at the bustling fishing harbor, ready to embark on their expedition from the wooden docks. He stands at the harbor, gazing out at the vast, open sea under a cloudy sky, contemplating the task ahead. His thoughts are interrupted by Doromi's cheerful cry. "Jade, our boat's here!" She waves excitedly toward the small vessel. As he turns, however, he notices the heavy atmosphere hanging over the other fishermen on the dock. He realizes they are all being affected by the monster's presence and feels a renewed urgency to do something about it soon. The boat itself brings a daydream to the forefront of his mind. He imagines Garnet, her face shaded by a wide-brimmed hat, asking if this is one of the small boats with a boom tent. In his fantasy, he confirms her guess, explaining that he bought it along with the villa, thinking it would be perfect for a sunset sail. The fantasy fades as Doromi speaks beside him, remarking that he must really love watching the sunset. He doesn't correct her aloud, but internally, he knows the truth. It's not the sunset he's interested in, but the sight of Garnet bathed in its afterglow. Shaking off his reverie, he gestures towards the vessel. "All right, let's head in," he says, warning her to be careful as the boat is a bit unstable. Doromi, however, is filled with excitement, her foot wobbling slightly as she prepares to step aboard. Just as they are about to board, a powerful voice roars from the dock. "Don't go out to sea." The sudden command startles Jade. Doromi, caught off guard, lets out a small cry of alarm. They turn to find a group of grim-faced fishermen blocking their path, led by the weathered old man who had shouted the warning. Doromi clutches her hands nervously, wondering who these people are that have appeared so suddenly before them. At a bustling port, an old fisherman stands before Jade and Doromi, delivering a stark warning. Do not go out to sea. The fisherman explains that 15 moons ago, a kraken was spotted, and sailing now would be suicide. Unfazed, Jade shouts back, demanding to know why they cannot go. Seeing that the young adventurer will not listen to reason, the fisherman sighs. Jade insists they must sail out. The old man reluctantly concedes that their boat might be small enough for the kraken to overlook. Jade reacts with a flash of frustration, realizing this complicates his unspoken plan of using the boat as bait. Meanwhile, at the guild hall, Garnet slams her hand down in frustration. If she cannot use the boat, she resolves to search for her on her own, lamenting how long it would take and expressing her desire not to be separated for too long. Back at the docks, Jade's attention shifts. He points decisively toward a large, docked ship and demands to know who owns it, declaring he'll make an offer they can't refuse to rent it. He continues his plea to the old fisherman, begging to be allowed to lend the vessel and promising to pay its full price if it breaks. Doromi adds her support, assuring the man that Jade is strong enough to handle any danger. The fisherman, however, remains unmoved, stating that no amount of money will persuade him to sail out there, revealing that the large ship is his. The fisherman's companions stare in disbelief. One recognizes Jade's sword and realizes he is the renowned hero. The old fisherman's eyes widen as he connects the dots, asking if Jade came to subjugate the monster. Jade turns to the small crowd of fishermen and clarifies his position. He explains that he did not come for the subjugation request, as his adventurer rank is too low for it. He states plainly that he only came to fish. The old fisherman, utterly perplexed, asks why he would go to such lengths without compensation, questioning if Jade intends to use himself as bait. Jade calmly lays out his clever loophole. If he goes fishing and a monster happens to attack him, it would be well within his rights to defend himself, and the guild would have no problem with that. As Jade and Garnet stand by, Doremi explains their intentions to the fishermen with a bright, innocent smile. She tells them that the fish in their village has been so delicious that they simply wanted to thank them and return the favor. The old fisherman and his companion are visibly moved by her sincerity. The man can hardly believe it, murmuring to himself that even though Jade is a hero, he's still thinking of common folk like them. His heart won over. The fisherman emphatically tells Jade to take his boat, free of charge, even returning what was likely the payment Jade had offered. With the deal struck, the group prepares to set sail. Out on the open sea, Doremi tries her hand at fishing but grows frustrated, complaining that nothing is coming out of the water. Jade asks if she wants to try, and she responds with absolute certainty that she's going to catch a big one. A short time later, Jade's fishing rod suddenly bends sharply. He calls out that he's gotten a bite, catching Doremi's immediate attention. He reels in a small fish and holds it up, asking for her opinion. Doremi's eyes sparkle as she declares that it looks tasty. As the day progresses, Jade's bucket fills with 5 fish, while Doremi has caught nothing. She slumps over in defeat, wondering aloud if the fish hate her. Jade, meanwhile, playfully declares that he's getting serious and won't lose to her. Noticing her disappointment, he suggests that she's probably just in a bad spot and offers to switch places. Reinvigorated by his kindness, Doremi stands up, ready to catch some fish. Her renewed determination yields immediate results. Her fishing rod bends with an incredible force, and she cries out in shock and surprise. The pull is immense. Doremi strains with all her might, shouting that the fish is huge and will feed her for a week. She pulls with fierce determination, the line stretched taut against a colossal, unseen weight beneath the waves. She struggles with the line, but what bursts from the waves is not the kraken. A colossal marine scorpion, its carapace glistening and pincer raised, erupts from the sea. Below, Doremi lets out a terrified, high-pitched scream. Jade immediately identifies the creature as a marine scorpion, though its size is completely abnormal, confirming it as the monster they were after. Beside him, Doremi frantically waves her fishing rod at the beast, yelling for it to go away. He calmly tells the panicked girl that it won't sink their vessel, revealing that he fortified the entire ship with magic. When she asks what they should do, his course of action is already decided. Declaring that all that remains is to defeat it, he leaps from the boat. His foot slams onto the shore with explosive force, ready to face the monster. In the aftermath of the unseen battle, the water settles where the giant scorpion once stood. From the boat, Doremi stares in wide-eyed astonishment at the now empty sea. With the danger past, the mood on the boat shifts to one of relief and triumph. Jade smiles, leaning against the railing, as Doremi throws her arms up in a cheerful victory pose. Back at the docks, they are greeted by the grateful fishermen. Doremi proudly holds up a small, magically sparkling fish she caught, while Jade stands beside her, looking pleased. The fishermen thank Jade profusely, relieved they can finally fish in peace. Jade replies that it's no problem, thinking to himself that Garnet can now eat fresh fish. He gives credit to Doremi, telling the men that the little girl was the one who caught the monster. Walking through town later, Jade suggests they should eat at the restaurant again. Doremi clutches her stomach, enthusiastically agreeing that she is starving. His gaze finds Garnet sitting at an outdoor table. He muses that she should still be there, knowing she likes to take her time with meals. As if sensing his stare, Garnet turns her head, a look of faint surprise on her face. She turns, her expression shifting to one of mild surprise as she sees Jade standing there, utterly flustered by the unexpected encounter. He internally celebrates this chance for a proper conversation, feeling as though he's overcome a great personal challenge. Bolstered by this newfound confidence, he calls out energetically, declaring his enthusiasm to be his only redeeming feature. He proudly explains that he's just returned from a fishing expedition where he even caught a monster, offering her some of his catch as Doremi peeks out from behind him. Garnet notes, with a gentle smile, that it's surprising to run into him while she's on her way home from work. At the mention of the monster, Doremi excitedly interjects. She describes its massive claws that threaten to cut the ship in half, proudly stating that she was prepared for a fight with the rocks she always carries. She admits it was scary at first, but she calmed down and fought back. She continues her heroic tale with a confident posture, claiming she kept her cool and stared the monster straight in the eyes without taking a single step back. Listening to the story, Garnet expresses her relief, remarking on the desperate situation they were in. She's pleased to hear that fresh fish shipments should resume the next day. Turning her attention to Jade, she correctly surmises that he must have been the one to ultimately defeat the monster, praising his bravery. Her praise leaves him momentarily speechless. She then asks if he will be visiting the guild tomorrow. He confirms that while he couldn't make it today, he will definitely be there. His answer seems to trouble her, and she asks if anything is wrong. A sudden realization hits Jade. He remembers telling her he was going to take a quest a day, and now worries if she recalls his unfulfilled promise. Before Jade can explain, another voice cuts in. A tall adventurer with a long sword on his back, Rule, approaches Garnet and calmly states that her absence from the guild is precisely why he wasn't worried. She confirms that she remembers his plans, which causes Rule to become visibly flustered. He stammers, questioning why she would be worried about him, reminding her that he is the hero, a super strong rank 10 adventurer. Unfazed, Garnet simply asks if it's truly so surprising that she was worried about him. She looks down, a gentle smile on her face, and explains that she always thought she was so strong that no one would ever worry about her. The realization that Rule was genuinely concerned touches her deeply. He stares, stunned by her admission, while Jade in the background begins to process what this might mean. As he looks down at her, a flicker of doubt crosses his mind. He wonders if her worry stems from a belief that he is unreliable. She meets his gaze, her expression soft and earnest. She clarifies that in her eyes, she doesn't see Jade the hero. Instead, she sees him more like a little brother. The misunderstanding sends a jolt of excitement through Jade. He exclaims that she sees him as family, his face flushing with delight. A flustered Garnet quickly corrects him, clarifying she said, like a little brother, not family, and demands to know why he would jump to such a conclusion. A wave of relief washes over Rule. He reflects on the loneliness of being seen only as a hero, always placed on a pedestal. He finally understands why Garnet treats him so casually in private. A memory surfaces from 10 years prior, showing a much younger Jade introducing himself. Garnet has watched him grow up ever since he was 12. Turning her attention to Doremi, Garnet expresses her gratitude, glad that there are still people who treat her like a normal person. Rule, however, is still processing Garnet's earlier words. He pauses, a thought beginning to form. If she thinks of him as a little brother, what does that imply for his own chances? The realization crashes down on Jade, who feels as though he's under a harsh spotlight with no chance of winning Garnet's affection. But his despair is short-lived. He reasons that since they aren't blood-related, a chance still exists. Shaking off his gloom, he turns and asks Rule where he is headed. He replies that he's going to a restaurant for dinner. Jade immediately asks if he means the one from the previous day, and Rule confirms with a simple, "That's right." Jade's face lights up. He declares it a happy coincidence, as he and Doremi were just about to head to the same place. He excitedly adds that they plan to ask the chef to cook the fish they caught, offering to let Rule have some. He was thrilled at the thought of inviting Garnet, who graciously agreed to lend a hand. Jade enthusiastically insisted that they had caught so much fish, she would be doing them a favor by eating some. With the plan set, he declared it was time to head over and eat. As the group made their way through the city streets, Jade walked beside Garnet, a blush creeping onto his face. He found himself captivated, thinking to himself how amazing she smelled. He continued to muse internally that while she always looked beautiful face to face, there was something uniquely alluring about seeing her in profile. Walking so closely, their shoulders nearly touching, made it feel almost as if they were on a date. It was a moment he wished could last forever. The pleasant journey seemed to end in just 5 seconds. Standing before the restaurant, Jade cheerfully announced their arrival. Doremi immediately echoed his excitement, shouting that they were back. She quietly decided that from now on, she would become a regular so she could eat with Garnet every day. The restaurant's owner emerged to welcome Doremi and extended a warm welcome to Jade and Garnet as well. When Doremi told him they had brought fish, he asked in surprise if they had gone all the way to the ocean. Jade confirmed they had, explaining that since he had defeated the monster, fish should be easy to come by now. He asked the owner to cook it while it was fresh. The owner thanked him, but added ominously that for the last time, he would be able to make them something delicious. The phrase struck Jade with sudden force. His expression shifted to shock as the words echoed in his mind. Last time, before he could question it, Garnet stepped forward, presenting the owner with a large bouquet of flowers and asking him to accept it. Jade's confusion deepened, now wondering if today was the owner's birthday or some other special occasion. He watches, confused, as the restaurant owner accepts the bouquet, thanking Garnet for the flowers. She, in turn, expresses her gratitude for all the delicious meals he has cooked for her. The gesture puzzles Jade. It doesn't seem like a birthday celebration. Unable to contain his bewilderment any longer, he finally asks what exactly is happening. The owner explains that after running the restaurant for 50 years, his age has caught up with him. It is finally time to close the shop and move to the countryside to live with his daughter and her husband. The news hits Jade hard. He internally despairs, realizing his plan to eat there every day with Garnet to get closer to her is now impossible. In a flustered attempt to help, he offers the owner a pouch of money, calling it a retirement fund. The owner gently declines, insisting that the kind gesture is more than enough. His attention then shifts to Garnet, sitting beside him. He becomes acutely aware of her proximity, a blush creeping onto his face as their elbows touch. He laments the timing of it all, finding a moment of closeness just as the restaurant is about to close its doors forever. Garnet notices his distress and asks why he is crying. With tears welling, he admits he is simply sad that the place is closing down. The owner, overhearing their exchange, expresses his pleasure that Jade enjoyed the food so much, though he remarks that this is only the second time he has seen him. Jade confesses that he became an instant fan after what he ordered the previous day, and the owner smiles, announcing that their meal is ready. As the food is served, Doremi digs in with gusto, joyfully exclaiming how delicious it is, while Rule eats with a quiet, contented smile. Garnet watches them all, a soft and thoughtful expression on her face as she takes in a moment. For a brief period, the four of them sit together at the counter, sharing one last meal, a short, bittersweet moment of happiness. One evening, after completing another quest, Doremi found herself surrounded by other young adventurers in the town square. They waited for Jade, who stood a short distance away, observing the group. As he watched, the other children eagerly asked Doremi about her day's adventure. With a proud expression, she announced that she and Jade had gone to defeat a Hydra. She admitted it was frightening, but they faced it head-on, and she saw Jade strike the monster down in a single, powerful blow. The tale captivated her audience. The two young adventurers declared that Doremi and Jade were awesome and begged for more cool stories. Doremi giggled, seemingly ready to tell another tale. But as Doremi held her friend's attention, Jade's mood soured. Doremi called out to him, noting he had finished his report, but he was frozen in place. A dark shadow fell over his face as he clutched his chest, a wave of distress washing over him. He couldn't understand what was wrong with himself. His distress was a stark contrast to his feelings just a couple of minutes before. Fresh off another successful quest, Doremi had cheered, and Jade enthusiastically suggested they head to the guild to tell Garnet the good news. The thought of her name brought a gentle, contented smile to his face as he whispered it to himself. He felt his life was finally trending upwards, and he knew exactly why. It was because he was gaining the confidence to pursue his dream, to finally hold private conversations with Garnet, and maybe, one day, even ask her out. He pumped his fist in excitement, a motion that left Doremi and the other children confused. Returning to the present, he watched Doremi from afar, noting with a complicated expression that she had become quite popular with the other kids. His gaze then shifted towards the guild hall, where he saw her. He thought to himself how absolutely stunning Garnet looked today. He recalled how he used to be a nervous wreck around her, but now, things were different. Stepping forward, he approached the counter. "Hey there, the name's Jade. I just finished the quest, here's the stone." Garnet looked up, acknowledging him and asking him to wait a moment. He internally congratulated himself on his calm and cool demeanor while speaking with Garnet. His composure was shattered, however, when she suddenly let out a small, delicate cough. The sound sent a jolt of panic through him. His mind screamed the observation. She was definitely coughing. Garnet, meanwhile, simply covered her mouth, her eyes closed in a moment of discomfort. His worry spiraled. He wondered if she was unwell, if this was a sign of some serious disease. At the guild counter, Garnet handed him a check for 25 million GOL for the completed inspection, coughing again as she confirmed she understood. The sight of her in pain worried him to his core. He watched her walk away, a terrible thought gripping him. He hadn't wanted to bother her with questions while she was working, but now he feared this might be their last farewell. His profound distress was evident on his face. Doremi, seeing his troubled expression, approached and asked what was wrong with him. He explained that he was thinking of getting some medicine, a special kind that could cure any illness in an instant, no matter how severe. Doremi looked at him in disbelief, questioning if such a thing could even exist. His resolve hardened into a firm declaration. He would not sit idly by when someone was suffering right in front of him. Though he didn't know if such a cure was possible, he vowed to get his hands on it. His heroic stance inspired the nearby children, who cheered for him. Hearing his conviction, Doremi's expression lit up. She announced that she was worried about Garnet's health too, and eagerly asked to help. She added with a bright smile that Garnet was her friend as well, so of course she would help. Jade, moved by her immediate support, thanked her sincerely. With a new partner in his quest, Jade laid out the plan. He had set aside 1 billion GOL for this purpose. Their first step was to find someone skilled in making such powerful medicines. Doremi agreed, and with their goals set, they decided to head to the apothecary immediately. He and Doremi arrived at their destination, the apothecary. Inside, jars filled with preserved eyeballs lined the shelves, a macabre display greeting any potential customers. The sight of the disembodied eyes sent a chill down Doremi's spine. Her face paled with terror as she stared at the grotesque specimens. Her silent horror erupted into a piercing shriek. Reacting instantly, Jade grabbed the terrified girl and pulled her back from the counter. He tried to calm her down, but she was hysterical, crying that they needed to escape before they were cut up. Jade insisted they were fine, explaining that everything in the shop was for medicinal purposes. As Doremi tried to process his words, she suddenly remembered her protected status from the country, though she also wondered if they might need her body parts. A new voice from behind her cut through her thoughts, asking who she might be. Her eyes widened in renewed fear as she saw the source of the voice, a figure holding a large, blood-stained cleaver. The figure, a young woman in a hooded, blood-spattered apron, asked if Doremi was lost. Still shrieking, Doremi begged the woman not to come any closer, pleading that she wouldn't taste good and shouldn't be eaten. The woman apologized for scaring her, explaining she had just been busy dissecting some monsters and offered to let Doremi watch. Her menacing demeanor vanished as she suddenly recognized Jade. She greeted him cheerfully, asking if he still remembered her. Jade, relieved, greeted her in return as Surin-san, recalling how she had once lectured him on making medicine. She smiled, introducing herself as Surin-san, the shopkeeper's granddaughter. She then mentioned that the physician who owns the place, Kusan, is quite strict. Hearing the physician's name, Jade explained his reason for visiting. He told Surin that someone desperately needs medicine, and he came to ask if Kusan could make some, inquiring if the physician was in today. He listened as Surin cheerfully explained that her grandmother, the physician Kusan, had just retired and moved to the countryside. The blood-stained cleaver in her hand did little to ease his concern. The unexpected news sent his mind reeling, his thoughts nonsensically drifting to the cost of housing in the countryside. His internal spiral was cut short when Surin, with a confident smile, declared that there was no need to worry. She could make almost any medicine. The claim only deepened Jade's anxiety. He knew Kusan's skills were legendary, and this girl's casual confidence felt misplaced. Despite his doubt, desperation took over. He implored her, explaining that a girl he knew was suffering and needed to be saved. A flicker of hope returned as he remembered Surin was trained by Kusan herself. Hearing his plea, Surin readily agreed, confirming that she should be able to make the medicine. Her confidence solidified as she struck a pose, assuring him he could leave the patient in her hands. She then turned to the specifics, asking if the girl was suffering from something as severe as full-body paralysis. He began to describe the symptoms, explaining that Garnet has a persistent cough. He added that she constantly holds her throat and furrows her brow in discomfort. Surin pressed for more details, asking him to describe the main symptoms. Her follow-up question, is she vomiting blood, struck Jade with sudden alarm. He realized with a jolt that this was no ordinary cough. His panicked reaction seemed to go unnoticed. Surin casually gestured to a shelf, offering him a selection of typical cough medicines. When she asked if that was all he could tell her, Jade confirmed it was, adding that while Garnet wasn't vomiting blood, she was coughing a great deal. Hearing this, Surin's demeanor shifted. She concluded with a placid smile that she was quite sure the girl didn't need any medicine at all. Jade stared back, aghast, asking if that meant there was nothing she could do. Her dismissive conclusion pushed him to the edge of desperation. He leaned forward, his face flushed as he begged her to save Garnet. Surin simply turned away, stating with finality that she was sure she wouldn't be of any help. He explains that Garnet needs a remedy for her cough and fatigue, noting that she looked tired. After asking if he can recall any other symptoms and receiving none, Surin agrees to give it a shot, though she remains silent and expressionless. Turning to her workstation, Surin places a pot on a burner, announcing she'll make something right away. He eagerly offers to help, while Doromi, pointing to a bottle of red liquid, asks Surin to grab it for her, innocently wondering if it's tomato juice. Doromi lets out a shriek as Surin calmly identifies the liquid as dragon blood. As the girl recoils in fright, Jade asks what's wrong with her. Surin apologizes, explaining that Doromi is squeamish, and then announces that the medicine is finished. With the task complete, Surin presents him with a small, ornate bottle. She confirms that his requested cough suppressant and fatigue remedy is ready. He asks for the price, and Surin states it is 30,000 GOL. He is taken aback, not by the cost, but by how low it is. He internally marvels that it's a steal, considering standard remedies cost 2,000 GOL, and this one uses much rarer ingredients. Having secured the medicine, he and Doromi walk together. She asks if they're going to deliver it to Garnet's house, and he confirms they are, arriving outside the residence. Doromi recalls his earlier concern about being seen as a weirdo for waiting there. He dismisses the thought, stating that things are different now, and his priority is for Garnet to take the medicine as soon as possible, resolving to wait if she isn't home. Stealing his resolve, he raises his hand and knocks twice on the door. He reaffirms to himself that Garnet's treatment is the absolute priority, regardless of how she might perceive him afterward. The door opens, and Garnet stands before him. She appears weary, but is on her feet, offering a quiet good evening. A wave of relief washes over him as he thinks to himself that, thank God, she is still alive. Without a moment's hesitation, he urgently thrusts the small bottle towards her, shouting her name and pleading for her to take it. He quickly explains that the medicine should combat her cough and fatigue as she, taken aback, asks what it is. She looked at the bottle he was thrusting at her, her expression a mixture of confusion and fatigue. Why are you giving this to me? She asked, her voice soft. She politely refused, stating that she was already feeling better and didn't need it. But Jade, his urgency palpable, pressed on. He insisted she drink it all in one gulp before it was too late, explaining that he had noticed her feeling unwell earlier at the guild. His insistence was met with a surprising clarification. Garnet explained that she hadn't been sick. She had merely gotten a fish bone stuck in her throat and had since recovered on her own. The revelation stunned Jade. Wait, he stammered. You already had the cure with you? Her gaze softened as she looked away, a faint blush on her cheeks. She confessed that she hadn't realized he was so worried about her, admitting that she had honestly thought she was truly sick. His face flushed with emotion. Of course I'd be worried, he blurted out, his voice filled with intensity. After all, you're special too. He stopped himself abruptly, his face turning beet red as he fumbled for a different ending. A special receptionist to the guild, he finished lamely. Garnet simply watched him, repeating his words with a questioning tone. Special to... Internally, he panicked, realizing how close he had come to a full confession. He He tried to explain, stating that while there are plenty of other receptionists, she is the one he is most fond of, that she is different. He likened his concern to the kindness she shows others, like when she gave flowers to the old man at her favorite restaurant, attempting to frame his feelings as a similar gesture of goodwill. After listening to his rambling explanation, her expression settled into one of quiet understanding. "I'll accept it then," she stated calmly. His hope flared for a moment. "So you're still sick?" he asked. Garnet shook her head. "No," she replied, "but my flowers are." A realization dawned on Jade as he remembered her love for gardening. He quickly changed his offer, presenting the medicine for her ailing plants instead. "Here," he said, "feel free to use it." He then asked if she intended to use the medicine immediately, provided she wasn't in a hurry. Holding the small bottle, Garnet looked at it with a gentle expression and confirmed, "I'll use it right away." She then extends an invitation, asking if he would like to come in. She suggests he could look at the flowers she is raising. The offer stuns Jade, his eyes wide with disbelief. A single, overwhelming thought floods his mind. She's inviting him over. Garnet suggests that Jade take a look at the flowers she is raising upstairs. The invitation to her home sends Jade into a panic, his face flushing as he covers it with his hands. He internally struggles to calm himself, overwhelmed by the realization that the woman he loves is inviting him into her personal space, while Doremi looks on with a curious tilt of her head. After composing himself, he apologizes for the intrusion as he, Garnet, and Doremi step inside. Garnet assures him it's fine. He reminds himself to act normal so as not to seem strange, but he is immediately taken aback by the sight of her home, thinking to himself how amazing it looks. He is overcome with a feeling of pure bliss, unable to believe he is actually standing in her place. His eyes drift to her dining table, and he begins to daydream about a future where they might one day share a meal together right there. His reverie is broken when Doremi notices something amiss. She points toward a small planter, observing that one of the flowers within it is wilting, its stem bent and petals drooping. Reacting to the sight, a vial of medicine is promptly uncorked and its contents poured into the flower's soil. As Garnet watches, Jade expresses his hope that the treatment will work, and Doremi emphatically states that they must hurry to save the plant. Almost instantly, the flower begins to revive, its stems straightening and petals unfurling. Doremi's eyes widen in amazement at the recovery, though her expression quickly shifts to one of slight concern as the flower seems to droop once more, albeit less severely. Despite the slight falter, Garnet looks on with relief, remarking that the flower appears healthier now. Nearby, Jade and Doremi celebrate the success, with Jade cheering that Surin's medicine is incredibly effective. He turns to Garnet, happy to have been of service. She assures him it was no problem at all. Doremi then turns to Surin, who stands with them, and offers her sincere thanks for the help. With the flower crisis resolved, a loud growl suddenly echoes through the room. Doremi throws her arms wide and exclaims that her stomach is signaling its emptiness. Taking the opportunity, Jade turns to Garnet. He mentions that he has been searching for a new favorite restaurant and asks if she would like to join him. To his delight, Garnet replies that she was just thinking about going out for dinner. He beamed with unrestrained joy. Surin, noticing his wide smile, asked why he was so happy, to which he simply replied that he was hungry. Doremi, however, knew the truth, thinking to herself that an invitation to dinner from Garnet was a dream come true for him. Jade enthusiastically accepted, asking if Garnet was absolutely sure, and she confirmed she saw no reason not to go. With a gentle expression, Garnet formally extended the invitation, asking if they should head off. He looked back at her, his face flushed and his eyes wide with adoration, completely captivated. Under the starry night sky, they set off together. A few days passed. Following the date, Jade slept with a blissful, contented smile on his face. He awoke, still basking in the memory. He had been thinking about that day almost constantly, finding it hard to sleep. He recalled how amazing it was. They had talked normally and even had dinner together. The memory of the evening with Garnet, Surin, and Doremi was a pleasant one. His pleasant recollection of how well they got along was suddenly interrupted by a low rumbling sound, pulling him from his reverie. The sound jolted him fully awake. He sat up, wondering what it was, and quickly realized it wasn't coming from his own house but from next door. With a curse, he threw off his covers and rushed towards the noise, shouting Garnet's name and asking if she was okay. As he approached, his neighbor appeared in her doorway, her expression one of pure panic. With a desperate cry, she pleaded for his help. Her voice trembling, she directs Jade to her second-floor bedroom. Seeing how deeply shaken she is, he realizes there must be something serious upstairs and immediately suspects a robber. She urges him to stay close, confirming the area is dangerous. Jade, now accompanied by Doremi, explains that this is precisely why he ran out to get them. He then instructs Doremi to remain vigilant and protect Garnet-san. The young girl acknowledges the order with a firm, "Roger that." With the women safe for the moment, his expression hardens into one of cold fury. He doesn't know who or what the intruder is, but he vows to end them for daring to trespass in his beloved's home as he heads up the stairs alone. He reaches the bedroom Garnet spoke of, only to find it in complete disarray. Clothes and belongings are scattered across the floor, a clear sign of a struggle. Peeking from the doorway, Garnet confirms his thought, remarking that the room is normally much tidier. Doremi innocently asks if Garnet is simply bad at cleaning, but Garnet quickly clarifies that the mess is recent. The realization strikes Jade. The disarray means Garnet must have fought off her attacker right here. The thought of her being assaulted in the dead of night fills him with unforgiving rage, and he resolves to find the assailant immediately. He quickly scans the room, checking the balcony through the glass doors. Finding no one there, he throws the doors open to be certain. Confused, he wonders where the intruder could have gone. Garnet timidly suggests that perhaps they are still hiding under the bed. The idea catches him off guard. Just then, a faint cry emanates from beneath the bed, startling him. He kneels to look, skeptical that the space is even large enough for someone to hide, as a strange, rapid whooshing sound begins to pulse from the darkness. Beneath the bed, the source of the noise is revealed. Doremi stands protectively beside a frightened Garnet. The small girl reassures Garnet that she is right there, prompting a relieved Garnet to call her reliable. Listening from outside the bed, Jade is struck with a pang of intense jealousy. He grits his teeth, internally shouting his frustration that he wants to be the one comforting her. His thoughts are interrupted by the conversation continuing from under the bed. Doremi mentions that spiders are scary, recalling a time she ate one and got a stomachache. Garnet, still shaken, realizes the culprit is just a spider. She stares at the large arachnid, but her shock isn't from fear. Doremi observes Garnet's stunned expression, realizing she is fixated on the unbelievable fact that Doremi had eaten one. Meanwhile, Jade, having identified the threat, steels himself. He resolves that he must deal with the spider immediately. He reasons that the creature hiding under Garnet's clothes is unfair, and with a determined cry, he prepares to flush it out. As he reaches for the pile of clothes, he freezes, his face flushing. The thought of touching her garments is too stimulating, a hurdle too high for him. Peeking out, Doremi asks what he is doing, wondering if he is also afraid of spiders. He recoils, vehemently denying any such fear. He realizes he must act now. Otherwise, both Garnet and Doremi will think he's a coward. With renewed resolve, he lunges forward, swiftly trapping the spider under a glass. He declares that it's caught, but his sudden movement sends a piece of clothing flying through the air with a whoosh. The airborne garment, a pair of underpants, lands squarely on Garnet's head. She and Doremi can only stare blankly, stunned into silence by the absurd turn of events. Mortified by his chaotic actions, Jade offers a sheepish apology. He admits that in his frenzy, he went overboard and broke Garnet's bed. To his surprise, Garnet dismisses his apology with a gentle smile. She assures him it is no problem at all, as she was already planning to replace it. In fact, she insists she should be the one thanking him, adding that she is glad to have him as a neighbor. Jade is left momentarily speechless, thinking her kindness is angelic. Her words send a jolt of pure elation through him. He covers his blushing face, his mind reeling with the simple fact that she is happy he is her neighbor, a thought that fills him with overwhelming joy. As his initial excitement subsides, a practical concern brings him back to reality. He realizes that while they're on the path to becoming friends, they still have the immediate problem of the broken bed, and with the stores closed, a solution is not readily available. He voices his concern, feeling responsible for her predicament. He tells Garnet that he would never forgive himself if she couldn't get a decent night's sleep because of him. She clarifies that only the side of the bed is broken, but acknowledges it would be bad if it collapsed completely while she was asleep. The group begins to brainstorm solutions. Jade insists he will sleep on the floor, while Doremi volunteers for the sofa, declaring she'll do anything to help a friend. Garnet points out that if they do that, then she won't have a bed, and with a kind look, offers her own bed to them. Garnet's expression softens as she looks at them. She thanks them both, expressing her gratitude for having such great friends. The word friend echoes in Jade's mind, a monumental realization dawning on him. He is now officially Garnet's friend. Before he can fully process this, Doremi announces she will go grab the bed and rushes out of the room. A few minutes pass, and Doremi returns. She reappears, apologizing for the wait. In the middle of the room, now sits an incredibly ornate and lavish bed, far grander than anything they expected. Garnet stares, taken aback by how expensive it looks. Doremi, already settled into the magnificent bed, addresses their hesitation. She urges them to feel free to use it, but then quickly declares that she cannot possibly accept such a fine bed for herself. With a determined look, she proposes a new solution. They should trade beds instead. Her proposal leaves both Jade and Garnet completely flustered. Jade is aghast at the idea, thinking they can't possibly take her bed. Garnet, meanwhile, internally admits that the situation would be almost too ideal as Doremi observes their shared shock. He buries his face in his hands, utterly overwhelmed by the turn of events. Doremi, standing beside the magnificent bed, simply states that she doesn't mind and he can have it. The reality of the situation crashes down on him. It's actually happening. Garnet then looks at him with a soft smile, telling him she'll be counting on him from now on. She reassures him that if another spider ever appears, he shouldn't hesitate to call for her. As his friend, she will rush to his side. Still flustered, but determined, Jade insists it's no problem at all. The weight of her words, calling him a friend and promising to rely on him, overwhelms him completely, and he breaks down in tears of pure, unadulterated joy. With the tray complete, Hiromi is already fast asleep in Jade's former bed. He, meanwhile, stands before the grand new bed that now occupies his room, a feeling of profound bliss washing over him. He internally declares how glad he is to have been born. Later, as he settles into the luxurious bed for the night, a startling realization hits him. This is Garnet's bed, and it is now inside his house. The thought keeps him wide awake, and he tosses and turns, unable to find a moment of peace. He buries his face into the pillow in frustration, only to be enveloped by a familiar, pleasant scent. He realizes with a jolt that it smells just like her. His mind races for a moment, but then an image of Garnet with her arms outstretched fills his thoughts. He imagines her telling him he will have good dreams, and the sensation feels like being embraced by her. The next day, Jade appears completely drained, with dark circles under his eyes. When asked if he stayed up all night, he dazedly confirms, muttering that Garnet wouldn't let him sleep at all, leaving his companion utterly confused. Meanwhile, in another town, a lone hooded figure stands on a hill, gazing down at the settlement below. For this person, a long-awaited day has finally arrived. With her hood now down, revealing her long hair tied in twin tails, the girl clutches the straps of her pack with a determined pout. She announces that she is off to the capital. Her mind flashes to a memory of Jade and Hiromi, the moment fueling her ambition. She realizes that if she goes, she too could become an adventurer, just like Jade. A young girl with long twin tails yawns, rubbing a sleepy eye. She remarks that the monster they fought was quite tough, keeping them occupied until morning. She sits on a bench next to Jade, who agrees with a laugh. He confirms they have completed their quest and are now simply waiting for the train to take them back to the capital. He glances at his tired companion. His attention is then drawn to another girl in a hooded cloak who has been staring at them. Wondering if she needs help, Jade watches as she hesitantly approaches and asks if she might look under their feet. Jade repeats her strange request, confused. His companion wonders aloud if she should take off her shoes. The hooded girl quickly clarifies, flustered, that she just needs to look under the bench. As the hooded girl begins her search, Jade spots something on the ground. He picks it up and holds it out to her. He asks if she dropped something. The girl confirms she lost money, but that it isn't where she's looking. Jade then presses, asking how much she lost. With a face full of despair, she quietly admits she lost all of it. The revelation leaves Jade completely stunned, tears welling in her eyes. She explains that it's only her second day as an adventurer and her journey is already over. Jade looks on with concern as she laments how short her time has been. He gently asks where she was planning to go. A spark of her earlier excitement returns as she exclaims, "The capital." She explains that she always wanted her first quest to be issued by the Capital Guild. Intrigued, he asks for her name. She introduces herself as Marin, adding that she's almost 12. The detail resonates with Jade. He recalls that one must be 12 to register as an adventurer. He thinks back to his own beginning, realizing she's a novice just like he once was. He smiles kindly and offers to buy Marin a ticket to the capital, as he and his companion are heading there anyway. When Marin asks why he would do that, he simply states that he wants to help people, with no other reason needed. His words leave her momentarily speechless. As Marin hesitates, worried about imposing, he suggests a simple arrangement. She can pay him back once she becomes an adventurer and earns her first paycheck. He reassures her that since he lives in the capital, she can take her time. His companion quietly observes, thinking Marin is quite mature for her age. Overcome with relief and gratitude, Marin's eyes well up as she clasps her hands together and thanks him profusely. With the matter settled, Jade turns to lead the way, announcing that it's time for them to head to the capital. A short while later, aboard the train, his companion gazes out the window at the passing landscape. Marin reassures them that she has a place to stay, as her sister lives in the capital. When Jade wonders about their arrival time, his companion estimates they'll reach their destination around dusk. She then kindly offers to lend Marin money for a hotel, so she won't have to worry. She elaborates that guild staff can be quite busy, particularly those at the counter who examine magic stones, a task requiring a rare type of magic for appraisal. Marin adds that her sister works at the guild and rarely comes home, which makes her all the more excited for their reunion. Hearing this, Jade asks if her sister works as a receptionist. Marin confirms it, then asks if she's also an adventurer. His companion answers in the affirmative, revealing that the sister has a support flower crest, which leads Marin to wonder if she might be the same class. His companion then asks about the odds of getting specific crests. Jade explains the ranking: guard, attacker, enhancer, and finally support. He adds that upon registration at the guild, the support crest is the one with the lowest probability of being granted. Surprised, Jade asks if she wants to become an enhancer. With a look of pure admiration, Marin enthusiastically declares that she wants to get the enhancer crest, just like him. She stares, captivated, at the young man before her, murmuring his name, Jade-kun. The girl with twin tails, Dorami, lets out a yawn before asking Marin if she has met Jade in the capital before. Marin, flustered, can only manage a quiet affirmation. He smiles sheepishly, confirming her unspoken question. This is indeed Jade. Marin continues to stare from her seat on the train, her eyes wide with disbelief. Her mind races, try to process the revelation. The realization finally hits her. She turns to Jade, her voice filled with awe, asking if he is truly the real Jade Cohen. Her gaze drops to his hand, where the unmistakable pattern of a fully bloomed enhancer flower crest is visible. He confirms it with a simple, "That's right," though his expression is slightly embarrassed by the attention. Marin is momentarily speechless. Dorami, observing the exchange, declares that Marin is a big fan. She explains that every time her sister comes home, she talks about Jade and what a super hard worker he is. Marin, flustered but excited, stammers a thank you, admitting that after hearing all those stories, she wanted to become just like him. She then turns to Dorami with a question, noting that the last time they met was the previous year, and she hadn't heard anything about this. She asks why her sister never mentioned a Dorami in her stories. Dorami puffs out her chest with a confident smile. She declares that this year, there will be plenty of stories about the girl who gallantly accompanies Jade to hell and back. As the train speeds past snow-capped mountains, Jade listens to the exchange. He remarks on how cool it is that Marin is so interested in his tales and invites her to listen. Marin, now completely enthralled, eagerly asks what kind of adventures he goes on. Their journey concludes as they arrive at the capital. Marin expresses her gratitude for the help and the fun stories from Dorami. Jade asks if her sister is meeting her at the station, which Marin confirms. As they part ways, Marin promises to do her best to one day become just like Jade. He wishes her good luck on her quests, and they agree to talk again. As Jade and a sleepy Dorami walk away, Marin watches them go. Later that evening, in a well-appointed room, Jade gently places Dorami into a large, soft bed. He carefully pulls the thick covers up over her, tucking her in for the night. Within moments, Dorami is sound asleep, looking utterly peaceful. Her rest is fleeting. However, as her eyes snap open with a sudden, urgent realization, she is hungry. Her quiet declaration startles Jade, who looks over with wide-eyed surprise. He becomes flustered, realizing he can't let her drool on what he knows is Garnet's bed. Dorami, meanwhile, begins listing her demands. Freshly seasoned chicken or ribs, insisting she cannot sleep on an empty stomach. Just as Jade resigns himself to finding food, a voice from outside suddenly calls out for both him and Dorami. Looking out, he sees Garnet and Marin standing on the path below. Marin waves cheerfully, shouting up to ask why they are there. His eyes are drawn to their joined hands as Garnet calmly wishes him a good evening. A thought begins to form in his mind. Garnet explains that Marin has told her everything. Marin then confirms his suspicion with a bright smile, thanking him for lending her sister money. "Yep, just as I thought," she exclaims. The connection clicks into place. Marin, the aspiring adventurer from the train, is none other than Garnet's little sister. She explains to Jade that, if she remembers correctly, her sister always talks about him when she comes home, calling him a super hard worker. The information leaves Jade completely stunned. He processes this, a blush creeping onto his face as a thought forms. If that's true, does Garnet also refer to him with the familiar honorific Jade-kun? The realization hits him with full force. Garnet had complimented him, calling him a super hard worker. He clenches his fists in pure joy, overwhelmed with happiness. Marin then mentions that it might take her a long time to repay him, offering to do so in her sister's stead. He quickly dismisses the idea, telling her there's no need to rush repayment since people should help each other. Garnet adds that it's no problem, simply proper neighborly etiquette, though she admits that Jade has helped her far more. Flustered by her gratitude, Jade blurts out that it's because they are friends. Garnet looks back at him, her expression unreadable. Her expression softens, a faint blush dusting her cheeks as his words register. The quiet moment is broken by Marin's excited cheer, celebrating that Garnet acknowledged their friendship. As Garnet confirms it, Marin excitedly asks if her big sister is truly friends with Jade Cohen. Seizing the opportunity, Jade suggests they all go grab something to eat together. He internally notes that this is the first time he has asked her out so directly, hoping an acceptance would make future invitations easier. However, Garnet gently declines, explaining that she and Marin have just eaten. Jade accepts this, understanding, and suggests they do it another time. She agrees with a gentle smile, promising they can share a meal another day. Marin beams beside her. Jade readily accepts, wishing them well as they prepare to head home. The very next morning, he was roused by a persistent knocking at his door. He stirred, still groggy from sleep, and wondered who could possibly be visiting so early. He made his way to the entrance and opened the door, immediately squinting as a brilliant light flooded his vision. As his eyes adjusted, he was stunned to find Garnet standing on his doorstep. He stammered out a flustered "good morning," his shock playing on his face. He couldn't believe she was actually visiting his house. He noticed her appearance was different from usual, and, to ensure he wasn't dreaming, pinched his own cheek. The sharp sting confirmed it was all too real. His mind raced, finally pinpointing the difference. She was wearing a skirt, and the realization struck him. She looked utterly adorable. While he was lost in his internal admiration, she offered a gentle "good morning," standing there in an elegant, shimmering dress. He tried to compose himself, his thoughts running wild. He knew he had to etch this image into his memory. Garnet usually wore pants when dressed casually, so seeing her in a skirt had a profound impact. At the same time, he knew it would be rude to stare. An intense internal battle raged. He desperately wanted to keep looking, but his better judgment told him he couldn't. His struggle was cut short when Garnet's voice broke through his thoughts, calmly pointing out that his eyes were wandering. Flustered, he quickly apologized, blaming the brightness and awkwardly remarking on her casual clothes. She explains that she goes to work in casual clothes, only changing into her uniform once she arrives at the guild. Jade absorbs this new piece of information, a small realization dawning on him that he learns something new about her every day. Her expression turns serious as she adds that before she leaves for work, she has something to discuss with him. Jade's mind ignites with possibilities, wondering what she could possibly want to talk about. He internally declares that he would wait years for this moment and eagerly asks what it is, hoping it's good news. With a steady gaze, she poses a simple question. Will he be going to the guild today? Still caught up in his excitement, Jade readily confirms that is his plan. Garnet simply acknowledges his answer with a quiet, I see. She then apologizes for waking him up, stating that was all she needed to talk to him about. The abrupt conclusion leaves Jade completely stunned, his eyes wide with disbelief. He quickly calls out for her to wait, his mind reeling. As she turns back, she tells him that if he has a request for her, she'd be happy to hear it. But Jade is still stuck on her question, realizing that was the entire purpose of her visit. He processes the situation. Garnet knows he visits the guild every day, yet she came all this way just to confirm it. He concludes there must be more to it, a personal favor. Stepping forward, he reminds her that they are friends and insists she rely on him, offering his help without hesitation. Garnet finally reveals her true purpose. She has a favor to ask, and it concerns Marin. The revelation catches Jade completely off guard, leaving him to wonder why Garnet would ask him for a personal favor about Marin. Standing before Jade, Garnet hesitates for a moment before speaking. She explains that if he is willing to do her a favor, she has a request. She wonders if he could watch over Marin during the day. She continues, her expression earnest, asking if it would be a bother. She adds that if it's him, she knows she can leave Marin in good hands. He is taken aback by her words. The depth of her trust in him to watch over Marin registers with a jolt, his eyes widening in stunned realization. Shaking off his surprise, Jade enthusiastically accepts the task, declaring he was already on his way to report his previous quest anyway. He feels a surge of pride, as if 10 years of hard work are finally being recognized. Garnet thanks him, mentioning that Marin is still asleep at home and that he can wake her to share the news. His gaze lingers on her, and Garnet notices. She asks why he keeps glancing at her, wondering aloud if she looks strange in a skirt. The direct question catches Jade completely off guard, and he flusters, realizing he had been staring. He quickly denies it, stammering that that's not at all. He clarifies that while her usual style is good, he was just thinking that the skirt suits her exceptionally well. Hearing his compliment, Garnet admits it makes her happy. She then confides in him, explaining that she doesn't feel entirely calm wearing a skirt, but this one was a gift from Marin. A fond image of a smiling Marin appears as Garnet continues. She tells Jade that Marin really loves him, and that she loves her sister dearly in return, as Marin is her one and only sibling. His expression shifts to one of solemn understanding. He addresses Garnet, noting the profound sadness he saw on her face as she spoke. He states his realization plainly. She doesn't truly want Marin to become an adventurer. Garnet looks away, her silence a confirmation, her only wish for her sister to be happy. Against a backdrop of stars, Garnet stands with the image of her younger sister. A somber truth hangs in the air. If Marin becomes an adventurer, danger will always be around the corner. With a look of solemn trust, she formally leaves her sister in Jade's care for the day. He accepts readily, his expression determined as he promises to look after the young girl. As he watches her go, he reflects on the delicate balance he must maintain. He wants to respect both Marin's dream of becoming an adventurer and Garnet's protective feelings. As a fellow adventurer, he feels he cannot let Marin abandon her dream and resolves to support her, starting by ensuring she can adventure in peace. A few hours later, Marin arrives, greeting Jade with a bright, cheerful smile. Dressed for her day out with her hair in twin tails, she formally announces that she will be in his care. He greets her in return, joined by Dorami. Jade explains their plan for the day. After a quick stop at the guild, he will show them around the capital. Dorami confirms her participation with a simple affirmation. The prospect of a tour around the capital fills Marin with visible excitement. Their day unfolds with a series of light-hearted moments as the trio explores the city together. As they walk, Marin looks at Dorami with pure admiration, exclaiming how amazing she is for being able to face monsters head-on without a crest. She declares that she wants to be just like her someday. Jade interrupts, telling them it's time to go, prompting a curious Marin to ask their destination. In response, he leads them to the front of an elegant boutique. Marin's eyes widen in wonder as she takes in the sight. Stepping inside, she is immediately struck by the sheer size of the shop. Seeing her reaction, Jade smiles, pleased that she seems to like his choice. He suggests that perhaps Dorami could dress up, noting that while he could afford an outfit, finding one in her size might be difficult. As he muses that Marin didn't need to worry about money, she suddenly presents an open wallet overflowing with cash, declaring that she wants the same clothes as him and asking if 10,000 Yoel is enough. She decides that they should look for clothes she would wear, a suggestion Dorami enthusiastically supports, stating she is counting on her. As they browse, Marin is captivated by the options, finding the experience almost magical. She points out a white robe, a cute white skirt, and a fresh-looking white one-piece dress, her excitement growing with each discovery. Dorami observes her friend's clear preference, noting that Marin must really like the color white, as even the clothes she's currently wearing are white. Overwhelmed by the choices, Marin frets that they're all so good she can't possibly decide. A sudden realization strikes Marin. She hadn't considered it before, but now she sees the pattern. Dorami, with a spark of insight, clasps her hands together and exclaims that great minds think alike. To move on from the clothing indecision, Dorami suggests they look for something different like shoes, handbags, or jewelry. Marin agrees enthusiastically, imagining she could put pretty rocks in a new handbag. A few minutes later, the two girls emerge, triumphantly holding a newly purchased item. They cheer in unison, celebrating their successful shopping trip. Outside, they run into Jade, who comments that they certainly picked out some cute things. Dorami then offers Marin a rock, which she promises to put inside her new purchase soon. Marin asks if she can really have it, and Dorami confirms, calling it a proof of their friendship. Touched by the gesture, Marin thanks Dorami for the rock. In return, Dorami offers Marin a hairpin, also calling it a proof of their friendship. Overjoyed, Marin accepts the gift, declaring she'll put it on right away. She quickly fastens the hairpin, styling her hair into two prominent twin tails, and announces that she is done. Startled by the change, Marin looks up as Jade and Dorami both praise her new appearance. Dorami exclaims that she looks good with it, and Jade agrees, adding that she looks cute. She giggles, flattered by her friend's praise. Behind her, Jade and Dorami look on as they continue their walk through the town. Their path leads them to an armory. Inside, Marin tries on a full suit of plate mail, finding it uncomfortably cramped. Jade suggests they find and purchase some proper equipment for her instead. As they browse the shop's wares, Jade notes that finding the right gear can be difficult. He spots a particular item, pointing out that it might be much easier for her to carry. He specifies that the item is a shield that also appears to house a small dagger. Marin agrees it would be a good fit and decides she'll take it, suggesting they ask the shop clerk for it. Dorami holds the chosen shield, remarking on how surprisingly light it is. Jade explains that it's crafted from mithril, the strongest and lightest metal in the world, but notes that its market value is quite high. He reassures them, however, telling them to leave the payment to him. Impressed by his reliability, Dorami hands Jade a pouch of money to cover the cost. He accepts it, mentioning that since he's a regular customer, he might be able to secure a discount. He then tells Marin and Dorami to go decide what they want for lunch, leaving the transaction to him. As they depart, he quietly hopes there will be enough money left over for his own meal. With a mithril shield in hand, he approaches the shopkeeper at the counter. The man greets him by name as Jade asks for the price of the shield. The shopkeeper's expression becomes apologetic. He begins to explain the price, noting with regret that the value of mithril has significantly increased over the past couple of years. In response, Jade confidently presents a large pouch of coins, stating that 5 million GOL should be more than enough to cover the cost. The shopkeeper looks on, stunned, as Jade hands over the payment. Marin stared in disbelief, her voice filled with shock as she confirmed he had bought the shield. She questioned if it truly cost only 5,000 GOL, and if they really had 2,000 GOL left over. He responded with a cheerful okay, eager to see her try it on. Dorami added that it was a miracle the price was so low and that they were lucky to have visited the shop when they did. She equipped the gleaming shield, which settled perfectly onto her arm. Jade proudly noted that the shield he chose was a perfect fit and asked for her opinion. Her face lit up with pure joy. With newfound confidence, she declared that with this shield, she would undoubtedly become a great adventurer. As Marin and Dorami walked on, now holding hands, Dorami's thoughts turned to the large meat lunch she was looking forward to eating. Watching the two girls, a wistful thought crossed Jade's mind. One day, he hoped to hold Garnet's hand in the same way. As he daydreamed, a small, winged creature seemed to pat his head reassuringly. That evening, the group returned home. Garnet was there to greet them, asking if they had enjoyed their day, as they all announced their return. Marin eagerly recounted their adventures, explaining that Jade had taken her all over and that she and Dorami had even bought matching bags. Watching the excited girls, Garnet thought to herself how adorable they were. Garnet's attention was then drawn to the new equipment. She asked if they had also purchased the shield, and Marin proudly confirmed that they had bought it at the armory, revealing that it was made of mithril. When Jade mentioned he bought it for 5,000 GOL, and Dorami added that the prices were miraculously low, Garnet's expression shifted. The price, which seemed reasonable to the others, struck her as expensive, causing a flicker of concern to cross her face. She looks upon the happy group, a gentle smile on her face as she observes Jade with the two young girls. With a soft voice, she remarks how lucky they are. Before Jade can offer to treat her to dinner as thanks, she interjects, insisting that she will pay for the meal instead. Surprised, he asks if she means for them to eat together, realizing internally that her reaction implies she knows the true cost of mithril. Dorami, however, cheerfully announces their plans for the following day. She explains that Marin will be helping out at her house, after which they will clean up, and then play together. Hearing this, Garnet addresses Jade at the doorway. She tells him that if he's worried about leaving Marin with her, then it's fine, and there's no need for him to pay her back with a meal. Her expression softens as she clarifies that she isn't worried in the slightest. She trusts him with all her heart. He is taken aback by her complete faith in him, realizing that he will be leaving Marin in her care tomorrow as well. Dorami enthusiastically volunteers to take care of Marin. Jade, shifting into a protective mindset, declares he will protect Marin at all costs, though he wonders aloud if cleaning could even be dangerous. Dorami reassures them both that with everyone together, there's nothing to worry about. The next day, Marin arrives equipped with a broom and her new shield, announcing she's ready to clean. Jade welcomes her, but questions the shield. Dorami remarks that Garnet would have said the same thing. Jade explains Garnet already left for work after waking him, though he fell back asleep. Dorami then rallies them to make the entire house sparkle. The two girls set to work with vigor. Dorami puts all her effort into sweeping with a large broom, while Marin, with her shield strapped to her back, diligently wipes down a surface. With the house now spotless, Dorami announces that they are finished. As a reward for their hard work, Jade offers to buy them any treats they desire. Dorami immediately cheers, exclaiming that she wants lollipops. As he continued cleaning with the girls, Dorami suddenly called out, holding up a letter she had found. It was sealed with an official-looking crest. He took the letter from her, and as Marin asked who sent it, he identified it as being from a king. He admitted he had forgotten about it, thanking her for finding where it had been wedged between some books. The revelation left Marin and Dorami stunned, both exclaiming in amazement that he knew the king. Garnet, however, remained calm. As Dorami chided her for being rude, Garnet internally recalled the king, thinking to herself that it wasn't such a big deal, as he's a fairly normal person. Garnet then asked about the letter's contents. He explained it was an invitation to a ball, which prompted a shocked outburst from Dorami, who couldn't believe the king had personally invited him. The mention of a royal ball immediately sparked the girls' interest in a different direction, as they excitedly asked if there would be tasty food. He explained that the event is held every year for the king's birthday, but only adventurers ranked 8 or higher receive an invitation. Hearing this, they both eagerly asked why he doesn't attend. He seemed a bit flustered, admitting that he doesn't go to the event, so he wouldn't know if there was good food or not. He then elaborated on his reasoning. While he meant no disrespect to the king, his duties as an adventurer and his quests must come first. But even beyond that, he confessed that the time he gets to spend with Garnet is simply that much more valuable to him. His thoughts drifted to the elegant ballroom. Since the event requires bringing a partner, he mused internally that it would be nice if he could take her there one day. As if hearing his unspoken wish, Marin suddenly spoke up, asking why he doesn't just take her sister. The suggestion caught him completely off guard, and he wondered in a panic if she could somehow read his mind. She clarified her simple reasoning with a smile, stating that it's because the two of them seem to get along so well. Her innocent observation left him momentarily speechless. He stands momentarily stunned by the suggestion, prompting Marin to chirp that he and Garnet are friends, after all. The thought seems to be a revelation to Jade, who quietly questions if that's truly what they are. As Marin confirms her statement, Jade reflects on his past interactions with Garnet. He realizes that until this moment, he had given up on the idea of being anything more than acquaintances, since their relationship had always been strictly professional. But now, a new possibility blossoms in his mind. He pictures himself with Garnet, thinking that if they're truly friends, maybe she will accept his invitation to the ball. His hopeful thought lingers on a mental image of Garnet, her expression gentle and welcoming. The vision galvanizes him. With a determined glint in his eye, he resolves that he must be courageous this time. His resolve solidifies into a solemn vow. He declares to himself that his new quest, a hero's once-in-a-lifetime determination, is to invite Garnet to the ball. With the royal castle looming in the background, Jade clenches his fists, his mind made up. He declares that he will invite Garnet to the ball. Dorami cautions him against jinxing it, but offers to be his partner if he gets turned down. The possibility of rejection lingers in Jade's mind, and he resolves that he should practice inviting her, just to be safe. Marin agrees that practicing is a good idea. She then observes that the cleaning is all done, but now she and Dorami are dirty. She suggests that they both go take a bath before playing. Hearing their plans, Jade has a realization. Garnet shouldn't be home right now. This means he could probably get some practice in right in front of her house. He feels a sense of urgency, knowing he doesn't have much time left to ask her before the party. After thanking the girls for letting him use their bath, he tells them to have fun and heads out. He decides that while Dorami and Marin are occupied, he will go practice inviting Garnet to the ball. He soon arrives at the wooden door of her home. Standing before the door, his heart begins to pound. He's flushed and trembling, finding the situation incredibly nerve-wracking, even though it's only a rehearsal. He takes a breath, deciding to pretend she's right there. He visualizes taking his time and calming himself down, imagining a smart, smooth approach where he takes her hand. He feels certain that if he does it this way, she will accept. His first attempt, a simple "would you like to go to a dance?" feels like it's lacking impact. He tries again, adding a pleasantry. "Hey there, pretty nice weather. Would you like to go to dance?" But immediately dismisses it, realizing he doesn't need to mention the weather. He then tries a more enthusiastic approach, suggesting they celebrate the king's birthday with a dance at his castle. However, he quickly realizes a flaw in his logic. If it's just a birthday celebration, there's no special point to the dance itself. Defeated, Jade slumps against the door. He can't do it. It's too hard. Despite his frustration, a single, powerful thought remains. He truly wants to be able to dance with her. Unbeknownst to him, Garnet is nearby. She stops, having overheard his last, heartfelt words. Wait a minute, she thinks to herself, processing his desire to dance with her. Standing before the door, Jade clears his throat, deciding he must simply express his feelings to her directly. Taking a deep breath, he shouts the words he has been rehearsing. Garnet-san, please come with me to the ball. His declaration is met by the calm voice of Garnet herself, who has appeared right beside him. What are you doing there? She asks, causing him to cry out in sheer mortification. He stares, utterly flustered, stammering her name as she looks back at him with a serene, unreadable expression. Stammering, Jade asks why she is here and not at work. Garnet explains that she was on a break and had come to check on Marin. His mind races with panic. She saw him talking to himself right in front of her door. He desperately wonders if she heard his shouted invitation, recalling that the children were taking a bath after getting dirty, which explains her presence. Convinced she must think he is some kind of weirdo, he decides to test the waters. So, a quick question, he begins nervously. How would you describe me? After a moment's thought, she answers plainly, I think you're a very kind person. She then adds that she also considers him to be a very serious individual, leaving Jade taken aback by her assessment. He is inwardly ecstatic, relieved that she praised him. Garnet continues, noting he is good with children and a hard worker, before asking directly, by the way, were you trying to invite me to the ball? The question renders Jade speechless, as his mind spirals, frantically wondering what to do now that his practice has become the real thing. Garnet confirms his worst fear. I heard you, she states calmly, loud and clear. She calmly confirms that she did indeed hear him, but misinterprets his flustered state as a sign that he's too busy. She offers to go with him, if he's okay with it, but Jade, still reeling, misreads this as a polite refusal. Seeing his confusion, she clarifies her intentions directly and with a gentle smile. She would love to go to the ball with him. The confirmation sends Jade into a state of disbelief. He stammers, asking if she's truly sure, questioning if she's really okay with dancing with him at a dance party. His disbelief shatters, replaced by pure, unadulterated joy. He throws his hands up, shouting in celebration. Garnet, amused, points out that he's getting a little too excited. Trying to regain his composure, Jade quickly backpedals, claiming he just loves to dance. He promises to do his best so he won't step on her toes. She smiles warmly, and he enthusiastically adds that he'll practice until the ball. They bid each other farewell for now. As they part ways, Jade waves goodbye, a wide grin still on his face, while Garnet watches him go with a gentle, knowing smile. Her expression is one of quiet contentment, her eyes sparkling with a soft light. She clasps her hands together, the simple elegance of her guild uniform highlighted by the gentle light. Meanwhile, back in his room, Jade is overcome with happiness. He dances around, humming to himself, scarcely believing that he is actually going to the ball with Garnet. His celebration is interrupted by Darami and Marin. Darami notes that Garnet was on break, which is why she was there, while Marin congratulates him on successfully inviting her. Filled with renewed determination, Jade clenches his fist, declaring that first, he must practice his dancing to ensure he can sweep Garnet off her feet. His determination then shifts to a new panic. He realizes he has to decide what to wear. An image of an overly ornate, sparkling suit flashes through his mind, but Darami and Marin immediately deem it too bright and sparkly. He comes to a sudden realization. He can't allow Garnet to be blinded by something so garish. He continues to fret over his attire, trying on a dark, formal-looking outfit. He worries that it's too black and that Garnet might not be able to see him when they go home together. Deciding against it, he declares he'll go change again. He returns wearing a lighter, more elegant suit with a vest and cravat, asking Darami and Marin for their opinion. They enthusiastically approve, telling him it looks great and isn't too plain. They add that it seems easier to dance in. With their input, Jade feels confident, his clothing choice now settled. With the party just 5 days away, preparations begin. Jade dedicates himself to practicing his dancing, filled with the determination to capture Garnet's heart, as Darami and Marin cheer him on. The days pass under the light of a crescent moon. Time moves forward to the day of the party. Before the evening's events, Jade accompanies Marin through the city streets. She turns to him with a worried expression, apologizing for taking up his time on her very first quest when he is so busy. He quickly reassures her not to worry about it. He explains that the party is at night, and more importantly, that Garnet herself had asked him to keep an eye on her. He adds that this will be their last day together, as they will have to say goodbye to Marin soon. Hearing his considerate words, Marin's face softens into a warm, blushing smile as she thanks him very much. With her first quest successfully completed, Marin departs from the capital city. She walks away alone, heading back to her parents' house, having achieved her long-held goal of being issued her first quest from the Capital Guild. Watching her leave, Jade smiles to himself. He feels a touch of sadness at her departure, but is also proud to have witnessed her development firsthand. Back at home, Marin excitedly tells Dorami that even though Jade and Garnet will be at the castle, they should have their own party to celebrate her becoming an adventurer. Before they go their separate ways for the evening, Jade wishes Marin good luck. She beams, thanks him, and promises to do her best. She declared their destination with excitement, the guild registration office. As they approached, she clutched her small shield, admitting to a bit of nervousness at the sight of so many other adventurers, but remained resolved to see it through. Inside, the registration process began in stages. First, she paid the 1,000 GOL fee to a receptionist. Next, with a look of intense concentration, she began filling out the required paperwork, muttering about how nervous she was while the receptionist encouraged her to take her time. With the paperwork complete, the final step was to determine her flower crest type. She held out her hand, fervently hoping to become an enhancer. As a brilliant light flared, a crystalline flower materialized above her palm. Just then, Jade and Dorami arrived, calling out to her and asking what kind of crest she had received. She turned to them, her face beaming with joy, and proudly presented her new enhancer crest. She exclaimed her congratulations and thanks, thrilled that she was finally the same type of adventurer as Jade. For her, this was the true beginning of her own tale as an adventurer. And so, her first official quest began, slime subjugation. In a nearby field, a lone, gelatinous creature quivered on a dirt path. Watching from a short distance, Dorami remarked that the slime looked tasty, like jello. The creature began to hop away, and Marin cried out in alarm that it was escaping. Jade called out, encouraging her to do her best. Bolstered, she planted her feet firmly, brandishing her shield and dagger. She shouted at the slime to face her head-on, declaring that running away was for chickens and that she wouldn't let it escape. She lunged, bringing her dagger down on the creature, but it bounced harmlessly off the slime's gelatinous body. She cried out in surprise. From the sidelines, Jade yelled for her not to give up. She realized that even with her strength enhanced, her dagger was having no effect on the tough opponent. Realizing that slashing attacks were ineffective, she decided to try a different approach. With renewed determination, she drew her arm back, preparing to put all her might into a powerful thrust. Her final thrust connects. The slime dissolves completely, leaving behind a single, gleaming magic stone on the ground. From the sidelines, her companions celebrate her victory. She picks up the stone, her face alight with joy. Wow, she exclaims, realizing with a thrill that her very first quest was a success. In the background, Jade and Dorami watch her, sharing in her happiness. Later, while getting ready for a party, Jade adjusts his formal suit. A bead of sweat forms on his temple as he nervously inspects his reflection, wondering aloud if he looks okay or if his attire seems strange. His companions are quick to reassure him, telling him he looks cool and that the suit fits him very well. Visibly relieved by their compliments, Jade thanks them. He still seems anxious, however, admitting that he's nervous because it's his first ball at the castle grounds. More importantly, he adds, his dance partner is Garnet. As he trails off, Dorami asks if his One-chan will be arriving soon. But Jade is already lost in a daydream, his heart pounding at the thought of dancing with Garnet at the castle in just a few hours. He explains that Garnet still has to finish her shift. Since the guild closes at sundown, she should be arriving soon after that, meaning they just have to wait a little longer. While they wait, Jade sits anxiously, wondering what Garnet will be wearing. Just then, a knock sounds at the door. Dorami thinks it might be her, but Jade remarks that it seems a bit too early. He rises from the couch and heads for the entrance, calling out, "I'll be right there," as his hand closes around the doorknob. He swings the door open, and the sight before him leaves him utterly speechless. It is Garnet, her hair elegantly styled and wearing a beautiful gown for the ball. His gaze lingered on the details of her transformation. A delicate flower was woven into her braided hair, and a fine necklace with a dark gemstone rested just above the sparkling fabric of her white gown. His eyes traced the elegant lines of the dress before drifting up to her face, where a faint blush colored her cheeks. She stood before him in her full splendor, a gentle smile on her lips as she softly asked, "Did I keep you waiting for too long?" Jade's face flushed, his mind racing with a single, overwhelming thought. He would be dancing with someone this beautiful tonight. The moment felt almost like a dream as they stood together. This was sure to be a magical night once the sun went down. Outside a grand building, Jade stands ready in a formal suit, waiting as Garnet emerges, clad in a simple yet elegant white dress. He gazes at her, lost in thought. To him, the chance to dance with Garnet tonight feels like a dream, and she stands before him, radiant. From a distance, their young friends watch in awe. Dorami exclaims that she looks incredible, while the twin-tail girl agrees, calling her super cute. His mind races, flustered. It's almost as if she's a bride about to get married. An image of her in a full wedding gown flashes in his head as the girls agree she is drop-dead gorgeous in the pure white dress. Breaking the silence, Garnet looks at him with a hint of uncertainty and asks for his opinion on her appearance, addressing him as Jaden. The name sends a jolt through him. He realizes with a start that this is the first time she has ever called him by that name, and it came completely out of nowhere. Overcoming his shock, a broad, earnest smile spreads across his face. He tells her, his voice full of admiration, that she looks absolutely stunning. A gentle smile of relief touches Garnet's lips. She tells him his words are a relief, and adds that he looks quite charming as well. The onlookers murmur that while she always looks great, her smile elevates her to another level of beauty. With the pleasantries exchanged, Garnet suggests they head off. She notes that it's a bit early, so they should spend some time somewhere else first, proposing a visit to the fountain at the plaza, a spot she is very fond of. Jade's response is immediate and enthusiastic. He readily agrees, declaring that he will escort her there. He and Garnet walk away through a sun-dappled park, their backs to a pair of younger girls waving them off. Dorami and another adventurer with twin tails wish them well, telling them to take their time and have fun. Elsewhere, the scene shifts to a celebration. The adventurer with twin tails sits across from Marin, the hooded girl, at a table laden with food. Marin expresses her gratitude, saying it's all thanks to her friend watching over her. They raise their glasses in a toast as the twin-tail adventurer enthusiastically congratulates Marin on successfully completing her first quest. Marin smiles, relieved that the quest went off without a hitch. She adds that she's glad she managed to clear it before sunset, certain that her one-chan and Jade would have stepped in to stop her if it had gotten too late. Her friend's expression turns a bit more somber. She calls out to Marin, curiously addressing her as Dorami-chan, before offering heartfelt congratulations. She then adds that they might be going their separate ways the next day. Attempting to lighten the mood, the twin-tail adventurer declares they should have nothing but fun for the rest of the day, proposing they drink milk until they drop. Marin lets out a satisfied sigh after taking a large gulp from her mug. As they enjoy their drinks, Marin remarks that the lollipop she bought herself as a reward tastes great. Her friend agrees, noting that milk just has a peculiar, wonderful taste after a long day of adventuring. The thought of her reward money inspires Marin. She declares that she wants to use her earnings to buy something special for one-chan. The twin-tail adventurer thinks Garnet would be very happy about that, but then asks Marin if she actually has enough money left. Marin's hopeful expression crumbles. She looks down, admitting that she spent most of her money on candy and doesn't have enough for a gift. Dejectedly, she concludes that she should just give up. Seeing her friend's disappointment, the twin-tail adventurer looks at her with concern, softly calling out her name. An idea suddenly strikes her. She leans forward, catching Marin's attention, and proposes a solution. What if she takes on another quest right now? Elsewhere, Jade and Garnet walked along an elegant stone terrace, having arrived at a formal event. He was dressed in a sharp suit, while she wore a beautiful, flowing gown. To him, the moment felt entirely unreal. Standing so close to Garnet, he could hardly believe his good fortune. She turned to him, asking if he enjoyed dancing. Jade, slightly flustered, wondered if the guild had closed early, but Garnet explained that while it was still open, she had clocked out ahead of time. She hadn't wanted to keep him waiting, admitting she was also looking forward to it. She added that seeing him have so much fun made her look forward to it as well. A deep blush crept up Jade's neck as he confessed to being a terrible dancer, warning her not to expect too much. Garnet simply replied that his skill wasn't the point. Finding his resolve, he promised that regardless of their dancing skills, he would ensure she had a wonderful time. Garnet's expression softened as she admitted she wasn't the best dancer either and told him not to worry. With a grateful smile, she assured him she wouldn't regret coming. The realization hit Jade. She was genuinely looking forward to this. A hopeful thought sparked within him. If tonight went well, perhaps he could invite her again next year. With a new objective in mind, he announced their arrival, leading her toward a secluded bench. He explained that these were special seats, offering the very best view of the fountain just ahead. As they approached, the grand fountain came into full view. Garnet gazed at the cascading water, remarking on the lovely sight and the beautiful reflection of the setting sun shimmering on its surface. He watched her for a moment, captivated by her expression, before gently asking if she would like to sit. As she turned her head, the light catching her features, a thought consumed him. The view of the fountain was indeed gorgeous, but in his eyes, Garnet's beauty was truly second to none. They sat together on the bench. After a moment, Garnet turned to him, expressing her gratitude for his help with Marin. Flustered, Jade stammered that he hadn't done much. He desperately wanted to keep looking at her, feeling he could do so forever, but held back, worried she would find it strange. Her voice drew him from his thoughts. Garnet admitted that with him there for Marin, all she had done was watch from afar, believing there was nothing to worry about. Her words sparked a realization in him. He understood she was worried about Marin taking on quests alone and began to wonder if this meant she was against the idea entirely. Sitting beside her on the bench, with the fountain burbling before them, he voiced his suspicion aloud, asking if she was against Marin becoming an adventurer. In response, Garnet's expression grew somber. She confessed her worry, explaining that she feared Marin might end up just like their father. The revelation surprised him. He asked if her father had been an adventurer, and she confirmed it, adding that he lived for his quests and was rarely home. She elaborated on the painful memory, explaining that the last time they saw him was 12 years prior. His current whereabouts were a mystery, and Marin hadn't even been born when he vanished. He absorbed the weight of her words. 12 years. He now understood the depth of her anxiety. While it was possible her father was simply lost in his adventures, Jade realized there was a high probability he had perished. Garnet, however, held on to hope, wishing to see him again. This wish, she revealed, was the very reason she had taken a job at the Adventurers Guild. Jade saw the logic. As a staff member, she could gather more information. He asked if she had learned anything, but she sadly confirmed she had not. Seeing an opportunity to help, he asked for her father's name. She gave him the name, Onyx. The name seemed to strike a chord with Jade, who repeated it with a look of dawning recognition. Sensing his reaction, her hope was rekindled. She leaned forward slightly and hesitantly asked for a specific detail. If this Onyx he might know had a scar on the right side of his cheek. Her question hung in the air, her expression a mix of hope and disbelief. Jade confirmed her unspoken query about the scar, explaining that Onyx had received the injury while protecting Jade's own mother from a monster. He then clarified that he had met the adventurer when he was just a child. Jade's memory drifted back 12 years to his hometown. An image of the man, Onyx, formed in his mind, a rugged adventurer with a distinct scar on his right cheek and a 7-petaled flower crest, a mark of his rank, on the back of his hand. He was the very first adventurer Jade had ever encountered. He continued his story, recalling how Onyx had stopped in his hometown during his travels. The adventurer had captivated him, sharing countless tales of his journeys and heroic deeds. As she listened, Garnet's eyes welled with emotion. It was those very stories, Jade explained, that ignited his own dream of becoming an adventurer. The memory became more vivid, transporting him back to that day. A much younger Jade, only 10 years old, had looked up at the seasoned adventurer with wide, admiring eyes. Onyx had chuckled, calling him a bold lad. Filled with awe, the boy had declared his immediate desire to become an adventurer, just like him. He had excitedly laid out his plan. Once he turned 12, he would become an adventurer, travel the world, and fight monsters. Onyx listened patiently, advising the eager boy that he only needed to wait 2 more years to begin his journey. The boy's ambition soared even higher, as he declared he would then become a hero. Onyx let out a hearty laugh, impressed by the scale of his goal. It was then that the adventurer formally introduced himself as Onyx and asked for the boy's name in return, to which he replied, "I'm Jade." Returning to the present, Jade looked at Garnet earnestly. He confessed that he owed Onyx a great deal, admitting that he likely never would have become an adventurer without that fateful encounter. Garnet listened, her expression soft and understanding. His voice filled with conviction as he acknowledged that he owed his entire path in life to Onyx. A deep desire to meet the man again, to offer his heartfelt thanks, burned within him. The thought solidified into a new resolve. He had to find him. Hearing his declaration, Garnet offered a comforting perspective. She suggested that her father was likely just in a different country, reminding Jade that the world is vast and their location is at the very edge of the continent. She reassured him that it wasn't unusual to lose contact with someone traveling so far, sparking a flicker of hope in Jade's eyes. He sits beside Garnet on the bench, feeling like a burden, and earnestly offers to help her. He vows to gather information about Onyx during his adventures, even if it means traveling to different countries. Visibly moved, Garnet explains that this is simply her way of repaying him for accepting her invitation to the ball. Jade insists that it's no trouble, as he also wants to meet Onyx. She responds with a gentle laugh, her eyes closing in a warm smile. As thanks, she promises to dance her very best for him that night. A nearby clock tower shows that it is almost time for the ball. Jade stands, suggesting they head to the castle, and declares with a bright smile that they should make it a night to remember. Garnet rises to join him. As she stands, however, he notices something on the back of her gown. He asks if something sticky from the bench got on her dress, his expression shifting to one of concern. He asks if something is wrong, then realizes with regret that he should have been the one sitting on that part of the bench. He apologizes, admitting he didn't notice it was dirty. Garnet assures him it isn't his fault. Still, she worries, noting that while the king is lenient, it would be quite rude to present herself before him with a stain on her dress. Panicked by her distress, Jade blurts out an offer without thinking. He suggests she get changed, revealing that he has many dresses at his place. When Garnet asks about the dresses, he explains with some embarrassment that he bought them for when Dorami gets older, so she shouldn't feel bad about using one. Seeing his sincerity, Garnet accepts his offer. As they walk away together, Garnet reflects internally that Jade likely didn't think through the implications of a spontaneous, kind-hearted offer. She stood beside Rule, surveying the room. A meal, clearly prepared for 2, sat untouched on the table, the room otherwise quiet and empty. He suggested they might be in another room and offered to look around the house. As he did, a bad feeling began to creep into Jade's mind. He voiced his growing unease, wondering aloud where the 2 could possibly be. Garnet, standing beside him, looked on with equal concern. Moments later, Rule returned from his search, confirming that he had looked around but couldn't find them anywhere in the house. Jade pondered the mystery, trying to figure out where they could have gone. Suddenly, a dreadful possibility struck him. An image of Dorami and her friend, the blonde adventurer, flashed through his mind, the 2 of them running through the night, determined. He couldn't believe they would have gone to the guild. He reasoned that was the only logical place, recalling how dangerous quests at night can be. With a surge of urgency, he declared that he had to stop them. Garnet, ready at his side, agreed. Though they still had some time before the party, their priority was clear. As the festivities began across the city, Jade and Garnet raced towards the guild. On a cobblestone street under the night sky, Jade confirms his fear. They're not in town either. It seems so. Nearby, Rule, also dressed in formal attire, runs towards a building, calling out the names of the missing girls. Marin, Dorami. He explains their findings to Jade and Garnet. Just before they were to leave for the party, they had returned home to find both Dorami and Marin gone. Marin's shield was also missing from the house, leading Rule to a grim conclusion. There was a huge possibility the two had gone out on a quest. His investigation leads him to the Adventurers Guild. As quests taken at night are known to be particularly dangerous, they had to check with the staff. He hurries inside, calling out, "Excuse me." A guild receptionist spots Jade, who has just arrived behind Rule with Garnet. "Oh my, what can I do for you, Jade?" she asks. Rule quickly interjects, asking if two girls, one with white hair and the other with blue, had passed by. The receptionist confirms they had, noting they were very excited about taking on a slime quest. The confirmation washes over Jade and Garnet, their expressions turning to ones of deep concern. "So they did come here?" Jade murmurs, the reality of the situation setting in. He turns to Garnet, his voice tight with worry. He wonders aloud why they would need to take on a quest when they were supposed to be having a party. But he quickly shakes his head, dismissing the thought. No, the reason right now doesn't matter. His expression hardens with resolve. "I'll go and bring back those two," he declares to Garnet. "Please head home and wait for us there." Garnet quietly asks about the party. Her mind flashes back to her own anticipation and the excited faces of Dorami and Marin. She knew they could still make it to the party, but she also understood that more important things were now at stake. Hearing her question, Jade turns away slightly, his voice softening. He admits that it's rude of him to say after inviting her, but he was genuinely looking forward to dancing with her. He then faces her directly, a kind but determined smile on his face. But those two are more important than any party. Garnet gazes at him, her expression softening as she takes in his words, a flicker of admiration in her eyes. She looks down, her expression a mixture of worry and resignation as she entrusts the two girls to Jade. "I'll leave those two in your hands then," she says softly. He meets her gaze with unwavering resolve, his profile illuminated against the night sky. "I'll take care of it," he promises. With that promise made, he turns and races into the darkness of the forest, the name of the girl he must find echoing in his mind, Dorami-chan. Meanwhile, deep within the woods, Dorami explains her reasoning to a nervous Marin. She reveals that Marin is leaving tomorrow, and she wants to create one last good memory with her. Marin, holding a glowing orb for light, questions if they can really beat a slime in the dark, but Dorami reassures her, stating that she'll have Marin's support. She continues, explaining that she wants to use her own money to buy something for Marin, her Wani-chan, and send her off with a big smile, free of regrets. With a resolute expression, she declares her intent to grant Marin's wish. As they move through the tall grass, Dorami tries to bolster her own courage, reminding herself that she and Jade often face more dangerous monsters. She declares that everything will be fine and that she must stay focused. Suddenly, a sound rustles through the grass, startling her mid-thought. The unseen threat lunges, striking Dorami with a sudden impact. Marin cries out her friend's name in alarm as Dorami is knocked aside. Marin shouts a warning to be careful, frantically searching the darkness for the source of the attack. A chorus of squelching sounds rises from the shadows around them. Marin realizes with dread that it's not just one creature. As numerous small, slimy forms become visible, she confirms there are many of them. Dorami cries out in shock, seeing that they are completely surrounded. Overwhelmed by the sheer number of slimes, Dorami's bravado shatters in a panic. "Tactical retreat," she yells, grabbing Marin's hand. "We need to get out of here." She pulls Marin along, trying to escape the swarming monsters. As they flee, Marin asks where they're going. Dorami, disoriented, suggests they first need to get back to where they entered, pointing in a direction she believes is correct. She and Marin continue their desperate flight, pushing deeper into the dark woods. Finding a small, moonlit clearing, they finally stop. Dorami asks if Marin can still hear their pursuers, but Marin confirms that she cannot. The two girls slump, utterly spent from the long chase. Marin suggests they take a break, admitting she's exhausted and they're now lost. Dorami's expression saddens as she worries about the failed quest and the danger she's put her friend in. Settling against the base of a large tree, Marin smiles gently. She thanks Dorami for coming with her and says they'll head back to the capital after they've rested. She then clarifies that, at the end of the day, simply being able to go on an adventure with Dorami was all she truly wanted. Dorami looks at her, taken aback by the heartfelt confession. Her surprise melts into pure joy. Dorami exclaims that she feels the same way, declaring she is so happy she went on a quest with Marin and will remember this day for the rest of her life. Marin's eyes widen, touched by the shared sentiment. Seeing her friend's fatigue, Dorami has an idea. She pulls out a piece of jerky, offering it to Marin to eat. Marin takes a bite, her expression brightening. She confirms that the saltiness is perfect for combating fatigue and praises it as one of an adventurer's essential items. Marin smiles, remarking how dependable Dorami is when it comes to adventuring. Dorami laughs, dismissing the praise, but their moment of peace is shattered by a loud, guttural growl echoing from the darkness nearby. She and Marin look up from their resting spot as the source of the growl reveals itself. A monstrous, hulking bear with large, feathery wings. It stands before them and lets out a deafening roar. The terrifying sight and sound send a wave of pure terror through the two girls, who can only let out piercing screams. As they stare at the creature, Marin stammers in recognition, identifying it as a winged bear. She knows that to defeat such a beast, one would need to be at least a rank 3 adventurer. Her mind races, recalling information from a monster guide. She explains that the creatures are practically blind and deaf, but possess an incredible sense of smell. The realization dawns on her. They must throw away their jerky immediately. With no time to waste, Marin shouts at Dorami to run while she still can. Dorami acknowledges the order, and the two girls turn and sprint away through the dark woods as the winged bear begins its pursuit. While fleeing, Marin spots an opening in the rock face ahead and urges Dorami to head for the cave. Dorami knows they are no match for the monster, and Marin admits her own fear, struggling to see where they are going in the darkness. They arrive at the mouth of the dark cavern. Peering inside, Marin observes that it looks empty and suggests they go in and hide for a bit. Dorami quickly agrees. With the beast still somewhere behind them, they cautiously step into the darkness of the cave, moving slowly as their eyes adjust to the gloom. Once inside, a strange odor fills the air. Marin comments that the funny smell is making her feel sick. Her words hang in the air as their eyes fall upon the source of the smell. A massive, horned skeleton lies on the cave floor, its bones picked clean but still stained with blood. As a footstep crunches nearby, Dorami gasps in shock, calling out Marin's name. Her eyes widened in terror as the realization struck. They were standing amidst the remains of a previous meal, inside what could only be the winged bear's den. Reacting instantly, Marin grabbed her friend's hand, pulling her toward the exit. She insisted they couldn't stay, that they had to get out immediately before the monster came back. But their escape was cut short. A colossal, dark-furred shape with massive wings blotted out the light from the cave's entrance. A wave of despair washed over Marin's face. Her hope vanished as she realized they were trapped. They were too late. She sank to her knees, tears streaming down her face as she choked out that it was all her fault. Dorami, seeing her friend crumble, called out her name in alarm. Dorami immediately refuted the idea, shouting that it wasn't Marin's fault for bringing her on the quest. But Marin was inconsolable, lost in the horrifying thought that her mistake would now lead to Dorami being eaten as well. Her friend's despair sparked a desperate internal conflict in Dorami. She considered fighting in her true form to ensure their escape, but a chilling fear held her back. If Marin saw what she really was, she might be terrified and their friendship would end. Even so, she knew one thing for certain. This was not Marin's fault. She looked at the weeping girl before her, her own eyes filling with tears of resolve. She declared that Marin had done nothing wrong, and that protecting her was more important than anything else. Marin looked up, her expression a mixture of surprise and confusion at the sudden declaration. Dorami met her gaze, tried to reassure her that everything would be all right now. Her expression then shifted into a bright, determined smile. She promised she would protect Marin, urging her not to worry. Marin could only stare, bewildered by her friend's sudden change in demeanor. She tells Marin to keep her head down, warning that things are about to get dangerous. As she begins to remove her clothes, a confused Marin protests, insisting they should fight together. Dorami calmly reassures her, stating that she is doing this so she can protect her and that she can defeat the beast with no problem. As Marin watches, a brilliant light suddenly erupts from Dorami's small frame. All Marin can do is cry out her friend's name in shock as the energy intensifies, filling the cavern. The blinding radiance reflects in Marin's wide, stunned eyes. From within the glow, Dorami's voice, now filled with a calm resolve, reassures her not to worry, beginning to explain that, after all, her voice rings out with absolute confidence, finishing the thought with a stunning declaration. She is a really strong dragon. Marin is left speechless, staring at the source of the overwhelming power. The light subsides, revealing not the small girl, but a magnificent, colossal white dragon. It stands where Dorami had been moments before, its powerful form filling the cavern as a stunned Marin looks on from below. With a deafening roar that shakes the very rock around them, the dragon lunges forward. Its massive claw swipes directly at the terrified winged bear. The dragon's attack connects with explosive force, engulfing the winged bear in a blinding flash of power. The beast lets out a pained groan as it is overwhelmed by the devastating assault. Moments later, the battle is over. The white dragon stands victorious, the immediate threat neutralized. Her first thought is that all that remains is to take Marin back to the capital. But a heavy hesitation follows this thought. She turns her massive head, her draconic eyes finding the small, still figure of Marin. A somber realization dawns on her as she considers the consequences, now that she has revealed her true, white dragon form. The dragon's thoughts spiral into despair. She is certain that Marin will now be afraid of her, that she will never want to be near her again. She believes that even if Marin could bring herself to leave the cave with her, their friendship has come to an end. Her mind flooded with regret, replaying the memory of their simple party. She thought that if she had only known this was how it would end, She would have kept the celebration going forever, just to spend more time having fun. Then, when it was all over, they could have simply gone to sleep, happy and together. This transformation, this terrifying reveal, she never wanted any of it. Curled into herself within a void of her own making, she grieved. This was not the farewell she had ever imagined, but a voice cut through her despair. Standing her ground before the colossal dragon, Marin shouted her friend's name, Dorami. In that moment, witnessing the courage displayed by both the young girl and the dragon, the hero Rule appeared, his expression calm and approving. Rule shouts the names of the two girls, Marin, Dorami. A brilliant flash of light erupts nearby, drawing his immediate attention. He turns, his eyes wide with disbelief at the sight of a massive white dragon standing in a forest clearing. Staring at the magnificent beast, a flicker of recognition crosses his face. He calls out a name, his voice filled with a mix of shock and certainty. Dorami! The dragon lets out a low growl as its body begins to radiate a soft light. Rule watches intently, realizing with a start that the creature is dispelling its transformation. As the glow subsides, the draconic form dissolves, revealing Marin kneeling on the ground. She is clutching the small girl, Dorami. Stunned, Rule calls out to her, Marin-chan. Marin, still on her knees and hugging Dorami tightly, looks up with relief. She manages a small, reassuring smile and tells him that she is okay. He rushes to her side, asking anxiously if she's truly unhurt. Tears well up in Marin's eyes as she begins to apologize profusely for taking a dangerous quest alone at night. Rule's expression softens. He tells her there's no need to apologize and that he isn't angry with her. His voice is gentle as he admits he is just glad that she is safe. Wiping a tear from her eye, Marin admits that monsters are truly frightening. Rule agrees, his gaze sweeping the dark woods around them. He points out that monsters are still lurking nearby, and they should hurry home. Internally, Rule connects the pieces of the event. The image of the dragon flashes in his mind. He understands now. Marin has discovered Dorami's true form. Marin, meanwhile, recalls the terror of the recent attack. She had been certain she was going to die when a monster appeared, but then something happened. She looked up, a gentle, relieved smile gracing her features as she gazed at her savior. Her gaze was fixed on the great white dragon, and the thought echoed clearly in her mind. Dorami had saved her. As they stood there, Rule approached, holding out a set of clothes. He urged the dragon to change back into her human form so she wouldn't catch a cold, but his words were met only with a distressed noise. The dragon shook its head frantically, letting out another pained cry, clearly unable to transform. Suddenly, a brilliant flash of light erupted from the dragon's form, bathing the clearing in white. When the light subsided, Dorami stood before them in her human form, looking vulnerable. She hesitantly asked Marin if she was afraid of her. Marin seemed baffled by the question, admitting she was surprised but insisting she was never scared. Dorami tried to explain, her voice trembling, that she was a monster, a powerful dragon. Marin cut her off, her expression firm. She declared that it didn't matter. Dorami was still the same person on the inside. Being a monster wouldn't change the fact that they were friends. Tears welled in Dorami's eyes as she asked if Marin truly still wanted to be her friend. Of course, Marin replied without hesitation. She then opened her hand to reveal a small, star-shaped hairpin, offering it to Dorami. Dorami's face lit up with pure joy as she accepted the gift. Marin beamed, declaring the hairpin a symbol of their friendship. As the two girls solidified their bond, Rule watched over them from a short distance, a quiet observer to the heartfelt moment. Marin's own smile reflected her happiness for her newfound friend. Her attention shifts as Jade appears before them. She questions his presence, reminding him that he is supposed to be at the dance with her sister. Jade, looking relieved, tells Dorami it's wonderful that she's back to normal and urges her to get dressed so they can all head home. He smiles warmly at the two girls, explaining that when they disappeared, he had no choice but to go looking for them. He expresses his simple gladness that they are both safe. His expression then shifts to one of regret. He turns towards Marin and apologizes, acknowledging that he knows she was looking forward to dancing with Garnet, but feels he has now messed everything up. In response to his apology, Dorami quietly says she is sorry. Marin, however, quickly refutes this, insisting that everything is her own fault. She explains that she accepted a quest despite knowing the others wanted to have a good time. He quickly dismisses their concerns, telling them not to worry. He reassures them that their safety is far more important than anything else. His gaze turns inward with self-reproach. He insists that he should be the one apologizing, claiming it was his own weakness that led to the dangerous situation. He expresses deep regret for having risked Marin's life. She immediately refutes his self-blame, telling him he isn't weak at all. Marin explains that the ability to assess danger and make the smart decision to run away is an essential skill for any adventurer, and that he will continue to grow stronger. He then turns to Dorami, placing a gentle hand on her head. He praises her as well, telling her she showed great courage when it was necessary and did a wonderful job protecting her friend. His smile returns, full of warmth. He declares that it's time to head home, explaining his need to show Garnet that both of them are safe and sound. Hearing this, Marin and Dorami look up at him, with Marin softly calling his name. The two girls agree enthusiastically under the vast, starry sky. Marin gives a simple okay while Dorami cheers. Let's go, both now happy and ready to follow him. As the group arrives home, the soft creak of a door opening draws Garnet's attention. She turns from where she was waiting to see Marin and Dorami standing in the entryway. Her gaze softens as she murmurs Marin's name. The younger girl looks up, her face filled with remorse as she calls out to her older sister. In a rush of emotion, Marin closes the distance between them, throwing her arms around Garnet in a tight embrace. Holding her sister, Garnet's face relaxes into a warm, relieved smile. She closes her eyes and softly welcomes them both back. The reunion is immediately filled with frantic apologies. Dorami insists it was all her fault and that she should be the one to blame. Marin quickly counters, claiming it was her idea to go on the quest and that she should be the one to face any anger. As they argue, Jade appears in the doorway, adding his own apology for leaving without telling them. Garnet, however, silences them with a gentle touch. She assures them she isn't angry, only happy they are home safely, and expresses her belief that they have learned their lesson. Her attention then shifts to Jade. She tells him that he has done nothing but help her this whole time. He modestly dismisses the praise, believing it was simply the right thing to do. She continues earnestly, offering to do anything for him as thanks and asking him to let her know if there's a way to repay him. Jade is momentarily taken aback by the generous offer. An idea suddenly strikes him. With renewed determination, he acknowledges that the ball has just ended, but boldly asks Garnet to accompany him to the one next year. He quickly clarifies his excitement, exclaiming that he loves it so much he wants to dance even now. Garnet watches him, a calm, unreadable expression on her face, as she observes that he must truly love to dance. She seems taken aback by his earlier enthusiasm, asking if he is truly all right with dancing right there. Jade, however, suggests they have a private dance, to which Garnet calmly agrees, seeing no reason why not. He can hardly believe his luck. Just moments ago, he thought the night was over, but now, the prospect of a private dance with Garnet fills him with a sparkling, blushing excitement. Garnet notes that their current spot is too crowded and suggests they find an empty room. Overjoyed, Jade pumps his fist in the air, celebrating that they can indeed dance. As they walk down a quiet hallway in search of a room, they are unknowingly followed by Marin and Dorami, who watch from a distance. They find an empty room where a flower-shaped music player begins to emit a soft melody. Garnet stands ready, her back to Jade as he pauses in the doorway. He steps inside, and they turn to face one another beneath a grand chandelier. For Jade, the moment feels monumental. It is finally happening. He tentatively asks if it is all right for him to hold her hand. Of course, Garnet replies softly. He reaches out, and their hands meet, his fingers gently closing around hers. The simple touch sends a jolt through him. He is immediately struck by how soft and slender her fingers are, and the gentle warmth that radiates from her hand into his. His thoughts immediately turn to concern. He worries that if he grips her hand too tightly, he might accidentally hurt her, or that he might pull on her arm too much. He asks aloud if she's truly okay with dancing with him. His question seems to surprise him. In response, Garnet steps closer, placing her free hand gently upon his shoulder. She tells him she will do this so that he does not have to worry about pulling. She presses herself against him, her hand resting on his shoulder as she closes the remaining distance. Jade stands frozen, his eyes wide with surprise at her forwardness. A light blush dusts Garnet's cheeks as she gazes up at him. The sight sends a wave of heat through Jade, his own face flushing as his mind struggles to process the situation. His thoughts race, overwhelmed by her proximity. He becomes acutely aware of her wonderful scent and the soft warmth of her body pressed against his chest. As Dorami and Marin watch the music player begin to turn, Jade stammers an apology for breathing so hard, admitting he's just excited to dance. Garnet quietly accepts his state, and Dorami asks if they should begin. They begin to move together, and Jade is completely captivated, his mind still reeling from the simple fact of being so close to her. Watched by the two young girls, they glide across the empty room. To Jade, the entire experience feels utterly perfect, like a dream come true. His blissful thoughts are interrupted when Garnet suddenly murmurs an apology. Confused, Jade pulls back slightly to look at her, asking what she is sorry for. She confesses that she keeps stepping on his feet. A warm smile spreads across Jade's face as he reassures her, admitting he was so focused on the dance that he hadn't even noticed. They continue their dance, swaying gently. He marvels at her concentration, while acknowledging to himself that he is simply having too much fun to be bothered by anything. Holding her close, lost in the music and the moment, Jade is overcome with a profound sense of contentment. This, he realizes, is pure bliss. Garnet looks up at him, her expression soft and serene. He held her close, a gentle smile on his face as they swayed together. With her eyes closed and a soft blush on her cheeks, Garnet seemed to be completely lost in the moment, sharing in his quiet bliss. As the music from a nearby gramophone filled the air, their peaceful dance was suddenly interrupted by a low, rumbling growl. The sound broke his reverie. Though he felt he had already experienced a lifetime's worth of happiness in this one dance, he decided it was time to conclude. He gently asked if someone was hungry. At his question, Garnet's eyes fluttered open, her face flushing with a look of startled embarrassment. From a nearby doorway, Marin and Dorami were watching the pair. Dorami, ever practical, whispered to Marin, suggesting they should probably get something to eat. Jade, however, drew his own conclusion. Seeing Garnet's deep blush, he initially assumed the sound had come from her. Just as he connected her blush to embarrassment, he overheard the conversation from the doorway and realized the sound must have come from Marin. His theory was confirmed as Marin cheerfully admitted her stomach had been rumbling, with Dorami adding her own enthusiastic agreement. Misunderstanding his concerned gaze, Garnet assured him she was fine, explaining she had taken special care of herself just so she could dance with him. As she spoke, he noticed she looked a bit feverish. He formally thanked her for the dance, telling her he had a great time. Internally, he was moved by her thoughtfulness, realizing she had pushed herself just for this moment together. Garnet, her face flushed and her hand covering her mouth, then made a shy confession. She admitted that she was so nervous because it was her first time ever dancing with a man, and she was worried she had made too many mistakes. Her words left him utterly speechless. He stood frozen, a deep blush spreading across his own face as the weight of her vulnerable admission settled in. Still flustered by her vulnerability, he attempts to deflect, insisting he's no expert at dancing either. Garnet's expression softens as she earnestly refutes his self-deprecation, assuring him that he danced wonderfully and would have been the center of attention at any formal ball. He gazes down at her, his own sincerity matching hers, and confesses that, honestly, he was just happy for the chance to dance with her. Her breath catches. A deep blush spreads across her cheeks as his heartfelt words leave her momentarily speechless, her eyes sparkling. Finding her voice, she quietly asks if he truly means it. With a warm, unwavering smile, he affirms that he does. The moment the confirmation leaves his lips, a delayed wave of panic washes over him. He freezes, a cold sweat breaking out as he realizes he may have just blurted out far more than he intended. His mind races, worrying she might mistake his words for a full-blown confession. He tries to rationalize that simply being happy to dance with her is different. From the sidelines, however, Dorami watches with a delighted grin, remarking aloud how much Jade must truly like Garnet. Her cheerful, booming announcement shatters the delicate moment. Jade and Marin whip around in shock, the former crying out the little dragon's name in disbelief as she hovers in the air, having made her presence known in the most conspicuous way possible. With a bright, innocent smile, Dorami loudly asks Jade if he truly likes Garnet. Standing just behind the woman in question, Jade freezes, his face a mask of pure panic as he realizes Garnet is within earshot. Continuing her cheerful exposé, Dorami explains to a wide-eyed Marin that Jade is madly in love. She recounts how he acquired a rare flower for Garnet, and even went fishing for her, all because her favorite dish had sold out. Marin is stunned by the revelation that Jade likes her sister. Dorami's list of Jade's grand gestures doesn't end there. She points toward a distant building, proudly announcing that he also purchased a villa in the port city, solely so Garnet could have a perfect view of the sunset. In the background, Jade's mortification deepens. The thought of them as a couple causes Marin to blush, but Dorami is overcome with excitement. She enthusiastically declares that they should give them a hand to help them become a real couple. Wasting no time, the two girls turn to the flustered young man. Dorami loudly asks Jade if he wants their help to get into a relationship with Garnet, who is still standing only a few feet away. With their question hanging in the air, Dorami and Marin beam with triumphant delight, their matchmaking plan now fully in motion. A sudden, chilling realization dawns on Jade. His head snaps toward Garnet, his expression twisting into one of pure dread. He understands now. This is a terrible, terrible situation. His fear is immediately confirmed. Garnet turns to face him, her expression placid, but her eyes hold a distinct, knowing light. There is no doubt in his mind. She heard everything. She breaks the tense silence, calmly beginning to speak. Cornered and utterly mortified, Jade can only stammer, unable to form a single coherent word in response. Her gaze remains locked on his, her eyes steady as she waits for him to answer. She stands before him in an elegant white gown, flowers adorning her hair, and poses the question that hangs in the air. Is it true? Do you actually like me? Jade, imagined in formal attire, can only look on, completely caught off guard by the directness of the query. Her expression is earnest, her eyes searching his for an honest answer. He, in turn, can only stare back, his features tight with unspoken turmoil. His mind scrambles for a response, finally stammering, well, in a sense. He immediately berates himself for the vague reply as Garnet presses him, asking what that could possibly mean. She clarifies her question, asking if his feelings mean he wants to establish a relationship with her. His internal panic intensifies. He realizes there is no way he can tell her he doesn't want to be with her. He can't do it. He can't deny his feelings. After all, the truth is that he has loved her for the longest time. The imagined scene dissolves, snapping back to the present reality of the guild hall. Garnet clarifies her earlier words, explaining that when she said he was wrong, she was referring to his self-deprecating statement, not his feelings. As she speaks, Dorami and Marin are seen peeking through a nearby window, whispering about the exchange. Her gaze remains fixed on him, her voice calm as she cuts to the heart of the matter. So, what do you mean exactly? Before the guild receptionist stands a blushing, stammering young boy, flanked by his two small companions. He struggles to find the words to confess what he has felt for the past 10 years. He stood there, his mind racing. There was something he had always wanted to tell her, a confession held back for years. But his thoughts turned to doubt. What would happen if he failed to say anything now? Would this chance be lost forever? The doubt vanished, replaced by a surge of resolve. He clenched his fist, steeling himself. It was now or never. With his decision made, his expression hardened, his eyes filled with a clear and unwavering purpose. As he gathered his courage, Garnet began to speak, her voice soft. She started to explain what she had meant by her earlier words. But before she could finish, he found his voice, cutting through the silence of the grand room. He declared that he wanted the two of them to start dating. A gentle smile bloomed on Garnet's face, her eyes closing in serene acceptance. Okay, she replied, her voice soft. Her simple agreement left him stunned into silence. He stared at her, his mind struggling to process her words. What did she just say? Seeing his confusion, she leaned in slightly and clarified her own desire. She wanted them to become lovers as well. The confirmation shattered his composure completely. He stammered, his eyes wide with disbelief. Really, he managed before blurting out the one question that filled his mind. But why? He listened, stunned, as Garnet began to explain her feelings. She revealed that she had been watching him for 10 years, and in all that time, she had seen him as a kind, serious, and hardworking person who always did his best for those around him. She looked at him, her expression soft, as he added his own perspective. He confessed that she was always so cheerful, and that whenever they were together, she brightened his day. A blush spread across his face as he admitted that this was precisely why the thought of them becoming lovers would make him so happy. Garnet, her gaze gentle, confirmed that this was her reason as well. The realization finally hit him. Overcome with emotion, he clenched his fists and roared in pure, unadulterated joy, shouting finally, again and again. His outburst prompted a gentle smile from Garnet, who suggested he might be going a bit overboard. Still beaming, he explained that he couldn't help it. He was just so incredibly happy because he was madly in love with her. He looked at her with fierce sincerity, his voice filled with conviction as he swore on his life to make her happy. Garnet met his gaze, her own expression softening with deep emotion. A memory surfaced for him, the 10 long years since he first saw her, and how he had returned to the guild day after day just for a chance to speak with her. Back in the present, surrounded by Garnet's mother, Dorami, and Marin, they accepted their family's heartfelt congratulations. Both he and Garnet shared a quiet, blissful thought, never imagining this day would come. Looking out at the night sky, where stars seemed to form a heart, he asked if they could have a happy relationship. Garnet's reply was simple and immediate. Of course. The following day, as the group walked through the city streets, Garnet asked Marin if she had enjoyed her visit to the capital. Marin enthusiastically replied that it was a blast, giving all the credit to Jade and Dorami. As the time came to say goodbye to Marin, both Dorami and Jade expressed how much fun they'd had and how they couldn't wait to meet again. Fired up, Marin declared her new goal, to train hard, become a rank 10 adventurer, and then go on a quest with them all. Her family support solidifies her resolve. Dorami asks if Marin believes in her as well, while Jade expresses his gratitude for her faith in him. Garnet adds her own encouragement, promising she will be waiting for Marin to achieve her goal. Visibly moved, Marin calls out to her older sister. Garnet looks at her warmly, offering her unconditional support for her little sister's dream, but with one condition. As a conductor announces the train's departure, Garnet makes Marin promise to come home safely from every quest. Marin accepts without hesitation, vowing to return no matter what. With the promise made, Garnet calls her sister's name one last time. Marin turns back, a determined look on her face, and announces that she is finally leaving. Just as she turns to go, Dorami rushes forward and grabs her hand, stopping her. The small girl insists that Marin take something with her, presenting a small object and declaring it the prettiest rock she has ever found. She places the small, dark stone in Marin's open palm. Marin gazes at it, marveling at its beauty and noting that she has never before seen a rock that shines with a faint blue light. Holding the gift, Marin asks Dorami if she is certain she wants to give it away. The little girl nods affirmatively, explaining that there is something she wants in return. Dorami makes her request. If Marin finds a rock even prettier than this one during her adventures, she must give it to her. Touched, Marin softly says the girl's name and accepts the terms, sealing their pact with a handshake. With their deal struck, Marin beams and announces that it is time for her to go, turning toward the waiting train. She leans out of the train car window, waving a cheerful goodbye as the locomotive begins to pull away from the station. From the platform, Dorami waves back with both arms, calling out her farewells as the train recedes into the distance. She watches the train depart, the small rock given to her by Marin slipping from her grasp and clattering onto the platform. Rule calls out her name, his voice gentle. The sound of the falling rock breaks her composure. Dorami finally lets out a wail, tears streaming down her face as she cries out in sadness. Garnet kneels beside her, offering comfort and reassurance that they will see Marin again. Nearby, Rule observes, realizing that while Dorami managed a brave smile for the farewell, she had been holding back her tears all along. To lift her spirits, Rule extends an invitation, suggesting that the next time he has time off, she should visit his parents' house. Dorami's tears abruptly stop, replaced by a hopeful expression as she asks if she can really come. Garnet smiles warmly, confirming she is most certainly invited, which sends the little girl into a cheer about being able to play again. The prospect of the visit excites Jade as well, who throws his arms up in celebration alongside Dorami. He internally rejoices, seeing this as a perfect opportunity to get even closer to Garnet. Together, they shout their thanks. His mind immediately races ahead to the visit. Standing near Garnet and her mother, he resolves to make a good impression on his potential future mother-in-law, already planning to find the best possible present for the occasion. Caught up in the moment, Jade enthusiastically suggests they should all travel the world together, a sentiment Garnet agrees with. Dorami adds her own plans, declaring she wants to find more pretty rocks for Marin and go on an adventure immediately. This talk of adventure prompts Garnet to ask Rule if he and Jade are planning to go somewhere far. He confirms this is the plan, explaining that he needs to find a suitable present for their visit and, more importantly, that he also intends to search for her father. The mention of her father makes Garnet fall silent, her expression turning pensive. Her quiet reaction puzzles him. He had expected her to be happy about his decision to search for her father, but her somber look suggests otherwise, leaving him to wonder what's wrong. She finally speaks, her gaze lowered. She admits she is truly happy that he is willing to go to such lengths for her, but her voice trails off. Sensing her hesitation, Rule presses, asking if he said something wrong. Looking up to meet his eyes, Garnet confesses her true feelings. She doesn't want him to go on a long journey, because it means she won't be able to see him. Her heartfelt plea is met with a confession of his own. Rule, his face flushed, admits that he would be lonely if he couldn't see her, explaining that this is why he will continue to visit the guild. He takes her hands in his expression earnest as he insists that if he doesn't, he might actually die from loneliness. She gently counters, pointing out that since they are now a couple, he doesn't need to visit her at the counter or take on quests anymore. Worrying it would be a burden, she assures him they can still meet even if he doesn't come to the guild. But he internally resolves that he will continue going to the guild regardless. The reason becomes clear as a blissful smile spreads across his face. He loves seeing her in her uniform. She is left momentarily speechless, her cheeks flushing at his admission. He continues, confessing that from the first moment he saw her, he thought he was seeing an angel, a beauty she still possesses in his eyes. He then shyly suggests they have dinner at his house that night, promising a meal made with all his love. Taking this in, Garnet realizes she must ensure he keeps his promise and resolves to feed both him and Dorami to keep their strength up. Nearby, Dorami's stomach growls loudly. Having overheard the dinner plans, she eagerly exclaims that she would be happy to go too, catching Jade by surprise. Rule turns back to Garnet, formally asking if she would care to join them for a bite to eat. He adds that he hasn't even had breakfast yet. A warm, happy blush spreads across her face. With her eyes closed in contentment, Garnet accepts his invitation, asking if they should go. 3 days passed. Jade sat with a warm drink, a blissful, slightly flushed expression on his face as he basked in the glow of recent events. His reverie was interrupted by Dorami, who pointed out that he was spacing off again. With a sheepish smile, Jade admitted his thoughts had drifted back to Garnet. She beamed, her hands cupping her cheeks, and observed how truly happy he looked. Jade, in turn, expressed his gratitude, acknowledging that it was all thanks to Dorami for pushing him forward. She corrected him, insisting that Garnet fell for him because he had done his best. Looking earnest, Jade expressed his hope that he and Garnet would be happy together forever. He thanked her once more, but a flicker of anxiety crossed his face. He confessed that despite their relationship being new, he was already struggling with ideas on how to make Garnet happy, though he quickly reaffirmed his commitment to doing his best for her. Hearing his dilemma, Dorami's eyes lit up with a sudden idea. She enthusiastically suggested that the two of them should go out and have fun together, proposing something like a date. The word struck Jade with the force of a revelation. An image bloomed in his mind of him and Garnet walking side by side, and he realized that if they went on a date, they could become closer than ever. But his excitement instantly curdled into sheer panic. The initial elation was replaced by a new, overwhelming question. Where was he even supposed to take her? With boundless enthusiasm, Dorami throws her arms wide, insisting that Jade and Garnet should go out together and have some fun. The suggestion catches Jade completely by surprise. His face flushes as the single, staggering implication hits him. A date. While he processes this, Garnet clasps her hands together, a hopeful look on her face. Jade realizes this is his chance to get closer to her, and if it's a success, she will surely be happy. The possibility of a date is now very real. He sits with Dorami, mulling over the idea. He knows he can't just take Garnet somewhere ordinary and must think carefully. As he wonders where to go, Dorami offers a simple solution: take her shopping. She explains that she and Marin became best friends after a shopping trip, and suggests that if Jade and Garnet buy matching items, they'll grow closer and feel more like a couple. Inspired, Jade thanks Dorami, Realizing he can also use the outing to lure her taste for a real date later. With a determined look, he decides to invite her out right away. The very next day, they are in a department store. Jade is internally ecstatic, scarcely believing he's out shopping with her. They are looking for tableware, as Garnet apparently wants new plates. Seeing that she took time after work to come with him, he feels he must make himself useful as her boyfriend, and asks what kind of plates she is looking for. She explains that she wants something with a pattern to make the table look more lively when they all eat together. Jade is touched that she thinks of them. Garnet notes his good taste and offers to help him choose something as well, remarking that his enthusiasm is adorable. Following her lead, they browse the shelves together. Jade happily holds up a bowl for consideration, the memory of Dorami's encouraging smile in his thoughts. His attention is drawn to a set of plates decorated with small hearts. He picks one up to show Garnet, asking what she thinks of the design. She looks at it and softly replies that she thinks it's cute. Emboldened, Jade tells her that he thinks she's cute too. He quickly clarifies that she always looks amazing, not just in that moment, and offers to buy the plate for her as a present. He apologizes for getting carried away, his face flushed with embarrassment. Garnet, holding a plate, shyly tells him he's being too loud. After their shopping concludes, Rule asks Garnet if she is certain about her purchase. She confirms, wanting to see how the plates look at home. Rule then suggests they all have dinner at his house, an offer Jade readily accepts on their behalf. As they walk, a serene smile graces Garnet's face. Internally, she reflects that it was an amazing first date. Her private thought startles Jade, who blurts out in confusion, questioning if what they just did was truly a date. Garnet calmly explains that when a couple goes out together, it constitutes a date. To confirm he isn't dreaming, Jade pinches his own cheek. Seeing his reaction and how much he enjoyed himself, Garnet declares their practice date a resounding success, a sentiment with which a flustered Jade ultimately agrees. Later, at Rule's home, Dorami finishes her meal with a cheerful clank of her spoon, exclaiming how delicious it was. Jade and Garnet echo her praise, thanking Rule for the wonderful food. Garnet extends an open invitation for him to come over for dinner anytime, but then pauses, stating she must put the offer on hold for the time being, which piques Rule's curiosity. In response to his unspoken question, Garnet's expression turns serious as she confirms he is going to search for her father. Rule affirms his intention, stating that it is time for him to seek out Onyx. Onyx, Garnet's father, is the adventurer Rule admires most, a man who vanished without a trace 12 years prior during a quest. He looks at her with unwavering resolve, admitting he does not know how long it will take to find him. Despite the uncertainty, he makes a firm promise to bring her father back home. His promise prompts Garnet to voice her concern, asking if the journey wouldn't be dangerous. Her worry takes him by surprise, but she quickly follows up by stating that she has complete faith in his abilities. Her faith in him prompts a profound realization. He had always assumed his immense strength as the hero meant no one would ever worry for his safety. But he now understands Garnet's concern is different. She worries for him not as a legendary figure, but as the man she loves. A gentle smile spreads across his face, a wave of relief washing over him. Garnet mirrors his expression, her own relief evident. The moment is lightened by Dorami, who cheerfully tells Garnet there's no need to worry, confidently declaring that they are so used to adventuring they will return completely unharmed. The hero lays out his initial strategy, explaining that he and his party will first travel to a neighboring country to gather information. As he speaks, Dorami, seated at the table, gives a small start, her hand trembling as she holds her glass. The sudden movement causes her to spill juice on her simple dress. "I'm so sorry," she cries out distressed. Garnet, however, remains calm, telling her it's okay, but noting that she's sold her clothes and it's now too late to buy new ones. After a moment's thought, she offers a solution. She has some clothes that might fit the young girl, though she expresses uncertainty about whether Dorami will like them. A short time later, Dorami emerges completely transformed in an elegant, light-colored dress adorned with ruffles and a large bow. Her eyes sparkle with astonishment as she exclaims, "Whoa, I look like a princess." Jade looks on, equally surprised. She continues to marvel at the garment, asking if she can really keep something that looks so expensive. She reminds them she's just a normal person whose clothes come from a regular shop. Garnet explains that the dress was hers when she was Dorami's age, prompting Jade to wonder if Marin had forgotten to pack clothes for the girl. Dorami then asks why Garnet still has the dress. Garnet recounts that when she left home, her mother made her wear such clothes, not wanting people in the capital to think she was a country hick. She adds that the clothes no longer fit, and she never really liked them anyway. Jade observes her expression, realizing the memory was unpleasant and that her mother had forced her into it. Garnet quietly confirms his unspoken thought. In any case, the somber mood is broken by Dorami, who twirls with pure delight. "How is it?" she asks, beaming. "Does it look cute?" Her infectious joy brings a warm smile to Garnet's face, and Jade happily confirms that she looks adorable. Overjoyed, Dorami thanks Garnet profusely, promising to take good care of the dress. That night, Dorami sleeps peacefully, the precious dress folded and placed carefully beside her pillow. She lets out a piercing scream, jolting Jade awake. He sits up his own bed, startled, and asks what's wrong. The young girl, trembling, explains that she had a nightmare. He gently places a hand on her head, asking if she knows who was hitting her in the dream. When she says she doesn't, he wonders aloud if it could be a sign, though he quickly tries to reassure her that no one would want to harm her. With a heavy heart, she looks at him and confesses, "I'm a white dragon." The realization dawns on him. He recalls that the neighboring country is the only one that hasn't outlawed the hunting of white dragons. He now understands that she became frightened when she heard they were going there, and he apologizes for not noticing her anxiety sooner. He connects her fear to the earlier incident, realizing it was why she spilled the juice. In her bed, Dorami quietly insists that she is okay. She elaborates on her fear, admitting that the thought of going to the neighboring country terrifies her. She is scared that if her true nature is discovered, things will not end well for her. Jade listens intently, his expression filled with concern. He reflects on her words, realizing that while he thought their adventures had made her stronger, he had failed to see the deep-seated anxiety she still carried. A memory of her looking frightened during a past encounter flashes in his mind. Seeing her distress, he offers her an alternative. He suggests she could stay behind and look after the house, or perhaps stay with Garnet, who would take good care of her. But Dorami's eyes widen with resolve as she firmly declares, "I don't want to stay here." He asks if she isn't scared of leaving. She clenches her fist, admitting she is terrified, but her desire to help is stronger. She explains that she wants to help Garnet and Marin, the closest friends she has ever had, and that she wants to see them both happy and smiling when they find their father. Her resolve now absolute. She puffs out her cheeks and declares that she is ready. She wants to go to the neighboring country with him, adding that she'll go only if you want her there. He smiles warmly and agrees without hesitation, reminding her that 2 is better than 1. Her face lights up with joy. He makes the decision final. They will leave at dawn tomorrow. With a cheerful salute, she replies, "Yes, sir." The next day, Rule and Dorami stand ready to depart. Garnet sees them off, her expression tinged with worry as she explains that she at least wanted to see them to the station. Rule announces that they are heading out, and she wishes the 2 of them a safe journey. He reassures her with a gentle smile, telling her not to worry and that it's the thought that counts. He adds that, besides, he wanted to see her off to work anyway. A soft, amused smile touches Garnet's lips as she listens to his words. She lets out a small laugh, remarking on how sweet he is. With their farewells concluded, Rule and Dorami set off. He declares their destination, the neighboring country, and their mission, an adventure to find Onyx. With renewed determination, he shouts for them to begin their journey. The second day of the search for Onyx-san begins with Jade and Dorami trekking through a dense forest. Noticing the young girl's fatigue, Jade turns with concern, asking if she is sure she doesn't need a break. She quickly insists she is fine. Jade calculates their progress, estimating they will reach the next town in about 3 hours if things go well. Hearing this, Dorami asks for clarification, prompting Jade to add that if they take it slow, they will be forced to make camp in the woods. This journey is part of a larger plan. Before they set out for the monarchy of Livnock to find information on Onyx-san, Garnet had arranged a task for them at the guild. She had accepted a quest on their behalf to complete along the way, the subjugation of a ghost. With this quest in mind, Jade looks at Dorami with a cheerful smile, declaring that they'll need to defeat the ghost soon so they can get something to eat. He optimistically notes that with only 3 hours of travel left, they should be finished right around dinner time. His casual mention of their target, however, has an unintended effect. Dorami's expression freezes in shock, and she stammers, asking if he meant they have to fight a wraith. Jade looks back, confused by her reaction, asking if she hadn't realized. She trembles, asking how a ghost is different from a wraith. Jade calmly explains that they aren't the same. Ghosts are more akin to formless beasts. He can't help but find it odd that she, a dragon, is still so afraid of other monsters. He clarifies what he means by formless beasts. It isn't that they lack a physical form, but rather that they possess the ability to transform. These creatures, he warns, can read deep into a person's psyche and take the shape of their greatest fear. The explanation terrifies Dorami, who immediately pictures the ghost transforming into a spider. Watching her reaction, Jade muses that the ghost would undoubtedly take that form for her. He sighs, thinking how much Garnet would have helped, before adding aloud that the creature's strength varies depending on the form it takes. He then turns the question back on her, asking what she thinks he might be afraid of. Dorami looks at him with conviction, reasoning that because he is so strong, if the ghost were to transform into his fear, it would have to be something overwhelmingly powerful. Jade simply promises that whatever form it takes, he will defeat it, telling her not to be scared. He then reveals that a long time ago, he was afraid of basilisks. However, since he has already defeated one, he is no longer afraid. He adds that his reinforcement magic would protect him from a basilisk's poison regardless. The real issue, he notes, is that they don't know what the ghost currently looks like. Hearing his story, Dorami is filled with relief and admiration, exclaiming that he is truly super strong. He and Dorami continue their journey when a strange, rhythmic sound echoed through the trees. Dorami, startled, asked what it was, noting it wasn't the wind. Jade identified it as the breathing of a large monster and suggested they investigate, speculating that this creature could be the ghost they were hunting. Following the sound, they pushed aside thick foliage, the deep, rumbling snores growing louder. The noise led them to the immense, scaled flank of a slumbering beast. As they took into full sight, they realized it was a colossal black dragon, curled up and fast asleep in a sun-dappled clearing. Staring at the magnificent creature, Dorami whispered that it looked incredibly strong. Jade quietly agreed, confirming that black dragons are indeed formidable monsters. His knowledge prompted Dorami to ask how he knew so much. He stated that this must be the ghost, because black dragons are not typically found in this region. He elaborated that they are prideful creatures who reside on high mountain summits and do not tolerate being looked down upon. As he spoke, the dragon's eyelid twitched. Sensing the potential danger, Jade instructed Dorami to stay hidden, assuring her he would provide support from the bushes while he went to investigate. He stepped into the clearing, positioning himself before the massive beast. A thought solidified in his mind. Ghosts are cautious. They transform into a person's greatest fear before initiating combat. So if this was the ghost, it wouldn't attack him right away. The dragon's eyes slowly opened, its gaze fixing upon him. Unfazed, Jade met its stare with a calm, confident smile. From the safety of the bushes, Dorami watched the tense standoff. But the creature before him was not a dragon. As his perception shifted, the form of his greatest fear materialized. A kind, elderly woman with a warm, knowing smile. He stares, completely nonplussed, at the kindly elderly woman who is supposedly his greatest fear. From a nearby bush, Dorami peeks out, confused. The woman smiles warmly as Jade confirms her identity, stating that this is his grandmother and that the ghost even feels like her. Dorami questions if this is truly what he's most afraid of, remarking that she doesn't seem scary at all. Jade begins to explain that while she isn't now, there was a time in the past. He cuts himself off, flustered. Dorami lets out a small sound of confusion. Changing the subject, Jade calls her over and urgently asks how to defeat the ghost, complaining that his attacks are ineffective. Understanding the situation, Jade declares a new plan. He'll have the ghost transform into whatever Dorami is scared of instead. He shouts that he absolutely refuses to fight his own grandmother. With that decision made, he leaps away from the smiling apparition. The ghost grandmother maintains her gentle smile as Dorami's eyes widen, filled with a mix of curiosity and apprehension. A moment later, Dorami turns, her face twisting in terror as a monstrous, roaring bear materializes directly behind her. The bear ghost lets out a terrifying roar as Dorami screams. In that same instant, a small owl-like creature swoops into the fray, and Jade, his expression now hardened with resolve, moves to intercept. With a flash of movement, Jade strikes the bear ghost down. The owl creature lands securely on his shoulder as the beast collapses, its form already beginning to dissipate. He holds up the mana stone, confirming to Dorami that everything is fine now. With the stone secured, he declares the quest complete. Dorami, still looking a bit shaken, asks if he truly defeated the creature. At his confirmation, the tension leaves her in a rush. She stares, wide-eyed and mouth agape, processing the end of the ordeal. Her shock quickly gives way to elation. She throws her arms up in a cheer, celebrating that they can now sleep on a soft, fluffy bed. Jade smiles, thanking her for her support. As they walk on, her celebratory mood fades, replaced by a look of concern. She turns to Jade and hesitantly asks if he had a fight with his grandmother, the form the ghost had initially taken. He seems surprised by the question, explaining that he was just startled by her sudden appearance. He clarifies that they never really fight. In fact, his grandmother was always incredibly kind to him. His explanation only deepens Dorami's confusion, and she asks why he is so scared of her. Jade admits that while his grandmother is usually gentle, there was one time when he was a kid that she gave him a real earful. He recalls how she had wholeheartedly supported his decision to become an adventurer. He elaborates on that specific memory, explaining that he had wanted to feel the thrill of being an adventurer, so he snuck out of his house in the middle of the night and got lost. He was lost in the woods for 3 days. When he finally returned, his parents were overcome with relief, but his grandmother gave him the biggest scolding of his life. From that day on, he learned never to make his family worry like that again. That incident, he explains, was the first and only time he ever saw his grandmother truly angry, and the memory has remained with him ever since. Dorami listens, surprised to learn about this side of his past. She considers his story with a thoughtful smile, admitting she can't even imagine what his grandmother would look like when angry. Playfully, she wonders aloud which is scarier, his grandmother or her own greatest fear. Her thoughts then drift to her own family. She confesses that she doesn't know what her parents were like, but speculates that if they were anything like her, they must have been amazing. As she speaks, Jade looks at her, a sudden realization dawning on him as he wonders if she has a grandmother as well. He followed up on his thought, asking Dorami about her own grandmother. Dorami clarified that the woman wasn't a blood relative. She had just lived with her. This confused Jade, but Dorami explained it was because this woman had almost discovered her true nature. Connecting this to her previous living situation, Jade asked why she had moved into the abandoned mine. Realizing she must have been living in a house before they met, Jade watched as Dorami began her story. She recounted wandering aimlessly until, driven by hunger, she arrived at a particular house to find food. A look of shock crossed Jade's face as he asked if she had been living there in secret. He reasoned that if the woman had almost found her, it meant the residents were unaware of her presence. With a slight pout, Dorami asked how he knew she had just barged in, to which Jade simply confirmed that he had guessed correctly. She then explained her intentions. She had planned to greet the occupants properly and ask for something to eat. However, after knocking on the door repeatedly without an answer, she decided to try the handle. As the door opened, she was met with an astonishing sight, a table laden with freshly prepared food. Her eyes widened, and she began to drool uncontrollably. The temptation was too great. She ate all of it. Jade, utterly stunned, asked just how much she had eaten. With a look of pure bliss, Dorami confirmed she ate everything, remembering how delicious it was. Her story took a dark turn. Just then, the woman she called her grandmother returned home. In a panic, Dorami fled into the attic. She confessed that once she came to her senses, she was overwhelmed with guilt and almost cried, finding it too difficult to face the residents and apologize. With nowhere else to go, she remained hidden in the attic for about a year. She recalled huddling between crates, terrified, as she heard the woman's angry voice from downstairs. This tense existence continued until one day she heard the woman declare, "I know you're in here." Jade, shocked that she had stayed for an entire year, asked how she managed for food. Dorami explained that she would sneak out for something to eat only after the woman had gone to bed. The situation reached its breaking point when the woman announced she was coming up to the attic to get her. That, Dorami concluded, is why she was forced to escape through a window, ultimately leading her to the abandoned mine. Having concluded her story, she explains that she never actually met the old woman, as she was too afraid of being scolded. In a panic, she simply flew away without a second thought, eventually finding herself at the abandoned mines where Jade later discovered her. Her expression fills with remorse. She confesses that now, she truly wants to meet the woman to thank her properly and to apologize for everything she did. Jade listens intently and asks where the woman lives. Dorami admits she doesn't know, but she recalls that it was a very bright town, even at night, which leads Jade to speculate it might have been a major city. He considers this, mentioning that a few places come to mind, with the closest being the monarchy of Linvok. He asks if she wants to go there to try and find her. Dorami eagerly agrees, though she cautiously asks if he's sure it's all right. With a warm, reassuring smile, Jade confirms that of course it's all right. He adds that they were heading to Linvok anyway, and this gives him a chance to buy a present for Garnet while they are there. At his words, Dorami's face lights up with renewed hope. Thinking of the woman she calls Grandma, she makes a silent, determined vow to herself that she will definitely find her. Standing together under the night sky as a shooting star passes, Dorami clenches her fists. She declares that this time, she won't run away and pleads for another chance. With their new shared purpose set, the two of them begin their journey toward the monarchy of Linvok to resolve Dorami's long-held regret. Jade, Rule, and Dorami arrive in the bustling commercial zone of the monarchy of Linvok. Dorami's eyes widen in amazement, exclaiming that they've finally made it to the city and that the place is huge. Jade asks if she recognizes anything, but she confirms she doesn't, noting that her grandmother's house was much plainer. Her excitement grows as she gazes at the rows of buildings, remarking on the many stores and how much fun it all looks. Rule, however, considers their mission. He recalls that Garnet was hiding in an attic for about a year, concluding she probably never ventured near this busy district. As they continue walking, Dorami's cheerful mood dissolves into tears. She wails, wondering if she can find a replacement for the sword, her stick, that she broke that morning. Jade tries to console her, offering to buy her anything else she might want, while Rule observes how attached she had become to it, thinking to himself that they are unlikely to find sticks for sale. Jade agrees with Rule's assessment. He then redirects their efforts, stating that before they do anything else, they should focus on gathering intelligence about Onyx-san. At the mention of their goal, Dorami immediately perks up, her sadness forgotten. Their search brings them to the Linvok Guild Hall. Inside, a receptionist with neatly styled hair apologizes profusely. She explains that due to the guild's strict policy, she is forbidden from giving out personal information about members to any third parties. Jade and Rule listen, their expressions showing their disappointment as they realize this new obstacle. Rule processes this information. He has a fleeting, absurd thought that claiming he plans to marry into Garnet's family wouldn't help his case. Dismissing the notion, he politely accepts the situation, telling the receptionist he understands and apologizing for the trouble. He acknowledges that access would be granted if he were a family member. He then suggests their next course of action. They will have to go to places where other adventurers gather, such as a bar or an inn, to find the information they seek. He asks the others for their help. Before they can depart, Dorami leans over the counter with a desperate look in her eyes. She tells a receptionist that they need to find Onyx because he is their friend's father. As she speaks, she offers a small, shiny rock, presenting it as a gift. The receptionist is visibly touched by the gesture, thinking how cute the child is. She apologizes again, her expression soft, explaining that she wishes she could help, but the rules simply won't allow her. Unfazed, Dorami doubles down on her offer, presenting both of her favorite rocks. This pure-hearted attempt is too much for the receptionist to handle. She covers her blushing face with one hand, completely overwhelmed by Dorami's adorable persistence. She is left flustered by the little girl's offering, stammering that she cannot accept such a high-pressure gift. Seeing the impasse, Rule decides to approach the guild master personally. The receptionist asks him to wait a moment while she confirms, but Dorami simply offers a heartfelt thank you, asking the woman to please take care of her rocks. A moment later, a man with a commanding but friendly presence appears, his arms open in a welcoming gesture. It is the guild master. He greets them warmly, expressing his surprise and pleasure at seeing Jade again. Now seated in his office, the group faces the guild master. Dorami looks on, curious as to how they know one another. Rule thanks the man for remembering them, but Jade humbly insists it is nothing, as they have already been helped so much. Rule explains their prior connection, recounting how they had asked Jade to come to this country to take down a black dragon. The local adventurers, he admits, were not strong enough for the task, so Jade's assistance was a great help. The guild master nods, confirming he'd been told they were searching for someone and needed access to guild records. Rule affirms this, specifying their search is for Onyx-san, the father of someone he cares for, who disappeared without a trace 12 years ago. Leaning forward with Dorami, he makes a direct plea. They truly need his help, and ask if he could please check whether Onyx has ever visited this particular guild. The guild master considers their request. He states that in any other circumstance, he would have to decline. But for Jade, he declares nothing is off the table. He then turns to the young hero, asking if he is sure this is okay. He formally agrees, explaining that since Jade did him a great favor in the past, it is only fair that he repays him now. Overjoyed, Dorami and Rule thank him profusely. The guild master adds a caveat, however. Since the records are 12 years old, it will take him at least 3 days to conduct the search. Jade immediately replies that this is not a problem at all. With a relieved smile, he thanks the guild master once more. The guild master returns the smile, confirming the arrangement with a simple, "Very well then." He instructed them to return in 3 days, promising to provide what they needed if the records were found. From the street below, Jade acknowledged the arrangement, promising to drop by again. The next morning, with time to spare, Dorami asked Rule and Jade what their plans were for the next 2 days. Jade immediately suggested they go shopping, explaining that he wanted to find a gift for Garnet. Dorami's face lit up with an idea. She enthusiastically recommended they get Garnet some local fruits, recalling the incredibly tasty peaches served at the inn. She drifted into a blissful memory of the flavor, describing it as a melt-in-your-mouth experience, like a whole other universe of deliciousness. Jade thought her idea was great. Dorami added that the innkeeper had also given them some seeds from the fruit, which they could plant back home. Rule, however, interjected with a practical point. He reasoned that it would be better to buy fresh fruit on their last day in town. With that idea postponed, he asked Jade what they should buy today instead. Looking around, Jade's attention was caught by a nearby building. He pointed towards it, suggesting they go check out that store. They stepped inside a quaint gift shop, its shelves brimming with a wide assortment of goods and trinkets. Once inside, Dorami marveled at the vast collection of cute items, exclaiming that they could spend an entire day just browsing. Jade, however, had already spotted something specific, pointing it out to Dorami and wondering if Garnet would like it as a gift. The item was a cute, flower emblazoned watering can. Jade felt certain that Garnet would enjoy using it for her plants and would be happy with such a thoughtful gift. His imagination took over, picturing a radiant Garnet surrounded by flowers, using the new watering can. In his daydream, she thanked him warmly, as a smiling woman resembling her mother looked on approvingly. He agrees to buy the snail-shaped watering can as a first gift for Garnet. Dorami, wanting to grow peaches, decides she'll get one too. Jade asks why she doesn't get one for herself, but she clarifies that she is also getting it for Garnet. Her enthusiasm is genuine. She hugs the watering can, exclaiming that she loves snails. She explains that back when she was alone, she once took shelter from the rain with a snail that she could talk to, calling a good listener. Her wide-eyed expression shifts as something else catches her eye. Her attention is drawn to a simple wooden flute. She gasps, declaring it's her sword. Jade clarifies that it's an instrument you have to blow on to make a sound. Dorami, however, sees it as exactly like the one she had before, feeling as though her sword has been reborn. She cheers with delight, promising to practice a lot and put on a show for everyone. Seeing her so happy, Jade agrees to buy it for her. As they continue through the shop, Dorami holds her new flute and remarks that it will be a good way to pass the time during long-distance walks on adventures. Jade asks what else she plans to buy, and she suggests they look around some more. He then suggests that since they're already there, they should buy a gift for Dorami's grandmother. Surprised but delighted by the idea, Dorami agrees, eager to find her something good. Their search leads them to a beautiful hat inside an elegant gift box, adorned with a ribbon and flowers. Dorami is immediately captivated, her eyes wide with wonder. The sight fills her with pure joy, her face flushing as she beams with happiness. Now outside, Jade struggles under the weight of a large stack of gifts. Dorami thanks him happily, but he worries they may have overdone it. Suddenly, Dorami stops short with a gasp, causing Jade to turn in alarm and ask what's wrong. She points ahead, her voice quiet. Over there, in the distance, standing alone by a fountain in a courtyard, is Garnet. Deciding to leave Garnet to her thoughts for the moment, the group's attention was instead captured by an elderly woman sitting alone. Dorami quietly asked Jade if this was his grandmother. Jade himself was uncertain. It could be a coincidence, but he felt he needed to get a closer look to be sure. He clutched the gift boxes he was carrying as Dorami gave a small nod, her own gaze fixed upon the woman from afar. Sensing Dorami's hesitation, Jade offered some encouragement, telling her it was a great chance to meet the woman again and that all she had to do was apologize. He even offered to call out to her, but Dorami suggested they first wait and see what the woman does. She voiced her anxiety, worrying that the woman might hit her if she approached so suddenly. Jade quickly reassured her that wouldn't happen and offered to go with her so she could apologize. But she refused his help, her expression becoming firm. She stated that she didn't want him to come with her. Since the mistake was hers in the first place, she had to be the one to apologize by herself. At that moment, the woman stood up and began to leave the area. Seeing her depart, Jade quickly decided they should follow her. Keeping their distance, the pair trailed the woman from the cover of a low stone wall. She walked down a quiet, paved lane, heading away from the town square and into a residential neighborhood. From their hiding spot, Jade and Dorami watched her go, their faces set with determination. Their pursuit led them to a 2-story, timber frame house. Jade surmised that this must be where she lived, while Dorami realized that the time had come for her to apologize. She stands frozen before the wooden door, her earlier resolve having completely vanished. Beside her, Jade notices her hesitation. He quietly asks if she isn't going to knock. Her mind races. Despite having come all this way, a wave of anxiety washes over her, and she forces a strained, apologetic smile. She finds an excuse, suggesting that it must be tea time and she doesn't want to bother the woman. Peeking from behind Jade, Dorami rationalizes that the woman will feel less anxious after she's had something to eat. Seeing her distress, Jade relents, proposing to head home for lunch and acknowledging that she must proceed at her own pace. Just as they decide to retreat, the door creaks open. The elderly woman stands there, her gaze fixed directly on Dorami. "What are you doing here?" she demands, her voice sharp. The sudden confrontation sends a jolt of panic through them. Jade realizes with a start that they've been discovered. From a window above, the woman glares down, her expression severe and demanding an explanation. While peeking into the window of a rustic house, Jade and Dorami are suddenly confronted by an elderly woman from within. She sternly asks what they're doing there, causing Dorami to recoil in shock, realizing they have been discovered. She stammers, trying to explain their presence. Flustered, Dorami insists they are not strange people and clarifies that they were just playing, with her pretending to be a princess. Continuing her impromptu roleplay, Dorami suggests that since the woman is present, they now need a queen for their game. The woman simply responds with a confused, "What?" as Jade admits they aren't fooling anyone with their attire. Dorami excitedly tells the woman that her house resembles a castle and would be a perfect base for them. The woman, a bead of sweat on her brow, looks stressed and asks if they truly think so. Jade enthusiastically agrees, remarking that he would love to live in such a house someday, especially one with such weathered walls. As he reaches out to touch the wood, the woman sharply yells at him to stop, declaring he has no permission to touch anything. The sudden outburst startles both him and Dorami. He looks down, chastised, while the woman stares intently at the wall he nearly touched. She murmurs to herself that just looking at that wall is very... Dorami offers a sincere apology, though the woman simply asks what for. Seeing the situation, Jade, who is now holding a gift, prompts Dorami to say something nice to the lady. Prodded by Jade, Dorami hesitates, her face shadowed with uncertainty as she struggles to find the right words to say. She suddenly brightens, declaring that she loves helping people and is very good at cleaning, so she wanted to help the woman. Jade quietly wonders if this is just flattery. The woman, however, takes offense, asking if she looks too old to clean her own house. Dorami quickly backpedals, insisting the woman looks very young, like she's in her 20s. Trying to be honest, Dorami apologizes again and states that the woman looks to be about 70. The elderly woman's face falls, her expression turning sour. She thinks to herself that Dorami didn't need to say that, even if it was true. She wrings a wet cloth over a bucket, her hands working methodically. After a moment of consideration, she relents, stating that her house is indeed quite dusty, and if they are only going to clean, she will accept their help. In response to her permission, Dorami lets out a jubilant cry, brandishing a feathered duster with renewed vigor. The elderly woman, looking on, points her toward the first task, the window. The young girl attacks the grimy window with gusto, scrubbing furiously as she vows to make it look brand new. Her efforts pay off, leaving the window pane so clean it shines like a mirror. The woman acknowledges her good work before directing her to the next task, the floors. Dorami groans with exertion as she begins scrubbing the wooden planks. She puts all her strength into the task, fiercely commanding the dust to go away as she scrubs the floorboards with a powerful back-and-forth motion. As the girl continues her frenzied cleaning in the background, the elderly woman turns to Rule. She tells him she is leaving things in his hands, expressing concern that Dorami might collapse from exhaustion if she doesn't take a break soon. He watches the small girl work, his expression thoughtful as he observes her relentless energy. Acting on the concern, Jade kneels beside Dorami and gently asks if she wants to take a short break. The girl, however, refuses with a determined look, insisting that since she's already there, she wants to see the job through to the very end. He points out that, speaking of breaks, they haven't even had lunch yet, and he's sure she must be hungry. He suggests that the next task is the attic, and she can rest if she wants. Dorami, however, insists on helping until everything is done, especially in the messy areas. With a renewed smile, she points and announces that the attic is over here. Her cheerful demeanor vanishes in an instant. As she climbs a small ladder to peer into the attic entrance, her eyes widen in shock at what she sees within. Her shock from the attic seems to have subsided as she and Jade stand in a now immaculate room. She marvels at how clean it is, and Jade agrees, pointing out that a mattress pad and a soft blanket have been placed on the bed, items that weren't there before. With the cleaning finally complete, Rule joins them. He speculates that the new bedding might be for overnight guests. The thought of work being over, however, triggers a different reaction in Dorami. She clutches her stomach as a wave of hunger hits her. As if on cue, the elderly woman's voice calls up from downstairs, urging them both to come down before the food gets cold. Dorami is visibly startled by the sudden invitation. She turns to Jade, hesitantly asking if it's truly all right for her to eat. A moment later, her apprehension is replaced by pure, wide-eyed excitement at the mere mention of food. He smiles, reassuring her that the woman prepared the meal specifically for them, so it would be rude not to accept. Hearing this, Dorami's face breaks into a relieved, happy smile. With her worries assuaged, they head downstairs. The door creaks open to reveal an astonishing sight, a table laden with a feast of steaming stew, fresh bread, fruit, and drinks. The sight and smell are too much for her empty stomach, which lets out an enormous, echoing grumble. The elderly woman notes how loud it was, and Dorami sheepishly confirms she's starving, admitting they skipped lunch. The woman gently chides her for not saying something sooner, but Dorami explains she was too focused on the cleaning. With a kind look, the woman simply tells her to eat while the stew is still hot. She doesn't need to be told twice. Dorami cheers, thanking the woman for the food, as Jade announces he'll grab a plate as well. The woman adds that the stew is best when it's warm. She takes her first spoonful of the hot stew, closing her eyes in pure bliss. A moment later, she looks up, chewing with an expression of simple, utter contentment. She eats with gusto, her cheeks puffed out with food. The elderly woman watches her with a gentle smile, encouraging her to enjoy the meal. The woman then turns her attention to Jade, urging him to eat as well before his meal gets cold. He readily agrees. Later that night, tucked into a comfortable bed, Dorami reflects on the woman's kindness. She had been given food and a place to sleep. She overhears the elderly woman speaking with Jade, insisting they stay for the night. Jade expresses his desire to help out more, but the woman gently tells him to simply accept her hospitality for the time being. His face is clouded with regret. He realizes he missed his chance to apologize and makes a firm resolution to do so the following day. Nearby, the weight of the day finally catches up to Dorami, and she drifts into a peaceful sleep. Watching her, Rule remarks to Jade that she must be exhausted after cleaning all day. With a tired expression, Jade confirms that she fell asleep mid-conversation. He then moves to the window, observing how the lights from the main street reach even this far back. Though it's still early, he considers getting some sleep himself. The stunning night scenery makes him wistful. He imagines Garnet beside him, wishing she were there to share the beautiful view. This thought sparks an idea, and a faint blush warms his cheeks. He decides he'll have to take her on a date sometime, musing that the view from the mountaintop would be even more gorgeous. He was startled from his thoughts by the elderly woman's voice, asking if he was still awake. Jolted, he confirmed that he was. Her gaze then shifted to the sleeping Dorami. The woman noted that the girl was already asleep, and it would be cruel to wake her. Rule offered to rouse her if the woman had something to say, but she declined, saying it wasn't necessary. Instead, she turned back to Rule, asking if he had some spare time to talk. He readily agreed, and she stated her wish to borrow some of his time. Moments later, they sat at a small table as the woman offered him tea. He accepted a cup, but when she asked about sugar, he explained that he wasn't fond of sweets and told her she could have it all. She then took a quiet sip from her own cup. His own words sparked a memory. He recalled Dorami's stories, which always mentioned her grandmother leaving out a lot of sweets. This contradicted the woman's current behavior, and he found the discrepancy puzzling. Voicing his confusion, he asked if she had been expecting guests, mentioning that they had seen her buying donuts earlier. The woman responded with a self-deprecating question, wondering aloud who would willingly visit the house of a mean old lady. He immediately countered her statement, pointing out that her actions proved otherwise. If she were truly mean, he argued, she wouldn't have cooked for them. The woman simply stated that the meal was thanks for cleaning her house. Rule pressed on, reminding her that she also left out donuts for Dorami and had been careful to ensure the girl didn't touch the wall. Unseen by them, Dorami, who had only been pretending to be asleep, was happily munching on the donuts, thinking she had just forgotten to eat them. Regarding the wall, the woman explained her reasoning. She hadn't wanted Dorami to cut herself, stating that it wouldn't sit well with her to live in a house with blood on the walls. From her hiding spot, Dorami understood that the woman wasn't angry, but had been worried about her getting a splinter. Rule concluded his thoughts aloud, admitting that while her tone is rough and he still has doubts about the sweets, spending the day with her has made him realize she is a nice person. He muses that if he had to guess, she is likely Dorami's grandmother. He responds to the elderly woman's question, clarifying that they don't live nearby. Instead, they are just visiting from the capital of the Sendao Kingdom. The woman absorbs this information, her expression thoughtful as she murmurs her understanding. Her quiet demeanor puzzles him, and he asks what she means. She simply states that perhaps she should give him her thanks while she still can, as a cup of steaming tea is presented. Now seated together at a small table, she formally thanks him for being with the young girl, Dorami. Hearing this, Rule asks if she recognized her. The woman confirms without hesitation, explaining that they have lived together for a year. She adds that while Dorami has grown a bit taller, she would never mistake her for anyone else. She continues, explaining that the house is so large because her daughters used to live there decades ago. The woman gestures around, noting how big the house feels for just one person. Rule listens, reflecting that it's natural for children to leave the nest someday, becoming independent and enjoying their own lives. She agrees, describing it as a complicated experience, a happy moment, but a lonely one at the same time. This prompts her to ask Rule if he has any children of his own. He admits he doesn't, but confesses he has always thought about how he would spend time with them. As he speaks, Rule envisions a future filled with a loving family, realizing that such precious time will inevitably end and that he too will one day experience the feeling of being left behind. The elderly woman watches him, a small smile on her face as she calls him a strange one. In response, she looks away wistfully. She confesses that even when she was living alone, she would fantasize about life with her children, but concludes that she cannot speak for others. She continues her thought, explaining that her daughters now have their own families and it would be selfish to ask them to come home. The very idea of parting ways with them again is too painful to even imagine. As she speaks, Rule listens with a serious expression. The mood is broken by Dorami, who, while eating, remarks that it wasn't all bad, recalling how a cute roommate just appeared out of nowhere one day. She then asks Rule when he first realized she was staying with him. She recounts how on the second day, she noticed him nodding off while eating leftovers right in front of her, calling it a bold move. The elderly woman asks if Rule didn't speak to Dorami at that time. She explains that she felt sorry for the girl, having seen how nervously she was trying to eat the food. Dorami explains that she pretended not to notice because it didn't seem like the woman had a place to call home, and she worried that if her presence was acknowledged, the woman might run away. Rule then asks about the sweets she used to leave out, wondering if they were all for Dorami. The woman confirms that yes, she made all of them for the little girl. Rule thanks her for raising Dorami, noting how much she grew in that year. The woman dismisses his thanks, reflecting on the fond memories and admitting she felt sorry that Dorami only ate leftovers. She insists that she should be the one giving thanks, as for an entire year, the girl brought her nothing but happiness. She asks Rule not to tell Dorami this, though he feels sure Dorami would be happy to hear it. With a wistful smile, she considers that if she pushed too much, she might just scare Dorami away all over again. She turns back to Rule, confessing that she wanted to care for Dorami as if she were her own grandchild. If the girl had nowhere else to go, she wanted her house to be Dorami's home. Rule looks on, asking what she means. As Rule processes her words, she explains her fear. Dorami probably thought she was angry, and so she ran away. The woman admits she was always worried about where Dorami was and how she was doing, and that it was a profound relief to see her grown up and healthy. The elderly woman expresses her relief, stating that Dorami got what she deserved in being found by a kind person. Rule processes this, realizing she had been at the fountain specifically hoping for a reunion. He remarks that while he was skeptical about the wish fountain, seeing the results with his own eyes has made him a believer. The woman, holding her cup, clarifies that she isn't seeking his confirmation. In response, Rule assures her that he is certain Dorami understands her kindness, adding that he believes this sentiment applies to both of them. Her eyes crinkling with emotion, she confesses that simply meeting Dorami again was enough for her. Rule listens intently, his gaze fixed on her as he takes in the depth of her feelings. Having heard her side of the story, he stands alone, his expression hardening with resolve. A realization dawns on him. He now knows the truth of what transpired between Dorami and the woman who raised her. As Dorami sleeps soundly, unaware of the day's emotional events, he makes a firm decision. For tomorrow, he will step in and mediate between them, bridging the gap that has separated them for so long. On the third day, in Linvox's commercial city, a task is completed. A woven basket is filled to the brim with glistening, perfect peaches, fulfilling every part of the request. Dorami holds the basket, beaming with pride. She thinks of herself that she didn't eat a single one, and with so many peaches, she is certain her grandmother will be very happy. As they walk, Jade recalls how Dorami's grandmother had asked them both to run errands for her, such as buying fruit. He reassures Dorami, expressing his confidence that her grandmother will understand. He continues, certain that this gesture will make her realize how truly sorry Dorami is. The young girl listens, her large eyes fixed on him as she absorbs his encouraging words. Against the backdrop of the sky, Jade's voice is heard asking if she plans to apologize when they return, gently warning her that the longer she waits, the more difficult it will become. Elsewhere, the grandmother reflects on the situation. She believes an apology only has worth if one finds the courage to offer it themselves, and that it isn't her place to prompt it. She has been pretending not to notice Dorami's presence. Meanwhile, Jade considers telling Dorami about his conversation with her grandmother from the night before, hoping it would give the girl more confidence. This thought galvanizes Dorami. With newfound determination shining in her eyes, she declares that she will definitely apologize when they get home, believing the most she can do is put her on the right path. She vows to do her best. Jade smiles warmly, praising her spirit and promising that he'll be rooting for her to successfully convey her feelings. Upon returning, they are greeted by the grandmother. Dorami announces their success with the fruit. The grandmother thanks her, suggesting she go to her room and relax. Dorami, however, remains still, her expression thoughtful and serious. After a moment of hesitation, Dorami's resolve hardens. She turns directly to her grandmother and proclaims with sudden intensity, "I need to tell you something." She bows low before the elderly woman, her voice filled with remorse. Dorami confesses that she used to live secretly in the attic and would sneak down to eat the food left out, apologizing profusely for not having told her sooner. As she straightens up, her eyes are closed in resignation, but they snap open in surprise at the sight before her gaze flickering towards the now empty attic. The elderly woman's face is not one of anger, but of gentle warmth. She asks the young girl if she enjoyed the food that had been intentionally left out for her. From nearby, Jade watches the exchange as the woman clarifies her intentions. The realization dawns on Dorami, and with tears welling in her eyes, she stammers that the food was, indeed, very good. Her composure breaks, and with tears of happiness streaming down her face, she exclaims that every single meal was delicious. A gentle smile spreads across the woman's face as she expresses her gladness and invites Dorami to eat her cooking again. Still hesitant, Dorami asks if it's truly all right, admitting she thought her actions were wrong. The woman reassures her, calling her a good girl for having appreciated her cooking. Overcome with gratitude, Dorami looks up at the woman, whom she now calls Grandma, and thanks her for everything. Both the woman and Jade look on, their own eyes misty with emotion at the heartwarming resolution. The woman then shifts the topic, mentioning she was planning to bake a cake and offers some to Dorami. The girl's eyes light up in disbelief and excitement, asking if she means a peach cake. Her new grandmother confirms that is indeed the plan, telling Dorami she can have as much as she wants. As Dorami beams with delight, she suddenly remembers something and announces she has a present for her. Before getting the present, Dorami enthusiastically volunteers to help with the baking. Seeing her excitement, Jade steps forward with a smile, offering his help as well. She and Jade stand with the elderly woman, a freshly baked cake sitting on the table between them. Now wearing a new, frilly dress, Dorami waves a joyful goodbye to Jade, who departs carrying several large boxes. As evening descends, the rooftops of the capital are cast in shadow, the sky still light above the central clock tower. Walking through the streets, Dorami remarks that the capital has a nostalgic smell to it. Jade, carrying their parcels, agrees, noting that this trip felt a little longer than usual. He suggests they head to the guild first. Dorami eagerly agrees, excited to tell the other children about her adventure. Jade tells her he'll leave that to her while he watches their belongings. Upon arriving at the guild, Jade is immediately greeted by a crowd of fellow adventurers. One enthusiastically welcomes him back, and Jade returns the sentiment. The adventurer says it means a lot coming from a rank 4 hero. Another explains that because Jade has defeated so many powerful monsters, the risk for other adventurers has decreased, allowing them to work in peace. A fact his own adventurer father had taught him about the dangers of the past. He listens to their praise, reflecting internally that while he took on all those quests mainly for a chance to talk to Garnet, he is glad his efforts are having such a positive impact on others. With that thought, he gets in line at the guild counter. As a voice calls for the next person, he steels himself, realizing it's finally time to speak with Garnet again. He steps forward, greeting Garnet with a polite, "Good evening." He introduces himself as Jade and states that he is there to report on a quest. Her professional expression softens into a warm, genuine smile. The sight leaves him momentarily breathless, thinking how dazzling she is. Garnet asks him to wait, then confirms he is reporting the ghost subjugation and requests the Mana Stone for examination. As she inspects it, Jade notices that although she is acting professionally, her tone seems a bit more cheerful than usual. He accepts a check for 20 million GOL from Garnet, payment for the completed extermination quest. Internally, he wonders if her cheerful demeanor is because he has returned, a thought that makes him extremely happy. He thanks her profusely as he takes the payment. Later that evening, under a starry sky, Jade and Dorami arrive back home. Dorami expresses her delight at being home. Jade notices she's already sorting through the things they bought, and she confirms, explaining that she wants to prepare the presents for Garnet, as she knows he plans to visit her later. Elsewhere, the hero Rule walks alone, his thoughts heavy. He has failed to find any information on the missing adventurer, Onyx, and now faces the grim task of delivering the bad news. His search had been thorough. He had the guild logs checked for any visits Onyx might have made to other commercial cities, but there was no record of him anywhere since his disappearance. Back at Jade's residence, as he contemplates his next move, to use a letter of introduction from the guildmaster to continue his search in Linvox's capital, a sudden knock at the door interrupts his thoughts. Dorami notes the arrival of a visitor. As the door creaks open, Dorami peeks out and lets out a small gasp of surprise at who she sees standing on their doorstep. It is Garnet, who greets them with a warm smile, welcoming them both back. Dorami cries out her name in excitement. Jade replies that it's good to be back, and Dorami excitedly tells Garnet they brought her presents. After asking if they enjoyed their trip, Garnet's expression shifts. She states that before anything else, there is something important she needs to tell Jade, and suggests they discuss it over dinner. Following her serious proposal, they head to a nearby restaurant to have their discussion. He explains that his visit to Akinai's guild hall yielded no results. There was no record of Onyx-san in any of the commercial cities. Therefore, he declares his intention to travel directly to Linvox's capital next. In response to his plan, Garnet listens intently, her expression calm. She acknowledges that she understands the situation and thanks him for telling her, but gently insists that he doesn't have to rush on her account. She turns her head slightly, a wistful look in her eyes. She confesses that while it's true she wants to see her father again, the thought also brings a sense of loneliness. At her words, Dorami chimes in with a pout, declaring that she gets sad when they aren't all together. Jade quickly agrees, admitting he gets depressed when he can't see Garnet. He explains that he finally got his wish to make her his girlfriend and wants to be by her side always. His voice thick with emotion, he looks directly at Garnet and makes a heartfelt declaration. He professes his love for her from the bottom of his heart, stating that he wants the girl he loves to be happy. This, he explains, is the true reason he is so determined to find her father as quickly as possible. Visibly moved by his passionate words, Garnet looks up at him, a faint blush coloring her cheeks. A gentle smile forms on her lips as she imagines the future, saying she can't wait to introduce him to her father and tell him all about her kind and loving boyfriend. Noticing his expression, however, she points out that he looks a little pale and on edge. Jade nervously asks if she thinks her father will approve of their relationship. He brightens at the prospect, thanking her and thinking to himself that Garnet is the perfect woman. She chuckles softly, telling him not to be so anxious. There is no reason her father wouldn't approve. Just as their food arrives, Garnet's thoughts drift to Jade. She internally lists his qualities. He's beautiful, kind, level-headed, a great cook, and, she notes with a blush, he even smells heavenly. Unaware of her flattering thoughts, Jade's own anxieties begin to surface. He looks out into the night, a worried expression on his face, wondering if any father would be willing to give up a daughter as perfect as Garnet to someone like him. Beside a heart-shaped box of peaches, Dorami leans back with a satisfied sigh, patting her full stomach. She declares herself completely full after the feast. Garnet smiles warmly at the scene, remarking to Jade and Rule that it has been a while since she has seen the two of them together like this. In a nearby chair, Dorami lets out a small, contented flutter, still basking in her full stomach. Rule chuckles, telling Dorami that her current state is to be expected after eating peaches right after dinner. He notes that Jade brought back many gifts, prompting Jade to apologize, admitting he may have gotten carried away with his selections. Garnet quickly dismisses his concern, stating it's no bother at all. With a soft blush, she adds that it was her boyfriend who got them for her, after all. Stunned by her casual declaration, Jade can only stammer her name, touched as he thanks her and vows to treasure the gifts. He is left momentarily speechless, his face flushed, completely overwhelmed by the effortless way she said it. Dorami watches him, tilting her head in confusion. Changing the subject, Garnet turns to Dorami to thank her for the peaches she had given her, remarking on how delicious they were. Dorami seems puzzled, clarifying that while she picked them out, Jade was the one who bought them, so they're still a gift from Garnet. The young girl considers this logic. She questions if that is truly how it works, smiling as she concludes that it feels like she just received the gift for herself. Seeing her slight confusion, Rule offers a different perspective. He suggests that the memories one shares can also be considered gifts, then prompts Dorami to tell Garnet about her recent adventure. Following his suggestion, Garnet turns to Dorami with genuine interest, saying she would love to hear one of her stories as well. Delighted by the request, Dorami beams and enthusiastically promises to tell them a whole bunch of stories. She lets out a small, sleepy sigh, her eyes closed as the day's excitement finally catches up with her. Seeing her fatigue, Jade glances at a nearby clock and notes the late hour. He turns to Garnet, suggesting that she must also want to get some rest. She reassures him that she's fine, then happily reveals that she requested the following day off from work specifically so she could spend more time with the two of them. As Dorami excitedly declares she'll get ready for tomorrow by going to bed, she mentions needing a bath first. This makes Garnet realize an important detail. Dorami doesn't have a bath at her own place. Dorami brightly suggests they all just go take a bath at her and Jade's house. Jade briefly wonders if any public bathhouses are still open at this time, but quickly concludes they are all closed. He begins to agree with the idea, turning to Garnet with the unspoken invitation for her to join them at their home. She asks if it would be a bother, her simple question sending a jolt through Jade. The sudden realization that Garnet might actually take a bath at his house leaves him momentarily stunned. He quickly recovers, emphatically insisting it's no trouble at all. With a flustered grin, he explains that he had the bathroom designed with her in mind in the first place and encourages her to relax as much as she'd like. Delighted, Dorami asks Garnet if they can use one of the bath bombs Jade gave her, and if she can join her in the bath. Garnet happily agrees. Internally, Jade celebrates, thinking that the bathroom he built for her will finally be used by its intended person. Dorami then grabs Jade's arm, excitedly telling him to hurry up and join him too. The unexpected invitation leaves him utterly speechless and shocked. He stammers, insisting it's a bad idea and that his heart might actually stop from the shock. He quickly adds that he's sure Garnet wouldn't want that either, gesturing towards her as if her expression proves his point. Looking slightly downcast, Garnet simply asks why not. In response to his hesitation, Garnet looks up at him, a faint blush on her cheeks. She formally extends the invitation herself, asking if he would like to join them. The direct offer leaves Jade utterly speechless, his eyes wide with disbelief. An invitation has been made. His decision is now awaited. With a gentle expression and a slight blush, Garnet turns to Jade and asks if he would like to join them in the bath. The question stuns Jade. His face flushes a deep red as his mind reels, barely able to process the invitation. A bath with Garnet-san. He glances at her, trying to decipher her intent. He wonders if she is being serious or simply joking, but her calm demeanor offers no clues. Flustered, he waves his hands dismissively and declines the offer. He claims that he is a bit tired and will go after she is done, despite looking wide awake. Garnet accepts his decision with a simple, understanding okay, adding that she will go ahead then. As she and a thankful Dorami head towards the bath, Jade internally admits that bathing together is too much for him right now. He resolves to calm himself down before she gets out, lamenting that he can't even casually hold her hand properly. Submerged in the warm, steaming water, Garnet lets out a soft sigh, a serene and relaxed expression on her face. Meanwhile, Jade sits slumped in a nearby chair, desperately trying to clear his thoughts. Inside the bath, Dorami splashes happily amongst the bubbles, watched over by smiling Garnet. A short time later, Garnet emerges, looking refreshed and content. She remarks to herself that the bath was just perfect. Seeing Jade, she approaches and places a cool hand on his forehead. He closes his eyes, relieved that he managed to keep his composure. He thinks to himself that it was a close call, as Garnet expresses her gladness that he seems to have enjoyed himself, misinterpreting his state. He found himself captivated by Garnet's serene smile, realizing she had been making his heart race all day. His thoughts turned to their date the next day. As her boyfriend, he felt a duty to escort her properly, which meant he needed to be able to hold her hand naturally. He resolved to practice, determined to be fully prepared for tomorrow. The next morning arrived. Garnet, carrying a basket, greeted Jade and Dorami with a warm good morning. She commented on the lovely weather, perfect for spending time outside. Jade, struck by her appearance, could only think that she was even cuter today. Her gaze lingered on him, and she asked if there was something on his neck. Jade froze, instantly flustered as he recalled spending a great deal of time practicing how to hold her hand. He quickly dismissed her concern, insisting it was nothing. Changing the subject, Garnet mentioned she had made lunch and offered to share it with him later. He could hardly contain his excitement. The thought of eating her cooking while on a date with her was almost too much to believe. He eagerly told her he couldn't wait to try it, thanking her for making it for them. The day unfolded into a series of pleasant moments. They walked together, Dorami happily humming, and Jade found himself thinking it was the best day off he'd ever had. He watched Garnet, his resolve to hold her hand still firm. As they settled in a park, Dorami cheered with excitement for their picnic lunch. Jade smiled, explaining to Garnet that the little girl always loves the food she makes. A glance at a nearby clock tower revealed it was already lunchtime. The realization struck Jade with a jolt. He had been enjoying himself so much that he hadn't even attempted to hold her hand yet. Just then, Garnet announced that she had prepared sandwiches for their meal, noting she had made plenty for everyone. Seeing his opportunity, Jade steeled his resolve, determined not to let this chance slip away. She opened the basket to reveal an impressive spread of handmade sandwiches: egg, ham and cheese, and lettuce and tomato, all neatly arranged. Her gesture is met with pure delight. Jade's eyes sparkle as he looks over the picnic basket's contents, exclaiming that it looks wonderful and it's time to eat. Beside him, Dorami shares in the excitement. He takes a bite of the sandwich, his expression immediately turning to one of bliss. He can't get enough, marveling at the amazing texture of the bread. Dorami, too, happily munches on her own portion. His reaction brings a gentle, contented smile to Garnet's face. The knowledge that she made this food specifically for them fills her with a quiet happiness. She watches as Jade is moved to tears, his voice thick with emotion as he declares the most delicious thing he has ever tasted. Garnet simply offers a warm, appreciative thank you. After their meal, their stroll through the park leads them past a sign for a nearby theater. As Garnet gazes at the poster, Jade quietly wonders if she might be interested in seeing a play. He decides to ask, mentioning that he'd like to see it at least once and inquiring if she's interested in such things. Garnet turns to him, proposing they watch the play now that they've finished eating. She admits that she does want to see it, explaining that it's difficult to go to such places alone. Her expression softens as she tells him she's happy he is there with her. Her confession fills Jade with hope as they arrive at the theater. He thinks about how this will be their first time watching a play together and hopes it becomes a good memory. Realizing it's a romantic play, He sees it as the perfect opportunity for a date, and perhaps a chance to finally hold her hand. Inside the darkened hall, the three of them sit side by side. As the heavy curtains begin to part with a low rumble, Jade quietly observes that the play is starting. On stage, the story begins, a romantic tale of a knight and a princess from different social standings. As the scene is set, Jade's expression shifts to one of intense, sudden focus. The theme of the play seems to strike a deep and personal chord within him. He watched the play, his expression serious as a scene unfolded, showing a princess alone under the moonlight. He reflected internally on the difficulty of love between people of different social classes. His gaze then shifted to Garnet, sitting beside him. A sense of relief washed over him as he realized that, thankfully, such a social divide did not exist between them. He continued to look at her, his admiration clear. In his eyes, he thought she was nothing less than a princess. As he watched, the play's plot advanced. A marriage proposal was offered to the princess by a prince from an enemy country, a political maneuver to sign an armistice. The more the story unfolded, the more obstacles seemed to pile up between the princess and her knight. The situation grew more dire, as the play revealed the proposal was a trap set by the enemy. For the sake of his country, the knight hid his true feelings and gave the princess his blessing. She, in turn, accepted the marriage with deep sadness. As the day of the wedding arrived on stage, Jade's concern deepened, a worried thought trailing off in his mind. His fears were realized as enemy soldiers suddenly attacked the ceremony, taking the guests hostage. The knight fought valiantly, cutting down his foes one by one until it all came down to a duel with the enemy prince. Though the knight emerged victorious, the battle had exhausted all of his strength. In the arms of the princess, the knight drew his last breath. He died with a smile, for in those final moments, they were finally able to confess the love they had held back for so long. Both Jade and Garnet watched the tragic conclusion, their expressions somber and deeply affected. As the curtain fell on the final, tragic tableau, Garnet turned slightly and murmured that it was, indeed, a very sad tale. Jade agreed, adding that despite the sadness, he was glad they had watched it. He felt that the knight's struggle had given him courage, realizing how lucky his own circumstances were in comparison. A new resolve formed within him. He would display the same courage as the knight and finally hold Garnet's hand. He turned, ready to act on his bold decision, only to be met with an unexpected sight. The young girl, Dorami, sitting on the other side of Garnet, was sound asleep. He looks down at the sleeping girl, noting that she is completely unconscious. He feels it would be wrong to wake her. Turning away, he internally laments his missed chance to hold Garnet's hand, wondering if he'll get another opportunity. He suggests they return to the bench where they sat during lunch, and she agrees. He decides to carry Dorami, observing that as dusk approaches, the girl shows no signs of waking. He resolves that he will definitely hold Garnet's hand on their next date. They settle onto the bench under the darkening sky, with the still sleeping Dorami resting between them. After a moment, he notices Garnet staring at him and asks if there is something on his neck. She quickly looks away, insisting it's nothing before changing the subject, asking when he will leave for his next trip. She explains why she asked, revealing that she was thinking of introducing him to her mother. Garnet mentions that she plans on leaving again after a few more days and is taking about 2 weeks off from her duties. The realization dawns on him that the time has finally come, and he admits to feeling nervous. Garnet reassures him, saying there's no need to worry. Though she herself is unsure if her mother will approve of their relationship, she believes they just need to show how close they've become to receive her blessing. Inspired by her words about getting closer, he decides to act. He tentatively asks if they can hold hands. To his surprise, Garnet blushes and admits she was just thinking the same thing. As their hands meet, she confesses that although her heart is racing and her hands are sweaty, she would hold his hand anytime. Jade sighs in relief, telling her he'd been waiting for the right moment to ask. Garnet senses there is more on his mind and asks him about it. With a serious expression, he confirms that he does have something else he wants to tell her. He stands before Garnet, ready to make his important declaration, but she speaks first. With a slight blush dusting her cheeks, she softly confirms his unspoken question and then tells him she wants him to have something. From a small, elegant box, she reveals a delicate silver pendant with a teardrop-shaped gem nestled inside. He recognizes the jewelry immediately, noting its beauty and asking if it's the same as the one she wears. Garnet explains that the one she wears belonged to her mother. She reveals that both her parents wore these matching pendants until the day they were married. The realization dawns on Jade. The pendant she's offering must have belonged to her father, Onyx. She recalls her mother's instructions from the day she left for the capital, to give the pendant to the person she finds and loves. Jade, taken aback by the weight of the gift, questions if she is certain about giving him something so valuable. Garnet meets his gaze, her expression soft but firm, and tells him it is precisely because it's him that she wants him to have it. Her cheeks flush as she confesses her true feelings. She wants to be closer to him, to build a relationship just like her parents had, one where two people love and cherish each other forever. Jade listens, his expression a mixture of shock and awe. His initial shock gives way to a bright, heartfelt smile. He accepts her feelings and her proposal for their future, decisively stating, "Then let's do just that." Garnet's face softens with a gentle, relieved smile. Overcome with emotion, tears of joy welling in his eyes, Jade makes a heartfelt promise. I'll be with you forever. As they stand before a cascading waterfall, he asks for permission to put the pendant on her. Garnet, her face glowing with happiness, readily agrees. He leans in, his face just inches from hers, as he carefully fastens the clasp of the pendant around her neck, sealing their promise. He feels Garnet's arms wrap around his neck, and his face flushes, his mind instantly jumping to the conclusion that she is hugging him. He frantically tells himself to calm down, realizing she is simply fastening the pendant in place. Once the pendant is secure, Garnet pulls back slightly, admiring her work. She tells him it really suits him. A pleased and still slightly flustered Jade thanks her profusely. Sometime later, a small girl, Marin, stirs from her sleep, rubbing her eyes with a soft murmur. She looks around, confused, and asks why they are outside. Jade explains that she fell asleep during the tragic play. He then adds that in 2 weeks, they will visit Garnet's mother. Marin's drowsiness vanishes, replaced by pure joy as she realizes she and Garnet will finally get to play together. As the evening draws in, Garnet observes that the sun is about to set and it might get chilly. Taking her words as his cue, Jade turns to her with a blush, extends his hand, and asks if they should head home. Garnet smiles warmly and places her hand in his, softly agreeing to go. Their hands now connected, they begin to walk, with Marin just ahead. Garnet comments on the warmth of Jade's hand. He knows, internally, that it's only because he was so nervous. In the monarchy of Linvok, the group arrives at the Capital Guild Hall. Their purpose is clear, to continue the search for any information regarding Garnet's missing father. As they wait, Dorami turns with an apologetic look, saying sorry for the delay. Jade reassures her, explaining that the guild is checking its logs for any record of Onyx visiting, a process that will take about 5 days. Dorami perks up, surprised by the short time frame, and asking if it means they'll get to go home early. He smiles, confirming they were lucky. The guild isn't particularly busy because the capital is currently holding a festival to celebrate the king's birthday. Intrigued by the news of a festival, Dorami asks how long it will last. Jade thinks for a moment before replying that it should be about 3 days. He then adds that after this trip, another big event is scheduled in 10 days. Dorami's eyes light up, and she cheers, suggesting they go look for souvenirs. She wants to find something that Marin would love. The thought of family brings a new resolve to Jade. He realizes that soon, he will have to formally introduce himself to Garnet's mother. He feels a knot of nervousness at the idea of presenting himself as her daughter's lover. But then he recalls Garnet's own words. She had assured him that if they simply showed her mother how close they were, she would give them her blessing. The memory steals his expression. His mind flashes back to the day he was able to hold her hand. Recalling that simple closeness, he tries to reassure himself that everything should be all right. Stepping out into the city, the group is greeted by a bustling street filled with decorations and people. Dorami gasps in awe, exclaiming that it truly is a festival. As Jade points out the large crowds, she eagerly urges them to go take a look. She thoughtfully considers the sweet dango on her stick, briefly pulling on a pair of goggles before taking a delighted bite. Jade watches her from nearby, a faint smile on his face. They find a spot to rest on a wide set of stone steps, taking in the sights of the bustling festival grounds that spread out before them. After finishing her snack, she begins to slurp loudly from a wooden cup. She pulls back from the cup with a satisfied sigh, exclaiming that the drink is so delicious she should give some to Momochi. The mention of Momochi brings to mind a recent conversation. Garnet had explained that Momochi is the name Dorami gave to a peach seed she is carefully nurturing back at Garnet's house. While Jade privately thought a seed couldn't drink anything, the idea inspired Dorami, who suddenly decided she should get a present from Momochi as well. Back at the festival, her attention is suddenly captured by a nearby tent. She points, asking Jade what is happening over there. As they get closer, she realizes it's the registration tent for a receptionist event happening the next day, a contest to determine the cutest among them. The idea sparks a thought. It would be amazing if she won, as Marin would be absolutely thrilled. Filled with sudden determination, she turns to Jade and announces that she wants to join the contest too. He seems taken aback, reminding her that it is a national-level event. The idea takes root. Later, sitting with Garnet, Dorami reaffirms her goal, musing that winning would be a fun story to tell Marin when they meet again. She declares with certainty that she will bring home the gold. Seeing her resolve, Jade smiles and asks, why not? He stands, fully supportive, and tells her they should go buy whatever she needs for the competition. Dorami looks up at him, letting out a soft, "Oh," as she clutches the newly acquired registration form. As they prepare to shop, Dorami holds up a pair of sparkling novelty glasses, declaring she already has everything she needs. Jade is taken aback, incredulously asking if she truly plans to win the contest with those. She cheerfully explains that she also has the princess-like clothes Garnet gave her, so she's all set. Jade concedes that the clothes are adorable, but suggests it would create a fonder memory if she found something new to match them. He gently pushes her to get out of her comfort zone, a point which seems to give her pause. He elaborates on his idea, suggesting that when she eventually tells Marin about the contest, she can also discuss the fashion trends, mentioning what was popular during her own participation. Dorami listens intently, the idea beginning to take root. The thought continues, picturing Marin's reaction. Jade assures Dorami that Marin will surely be amazed by the topic she brings up, imagining an impressed and blushing Marin. This line of reasoning is a resounding success. Dorami's eyes sparkle with newfound determination, and Jade, sensing victory, enthusiastically declares, "Let's go shopping." Their shopping trip leads them to a clothing store, where Dorami immediately finds an accessory she believes is a perfect fit, a small skull necklace. She imagines that people will mistake it for the skull of a monster she has defeated. Jade, however, is not convinced. He questions if the skull isn't a bit too small, wondering if she truly wants to show it off. Misunderstanding his concern for size, Dorami eagerly suggests they find a bigger one. His patience wearing thin, Jade decides he needs professional help. He calls out into the store, asking for assistance. A polite voice responds from off-panel, asking how they can help. In response to his call, a young girl with a large bow in her hair appears, asking if they need help. Dorami bristles, assuming the girl thinks she's a lost child, and proudly introduces herself as Dell. The girl seems impressed, remarking that it's amazing for someone so young to be working. The girl, Dell, clarifies her offer to help. As Jade realizes she must work there, Dell explains to him that she isn't actually an employee, but is just helping her parents. Dorami listens, her initial defensiveness fading. She seems taken aback by Dorami's praise, but Jade sees an opportunity. He notes that since she appears to be the same age as Dorami and knows a lot about fashion, they should be able to get some good advice from her. He explains to Dell that they're looking for an accessory that pairs well with Dorami's dress. Dorami enthusiastically suggests something like a bigger skull. Dell confirms they don't have any skull accessories, but she does have something else that would match the dress. She presents a delicate pendant featuring a crescent moon and a sun. Jade immediately sees its potential, suggesting it would be much better for the contest. Dorami, however, seems disappointed, muttering that the skull design is cooler. Hearing the word contest, Jade is taken by surprise. Dorami proudly confirms it, declaring with a confident smile that she is aiming for the gold. Upon hearing this, Dell's demeanor shifts. She tells Dorami that if she's serious, she should also put on makeup and get her nails done, just like her. She then insists Dorami must comb her hair properly, much to Dorami's dismay at the amount of effort required. She stands with her hands on her hips, her expression firm. She promises Dorami that she will want to hear this, revealing that she won first place in last year's contest, and that Dorami had better listen up. Her lesson continues as she points out her own footwear, stating that at the contest, Dorami should be wearing heels. Dorami observes that they look difficult to walk in, but Dell assures her that with practice, one can walk gracefully. "Just watch," she says. With each step, Dell moves with perfect poise and elegance, an aura of sparkling light and blooming roses materializing around her to emphasize her graceful demonstration. Dorami attempts to mimic the walk, asking if she's doing it correctly, but her movements are clumsy and stiff. Watching from the side, Jade can't contain himself, shouting that she's doing it all wrong and wasting her cuteness. His outburst has an unintended effect. Dorami brightens up, thanking him for calling her cute and adding that Dell is pretty cute too. Dell responds with unshakable confidence, stating that of course she is, and that she fully intends to win this year's contest as well. She calmly explained to Jade that she is from the capital of Sundale and quite well known there, which prompted him to ask if she was already a famous model. As Jade noted how invested the other contestants were, Dorami stood with her arms crossed, declaring with fierce determination that she had passed through countless battlefields to reach this day. In response to this fiery declaration, Dell acknowledged Dorami as competition. With a confident look, she stated her own resolve. She would not give up first place and planned to win, bringing even more prestige to the event. Despite her competitive spirit, she then presented Dorami with a box containing a pair of elegant heels, insisting they're important for anyone who wants to win. Dorami, slightly flustered, explained that she was only participating to help her parents. Watching the exchange, Jade marveled at Dell's kindness, noting that even while aiming for victory herself, she was still helping Dorami. The gift, however, seemed to cause Dorami some distress. She stared at the heels with a worried expression, a reaction Jade observed, realizing it would be hard to turn down someone trying to help, even if Dorami wasn't interested in wearing them. Seeing her hesitation, he decided to intervene, suggesting they simply accept the pair for now. With the decision made, Dell cheerfully thanked them for their patronage as the new pair of white, flower-adorned heels sat in their box. On the day of the contest, Dorami emerged, dressed in a beautiful tier gown and wearing the new heels. She announced her departure, and after a quick thank you, she headed off. Jade waved, wishing her good luck, and telling her he was rooting for her. He watched her walk toward the contestant tents, a thoughtful expression on his face. He noted that while she looked like her usual self, this was her first real competition, and he couldn't help but wonder if she would be all right. Inside the waiting room, the atmosphere was tense. Surrounded by other nervous contestants, Dorami found their anxiety was contagious, making her nervous as well. As she sat gripping her hands tightly, the faint sound of a flute reached her ears. Just then, a gloved hand rested on her shoulder, and Dell's voice advised her that in times like these, she just has to do what she normally does. In the waiting area, a sweet melody fills the air. Dorami, eyes closed in concentration, plays a simple flute, her long hair adorned with small flowers. The other contestants pause their own preparations, their attention drawn to the impromptu performance. Her music captivates the small audience. The other girls listen with expressions of surprise and admiration, enchanted by the pure, clear notes. As a final note fades, the room erupts in applause. The other contestants declare how good it was, one even admitting she was completely entranced. Dorami lowers her flute, a quiet sigh of relief escaping her lips. She looks up, her eyes wide with surprise at the enthusiastic reception. Her surprise grows as the girls crowd around her, amazed that she is already so good when it hasn't even been a month. They assume she must practice every day and has a great talent. Flustered, Dorami insists it was nothing, admitting she's still a beginner and bought the flute less than a month ago. Amid the praise, a familiar figure with a confident smirk appears. Dorami, momentarily confused, asks who she is before realizing with a start. It's Dell. Dell looks Dorami over, remarking that she looks different from yesterday and noting that makeup can do that. She then points out that Dorami came to the contest without any. However, Dell continues, questioning where Dorami gets her confidence. Dorami, her expression hardening with resolve, declares that she wants to win just as she is. Dell meets her gaze, her own eyes filled with competitive fire, and states plainly, "I won't lose to you." A battle that cannot be backed down from has just begun. Two young contestants, Dell and Dorami, stand side by side before the competition, their expressions a study in contrasts. Dell, with arms crossed, has a look of fierce determination, thinking to herself that she absolutely cannot lose this contest. Dorami stands beside her, her expression more neutral and observant. Dell turns to Dorami, noting that she has gathered a lot of attention with her music. With an air of superiority, she tells Dorami to just sit and watch while she wins. An onlooker points out that last year's winner and her rival are present, predicting the situation will get ugly. To prove her point, Dell begins her signature walk, each step exuding a practiced grace. She internally boasts that this isn't all. After a year of training, she has improved her walk. Though she wanted to wait for her turn, she decides to make an exception and show off her new skill now. Her confident stride is cut short by a sudden, sharp crack. A look of shock and alarm flashes across Dell's face as she lets out a cry. The heel of her shoe has snapped. In response to the crash, Dorami rushes to Dell's side, who has stumbled to the ground. "Are you okay?" she asks with clear concern. Dell, clutching her ankle, can only manage a pained affirmative. She tries to downplay the incident, stating that she's fine, but her pained expression and the sight of the broken heel lying on the ground reveal the truth of her situation. As Dell sits in distress, an announcement echoes through the venue. "Contestant number 1, get ready." It is Dell's turn. The other contestants look on as she realizes with dismay that she can't just leave. She has to perform. She looks at Dorami, her voice filled with frustration, reminding her that unlike Dorami, she's been training for a whole year for this moment. Dorami looks back, confused by the sudden outburst. Dorami's confusion gives way to resolve. She reminds Dell that just the day before, Dell had given her all sorts of advice. Declaring she knows what to do, Dorami offers her own simple shoes. Dell is taken aback, protesting that Dorami would then have nothing to wear herself. Ignoring the protest, Dorami smiles brightly and hands the shoes over, insisting that Dell shouldn't worry about it. Her simple act of kindness hangs in the air, a stark contrast to the competitive atmosphere. She cheerfully insists that she will simply go out without any shoes, claiming it's easier to move that way. Dell, holding the gifted footwear, looks on with an uncertain expression, asking if Dorami is truly sure about this. Brushing off the concern, Dorami tells her not to worry. With a bright smile, she explains that she is just excited to see Dell's brand new walk. As the contest proceeds, Jade watches intently from the audience. On stage, Dorami performs for the clapping crowd. Her performance is unexpected. She plays a tune on a small flute, impressing the audience who murmur in awe. A light blush of exertion and pride appears on her face. From backstage, Dell listens to the applause for Dorami. A voice announces that contestant number 2 should get ready. With newfound determination, Dell declares she is all set. A short while later, Dorami walks away from the stage area, her part in the contest finished, as Dell strides confidently towards it. After the event, Jade congratulates Dorami by gently patting her head. As she beams, holding a prize box, Dell rushes over, calling out for them to wait. Catching her breath, Dell asks why Dorami gave her the shoes. Dorami replies that it's only natural to help someone in need. Dell protests, insisting that if Dorami hadn't done that, she would have been the one to win the first-place trophy. Ignoring the comment about the trophy, Dorami excitedly opens her prize box. Inside rests a large, shiny, jeweled bow, and she exclaims that they gave her this one after all. She turns to the bewildered Dell, presenting the bow. With a huge smile, Dorami explains that one can only get something so stylish by joining the contest, and that it is the perfect gift for her friend. She listens with a gentle smile as Dell praises her performance. Dell expresses her gratitude, calling Dorami's musical number spectacular and her unique walk very pretty. In a gesture of newfound camaraderie, the two girls clasp hands firmly, their previous rivalry seemingly forgotten as they share a warm, genuine smile. Watching them from a short distance, Jade smiles, pleased to see the two have reconciled. 4 days later, having returned to the capital city of Sundale, Jade arrives at the capital guild hall. He confidently announces his presence, ready to report on a completed quest. He stands before Garnet at the reception desk. She maintains her professional demeanor, asking him to wait a moment. Lost in admiration, Jade internally resolves that he can wait as long as it takes. He confirms that he is reporting on the nightmare subjugation and presents the required item. As Garnet agrees to examine the mana stone, Jade is captivated, thinking how wonderful she looks in her work mode and cherishing the gentle, warm smile she gives him. The sight overwhelms him with a single, powerful realization. She is just too cute. Leaving the guild, he reflects on the pure bliss of their relationship, a feeling that ensures he will always return. His thoughts then shift as he looks for Dorami, spotting her with other children. A sense of unease creeps in. Something feels off about her. He approaches her, noticing her subdued demeanor. While she tries to gather the other children for what she calls a cool story, her usual boundless excitement is gone. He asks if something happened with the other kids, concerned by how unlike her old self she is. His concern deepens as his eyes fall upon the back of her hand. A small, unfamiliar circular mark is visible on her skin, and he stares at it, wondering what it could be. He approaches Dorami, apologizing for the wait. With a bright smile and a wave, she assures him it's fine. In the background, her two friends turn and depart down the path. Despite her cheerful facade, he senses something is amiss and asks if she's feeling down. Dorami greets him, still smiling, and quickly insists that nothing is wrong at all. He isn't convinced, telling her that her feelings are written all over her face. Startled, she wonders how he could tell. He then gently asks if something happened with her friends. Her expression falls into sadness. She explains that her friends recently told her that they had become real adventurers. Dorami voices her fear that if everyone becomes an adventurer, no one will want to hear her stories anymore. Jade asks why she's so down, reminding her that he knew this would happen. He tries to reassure her, explaining that while adventuring is fun, listening to her stories has its own charm, and she shouldn't worry about people discovering her exaggerations. His words fail to comfort her. She looks down, confessing that she feels she isn't strong enough to perform the feats she describes in her tales. She admits that before they met, she traveled alone, but now feels that without him, she can't do anything. She reminds him of the king's decree that she cannot leave his side. Thoughtfully, Jade proposes a solution. She could try venturing out by herself again. He elaborates on his plan, suggesting she treat local errands as missions. For a child her age, he explains it would be like a huge adventure. By acting as his official envoy, she wouldn't be breaking any rules. He adds that when everyone hears she completed a mission by herself, they'll be amazed she can handle the duties of a rank 10 adventurer. His encouragement strikes a chord. With renewed determination puffing her cheeks, Dorami clenches her fists and eagerly accepts, declaring she will be his envoy. Jade smiles and agrees to her new role. With her agreement, he immediately gives her the first mission. Go to the tailor to pick up some clothes, then take a separate bundle of clothes from Garnet to the wash house. Dorami listens with intense focus, readying herself for the challenge. She arrives at her first destination, a tailor's shop, looking small and nervous as she stands before the proprietor's desk. The tailor greets her warmly, recognizing her as Dorami-chan and noting she must be there for Jade's order. He confirms the new dress is ready, while she timidly explains she's there to pick something up for Jade. His kind words bring a bright, relieved smile to her face, and she thanks him profusely. Her next stop is the wash house, where an elderly woman praises her for coming all on her own and promises to give the item a good wash. Walking away from the shop, a feeling of accomplishment begins to bloom within her. She recalls her recent anxieties, remembering her fear that since her friends had all become adventurers, they would eventually find her stories boring and stop listening. This memory fuels a new resolve. She realizes that if she can complete all the missions Jade gave her, she'll be able to tell her own stories with her head held high. As she walks, she acknowledges another lingering worry, but decides to push it aside for now. Her thoughts are suddenly cut short by a strange hissing sound from a nearby alley. Peeking around the corner, she lets out a small gasp. A large, striped cat is menacingly pinning a much smaller kitten to the ground. Her newfound confidence surges into righteous anger. She points a finger at the aggressor, shouting for it to stop bullying the smaller cat. She stands her ground against the large, striped cat, whose menacing growl fills the narrow alleyway. Her expression is a mixture of fear and resolve. Deciding this is how it must be, she draws a tiny blade, holding it before her. Yet, she still attempts a peaceful resolution, suggesting they can talk things out and asking the cat to surrender. The feline merely responds with a sharp hiss, unimpressed. Her plea fails. With a piercing shriek, the cat lunges forward, a blur of fur and claws aimed directly at her. The creature latches onto her head with a furious growl. Dorami cries out in pain and shock, yelling for it to stop. Just as quickly, the cat disengages and darts away. Dorami watches in horror, realizing it has snatched her miniature sword from her grasp. She scrambles after the thief as it leaps onto a wooden fence, shouting for it to return her weapon. The chase quickly leaves her exhausted. She bends over, panting heavily, the effort having drained all her energy. As she catches her breath, the grim reality of her situation sets in. Not only has she lost her sword, but she is also completely lost in an unfamiliar part of the city. Her mission, she realizes with a sinking heart, is a failure. Fighting back despair, she clasps her hands and tries to encourage herself. She just needs to keep walking forward, she thinks, and she will eventually find her way home. Her fragile resolve crumbles, and a choked hiccup escapes her. At that moment, a gentle, curious voice speaks from behind her. My. Her eyes widened as a gentle, familiar voice called out, asking what she might be doing there. The sound was unmistakable. Looking up, she saw the familiar face of the young woman known as Swearin, who stood before her in the narrow alleyway, a basket resting on her arm. While walking through a dimly lit alleyway, Dorami comes across a familiar face. It is Surin, the apothecarist, who recognizes the young girl and asks what brings her out. Dorami calls out her name in surprise, just as Surin remarks on the good timing of their meeting. Surin asks if Dorami is heading out, but the girl clarifies that she was just walking around and is now on her way home. Concerned, Surin points out that it's dangerous to be out alone at night and suggests they walk together part of the way. Dorami enthusiastically agrees to the idea. As they walk together down the stone street, Surin suggests they hold hands until they part ways, and Dorami agrees. The young girl reflects internally that she had been worried about what might happen, but now feels a sense of clarity and relief. Having parted ways with Surin, Dorami arrives back home, announcing her return. Jade greets her, immediately noticing how late she is and asking if something happened. Dorami quietly confirms she is back. She begins to explain her misadventure, recounting how she saw a small kitten being bullied by a larger cat. One thing led to another, and the aggressive cat ended up stealing her sword. Seeing her distress, Jade listens with a concerned expression and offers to buy her a new one to cheer her up. Continuing her story, she admits that not only was her sword stolen, but she also got completely lost within the capital. She trails off, her voice filled with self-doubt as she confesses that she thought she could be more reliable. Her expression is downcast, her eyes filled with sadness. She concludes her thought with a quiet lament, believing that at this rate, she isn't good enough to tell adventure stories. Kneeling to meet her gaze, Jade firmly tells her that what she's saying isn't true. He reassures her that getting lost and losing a weapon are setbacks that all adventurers eventually have to face. He continues, admitting with a small smile that he himself has gotten lost plenty of times and has also broken many weapons. Surprised by this confession, Dorami looks up at him and asks if he is being serious. Looking at her with encouragement, Jade insists that because of this very experience, she has already grown further as an adventurer. His words resonate with Dorami, and she repeats them to herself, a glimmer of hope returning to her eyes as she realizes she has indeed grown. Her spirits lifted, she beams, declaring her desire to become as strong as Jade and vowing to keep doing her best. Jade, still kneeling, reflects that it's a relief she found her way home after getting lost, noting that she ran into Surin. He makes a mental note that they will have to thank her later. He agrees enthusiastically. As Dorami cheers, ready for their next activity, a sudden knock at the door interrupts them. Jade turns, wondering who the visitor could be. At the door stands Garnet, holding a basket of fruit and a container of momochi. She apologizes for bothering them, prompting a surprised cry of her name from Dorami. Jade warmly welcomes Garnet inside, thanking her for the visit. As she enters, Dorami is already happily eating the momochi, internally thanking Garnet for taking such good care of Jade, who she thinks has grown so much. Now, settled inside, Dorami cheers at the prospect of them all going out to eat together. Jade turns to Garnet, apologizing for troubling her so soon after a trip, but she kindly dismisses his concern, assuring him he is always welcome. Garnet adds that seeing the two of them so lively and happy brightens her day. Dorami chimes in, sharing that she is also incredibly excited for the trip they have planned in 2 days. The mention of the trip brings a more serious tone to the conversation. Jade apologizes to Garnet, confessing that he had hoped to bring her father, Onyx, home before their departure, but he wasn't found. He admits to being nervous about the trip, which is the day after tomorrow, but is also looking forward to it. Garnet listens intently, her expression turning thoughtful. She confirms that there was no record of her father visiting any of the guilds in Linvox's capital over the past 12 years. However, she then reveals that she might have a new lead. Following her hint, Jade explains the lead to her. He tells Garnet that he looked even further back in the records and discovered that it seems Onyx used the guild's services 14 years ago. He clarifies that while the guild was only supposed to search a 12-year time frame, some staff members finished their work early and decided to look further. Garnet processes this information, her gaze distant as she contemplates the significance of an event that happened so long ago. She processed the new information about her father, Onyx. While most adventurers remained within their own country, Onyx was different. He loved his work so much that he often traveled to other nations. Since he had passed through Linvox 14 years ago, it was entirely possible he was still traveling the world on a grand adventure. A soft, hopeful expression crossed her face as she considered this. So even now he's still out there on his adventure. She murmured, her voice trailing off as she accepted the possibility. Her quiet thought was met with enthusiastic support. Dorami declared that she would definitely find him, and Jade quickly agreed, stating that was precisely why he intended to search all over for him. He looked up at the starry sky, adding that he looked forward to the day they could all gather and listen to Onyx tell the story of his great adventure. On the day of the trip, the rhythmic clack of a train filled the air. Inside, Dorami pressed her face to the window, captivated by the passing landscape. She let out a cry of wonder, thinking to herself that they were almost there and that her friend Marin just had to wait a little longer. Her excitement was palpable as she thought about introducing someone named Momochi to Marin. But her cheerfulness faded as she noticed the silence from her companions. She asked if Jade and Garnet were sick. Garnet denied it, admitting she was just so nervous her heart wouldn't calm down, which prompted a concerned Dorami to ask if she was truly feeling well. Jade turned to Garnet, puzzled. He asked why she would be nervous, since they were simply going to her home. She looked at him and explained, "I'm just nervous introducing my boyfriend to my mother." His eyes widened slightly as her words registered, the full weight of her statement settling upon him. He then offered a simple solution, asking why she didn't just introduce him as a friend for now. Garnet's gaze lowered as she replied that she couldn't, because she wanted to formally introduce him as her lover. She looked at him directly, her hands clasped before her, and made her reason clear with a heartfelt confession. "You're the person I love the most." She watches him, her expression soft after her confession. Jade, his face alight with emotion, reciprocates her feelings and fervently promises to become an even better boyfriend. With a gentle laugh, Garnet assures him that he is already an amazing one. As their journey continues through a snowy mountain pass, the conversation shifts. Recalling a message from Dorami, they are reminded of her excitement for the gloves they are knitting for her. Jade then asks Garnet if she remembered to bring a sweater for the little girl, since her hometown gets quite cold. She smiles, confirming she did. He then adds with a grin that Garnet has recently been teaching him how to knit, which is why he'll have to ask Dorami to wait a little longer for her gift. Her curiosity piqued. Garnet asks him how far along he's gotten. She explains that she started knitting specifically so she could exchange gloves with Dorami, and that the plan is for the young girl to receive one glove from each of them. He sheepishly admits that he'd thought about making a scarf instead, as they are much easier than gloves. To be honest, he confesses he's still just practicing on a scarf. The result of his efforts is a lumpy, uneven strip of fabric, far from the neat scarf he had envisioned. He internally laments that it's not going as well as he wanted. He immediately regrets bringing it up, apologizing and admitting that this is already his 10th attempt. Garnet, however, simply laughs, kindly reassuring him that his work is much better than her first try was. He becomes flustered, insisting she has no need to apologize and expressing his happiness that she's looking out for him. Garnet then explains that she hasn't finished her own project yet because she wanted to find out the size of his hands first, feeling pressure to improve quickly for Dorami's sake. He suggests a practical solution, saying they could have his hand measured and cast and plastered next time to serve as a reference. He assures her he doesn't need anything too intricate. A deep blush spreads across her face. Looking down, she quietly explains that this was the reason for her question, and shyly asks if, instead of a plaster cast, he would simply let her touch his hand. Flustered but pleased, Jade readily agrees to Garnet's request. He tells her she can touch his hand however she'd like. Nearby, Dorami thanks him, noting that this will be helpful for their project. With a gentle smile, she reaches out and takes his hand in hers, her fingers delicately resting against his. His heart pounds as he realizes she is examining his hand with great care. Their fingers interlock as she checks the size of each one individually. He is overcome with a mix of happiness and intense embarrassment, and in his flustered state, he wonders aloud if she wants him to check her hands as well. He stammers out the offer. Garnet agrees, asking him to be gentle. Jade internally reminds himself that this is strictly for the purpose of checking her size. A deep blush covers his face as they stand close, their hands now clasped together. She, too, has a faint blush on her cheeks, her expression soft and content. As he holds her hand, he marvels at how much smaller and more delicate it is compared to his own, feeling as if it were finely crafted by an artisan. From aside, Dorami watches the two of them. A small, happy smile plays on Garnet's lips as she enjoys the quiet, shared moment. The tranquility is broken when Garnet suddenly yelps, exclaiming that it tickles. Startled, Jade apologizes profusely, insisting he didn't mean to touch her like that. She giggles, reassuring him that it's fine and that her nervousness has faded. At that moment, Dorami's stomach rumbles, and she quietly announces that she's getting hungry. Without waiting, Dorami begins to hungrily chew on the wooden bedpost, the sound of her gnawing echoing in the room. Her hunger now sated, Dorami happily munches on a sandwich, remarking on how tasty it is. Jade, equally enthusiastic, declares he could eat a whole pile of them. Garnet, watching them both, smiles and tells them not to hold back, glad they appreciate the lunch she went out of her way to prepare. Just as Dorami was happily anticipating a strawberry jam sandwich, the peaceful meal is shattered by a deafening screech of metal on metal. The train lurches to a violent halt, sending both her and Jade tumbling forward. As they try to regain their balance, Jade wonders aloud why they stopped so suddenly. His question is answered when a frantic conductor throws the door open, his face pale with terror. He begs for help, asking if there are any adventurers of rank 5 or higher present. Before anyone can fully process the request, he shouts the horrifying truth. At this rate, a monster is going to eat the entire train. The declaration of an emergency leaves Jade and Garnet staring in wide-eyed shock. Aboard the halted train, the conductor approaches Jade with urgency. Seeing the official's worried expression, Jade asks what is happening, his own face hardening as a dreadful thought crosses his mind. A monster is about to attack the train. He confirms Jade's suspicion, explaining that an iron eater has stopped on the tracks further ahead. Jade's expression becomes grim as he processes the information. The creature, a massive, armored beast classified as a rank 5 monster, is shown chewing on the railway. The conductor elaborates that they feed on iron and possess defensive capabilities even greater than metal, posing a severe threat to the train and its passengers if left unchecked. In response, Jade immediately declares his intent to eliminate it. The conductor hesitates, noting that a rank 10 adventurer like him taking on a monster without a formal request is unusual, but Jade dismisses any need for payment. His face set with determination, he urgently demands to be led to the monster. As he prepares to depart, the other passengers murmur in admiration, noting his seriousness and selfless heroism. Dorami shouts her encouragement, exclaiming that she's rooting for him. Jade glances back, promising a swift return, while Garnet watches him leave, a quiet concern in her eyes as she whispers his name. He arrives on the scene, where the conductor points out the Iron Eater gnawing on the tracks. Relieved that the damage isn't severe, Jade tells the conductor to stand back. Announcing that it won't take long, he places a hand on the creature's armored hide, preparing to move it. With a surge of power, Jade effortlessly lifts the massive monster off the ground, its immense weight held aloft, as if it were nothing. The conductor stares, aghast at this incredible display of strength. Jade then hurls the beast into the distance and unleashes a powerful, glowing strike. A tremendous explosion erupts in the distance, obliterating the Iron Eater. From the train window, the passengers and the conductor watch in stunned silence. The conductor can only stammer in amazement that it took just one punch. In the aftermath, the conductor thanks Jade profusely, hailing him as their hero while the other passengers cheer with joyous relief. He informs Jade that they will immediately contact the nearest station to arrange for the rail's replacement. He smiles gently, telling the grateful conductor not to worry about it, as he simply did what was necessary. Relieved that the journey can now continue, the conductor asks if there is any way they can possibly thank him for his deed. He turns to his companions, a bright smile on his face. He thanks Garnet for watching him, admitting it made him happy, and also thanks Dorami for her moral support. The small dragon girl happily accepts his gratitude. Garnet, however, insists that she should be the one thanking him for defeating the monster. With a gentle smile, she tells him he looked very cool back there. Flustered by the praise, Jade can only manage a simple thanks, thinking to himself that her smile is a greater reward than any other. That night, with the train tracks undergoing repairs, the group found themselves in need of lodging. They approached a local inn, where Jade requested 2 rooms. The innkeeper, an elderly man, turned to them with an apologetic expression. He explained that he was very sorry, but with so many guests that day, there was only a single room left. Accepting the key, Jade decided they would take the room. He resigned himself to the fact that it couldn't be helped and figured he would have to sleep outside. Overhearing his muttered plan, Garnet turned to him in surprise. She questioned why he wouldn't just stay with them, holding out the room key and offering to come get him in the morning. He asked if she was certain. Garnet affirmed her offer, explaining that with no other inns nearby, she couldn't possibly allow him to sleep out in the open. Touched by her kindness, Jade accepted the offer, admitting he was nervous but couldn't possibly refuse. Internally, he marveled at her generosity, thinking of her as a saint. As they entered the room, a stark realization hit them. There was only one bed. Jade stood frozen in surprise. His mind raced. He briefly wondered if the inn had a bath before deciding he would simply sleep on the floor. The thought of all 3 of them sharing the single bed flashed through his mind, a possibility he immediately and forcefully rejected. He and Garnet agree that since the bathhouses are likely closed, they will have to wait until morning. As they speak, Dorami, declaring her intention to sleep, immediately climbs into the single bed and passes out. Garnet observes that the young girl must have been exhausted. Seeing Dorami fast asleep, Jade concedes that the bed is all hers. With the bed now occupied, he begins preparing a spot for himself on the floor. Garnet approaches and asks what he is doing. He replies that he is getting ready to sleep, prompting her to state that they should both get some rest as well. Her words cause him to flush, stammering as he tries to grasp her meaning. He quickly clarifies that he didn't expect her to go out and buy another bed, as no furniture stores would be open so late. He then adds that it is, of course, better to sleep on a bed. Realizing the implication, he shouts for her to wait, his face reddening as he asks if her suggestion means sleeping in the same bed as him. With a calm, steady gaze, Garnet simply nods. Her confirmation leaves him speechless. She tilts her head slightly and asks if he doesn't want to, assuring him that if they squeeze in, there will be enough room for all of them. She then quietly mentions that she was unable to take a bath. Misinterpreting this as a sign of insecurity, he blurts out that she has nothing to worry about and that she always smells amazing. He quickly adds that it would be fine if Dorami slept in the middle. Garnet asks if he's sure that's okay. A faint blush dusts her cheeks. After a moment's consideration, she agrees, saying that in that case, she wouldn't mind if they slept next to each other. Her easy acceptance sends him into a silent panic. He realizes with horror that his attempt to be reassuring has come across as a direct expression of his own desire to sleep with her. His mind races. While the idea is appealing, he feels it's too great a step for him to take. He's now trapped, unable to suggest putting Dorami between them without revealing his own flustered state. Ultimately, a makeshift bed is laid out on the floor. Defeated by his own awkwardness, he can only manage a simple, "Well then, good night." He lay wide awake, his face flushed, unable to process the reality of the situation. Garnet was sleeping soundly right beside him. Lying so close, he could feel her warmth and catch her pleasant scent. Overwhelmed by the proximity, he realized with a jolt that there was no way he could possibly fall asleep like this. In stark contrast to his turmoil, Garnet slept peacefully, a faint blush on her cheeks as she rested. The next day at noon, the trio walked through a sunlit town. Jade, looking exhausted, admitted he hadn't gotten a wink of sleep. Garnet announced that they had arrived in her hometown, Lagoon, and that her house was just a few minutes' walk from where they stood. She turned to her companions and asked if they should proceed. Their path took them through a peaceful landscape, dotted with houses nestled amongst rolling hills and trees. As they approached the house, Dorami cheerfully encouraged Jade to come inside, telling him not to be shy, an invitation that Garnet warmly seconded. They stood before a charming two-story home, and Jade registered with a sense of awe that they were finally there. Garnet noticed him standing frozen and asked what was wrong. He confessed his nervousness, explaining that being at the house, she was raised and felt significant. She gently reassured him that it was just an ordinary old house and that he didn't need to be so anxious, adding that her mother would be at work until the evening. Her attempt to calm him worked, and he steeled himself to go inside. Just as they reached the entrance, the door opened to reveal a young girl with long twin tails and a large bow in her hair. Her eyes widened in recognition as she called out to the smallest member of their group. "Is that you, Dorami-chan?" The girl, Dell, rushed forward and enveloped Dorami in a tight squeeze, exclaiming how happy she was to see her again. As Dell insisted on hearing all about Dorami's adventures, Jade watched the joyful reunion, thinking to himself that Garnet's sister, Marin, must be doing well. She leads them into a cozy living room, where framed pictures adorn the wall beside a staircase. Dorami stands excitedly while Jade takes a seat on the sofa, looking slightly overwhelmed by the warm reception. As they settle in, a woman with long, light-toned hair, clearly Garnet's mother, places a cup of tea before Jade. He accepts it with a simple word of thanks. She then kindly suggests that since Dorami is doing her best, she should be allowed to go on a quest with him. At the mere suggestion, Dorami's face lights up with a brilliant, hopeful smile. Her words spark immediate excitement from Dell, who eagerly declares that while they are staying, she wants to go on a quest with him too. Both she and Dorami fix their gazes on Jade, their expressions pleading. Dorami turns to Garnet's mother, tentatively asking for permission. Before the woman can answer, Jade speaks up, assuring her that it will be fine and that he will take full responsibility and protect them if anything happens. With his promise made, Dorami lets out a joyful hooray. Dell thanks the older woman, affectionately calling her Wani-chan, and proposes they go the day after tomorrow. Garnet's mother smiles and agrees to the plan. Jade watches the two girls celebrating, noting to himself that they've only just been reunited after a long time and are already raring to go on an adventure together. He hopes this trip will become a happy memory for him, too. Seizing the moment, Dell announces she'll give Dorami a tour of the house, and the two march off together with purpose. Later, in the kitchen, the sound of sizzling fills the air as Garnet's mother stirs a pan, preparing a meal for her guests. From across the room, Jade watches her. He internally remarks that she looks absolutely lovely even while cooking, but he can't shake a subtle feeling that something is off. He stands in the kitchen with Garnet's mother, who notices his unease. "Are you nervous?" she asks, placing a hand gently on his shoulder. He confirms, admitting his heart won't seem to calm down. Her concern deepens as she observes his complexion. "Are you okay? You're turning pale," she says. He attempts to deflect, looking away with a strained expression and questioning if that's really the case. He understands the root of his nervousness. Garnet is just so cute. He internally reflects that no parent would easily give up their daughter, especially one as good-looking as she is. His internal monologue spills out into a flurry of anxious questions. He asks Garnet's mother if he looks presentable, worrying if his clothes or hair look strange. She smiles warmly, assuring him that he looks very handsome. The directness of her compliment stuns him, and he reels back, exclaiming that it's too much praise. Still flustered, he stammers that her praise is too much, though he concedes that he does think she looks handsome. She points out that his shock is a natural reaction to her sudden comment, but playfully tells him he's overreacting. She continues with a gentle smile, stating that if anything, she doesn't think it's enough praise. She lists his qualities, describing him as kind, friendly, level-headed, and, most importantly, someone she feels she can rely on. The sheer weight of her kindness overwhelms him. He realizes she's this worried about him from a simple bump on the head, thinking she's just too kind. The emotional overload causes him to stumble backward, crashing to the floor. As she rushes to his side, asking if he's all right, he blurts out that he's incredibly happy. From his position on the floor, he bows his head low and declares with fervent emotion that he truly loves her. He looks up from the floor to meet her gaze, earnestly insisting that he means it and thanking her for agreeing to go out with him. In response to his emotional outburst, she simply places a hand on his forehead as if checking for a fever, letting out an exasperated but fond geeze. He remains on the floor, looking up at her, completely captivated. He stammered, still reeling from his earlier emotional outburst, as Garnet's mother leaned in close to inspect his head. She noted that she didn't think there was a bump, but gently asked if it still hurt. He quickly insisted he was okay, but she continued, explaining with a knowing look that having one's partner touch them can feel like a jolt of electricity running through the body. She then mused aloud, almost to herself, that she wished someone would try touching her like that, too, prompting a confused Jade to ask if she was sure. Her words seemed to trigger a memory. In a brief flash of the past, a man strongly resembling the hero rule gently stroked the hair of a woman who looked just like Garnet. The man thought to himself how wonderfully smooth and fluffy her hair felt, so different from his own. Returning to the present, Garnet's mother noticed his flustered state and asked if her forwardness was embarrassing him, or if he perhaps hated it. Jade quickly stammered that, of course, he didn't hate it. A moment of quiet understanding passed between them. As Jade looked at her kind, smiling face, his thoughts drifted to her daughter. He realized that having Garnet smile all to himself was all he could ever ask for. Sometime later, the scene shifts to the interior of a spacious house. Jade is there with Dorami and Marin. Having finished their tour of the home, Dorami cheered that dinner must be ready. Marin corrected her, stating that they had to wait for her mother to come back, though she should be arriving any minute. As if summoned by her words, the sound of the front door shutting echoed through the room. A warm, feminine voice called out a cheerful greeting, announcing her return home. Jade's eyes widened in shock. Standing in the doorway was none other than Garnet's mother, the very same woman from his intense and emotional encounter just a short while ago. At Garnet's home, a woman with a striking resemblance to her greets them warmly. Jade immediately realizes this must be her mother, noting the strong family resemblance. Garnet explains to her mother that they arrived around noon. His mind races, and he steels himself with the resolve to make a proper introduction. Beside him, Dorami peeks out from behind, curiously wondering who these two are. He steps forward and offers a polite greeting, apologizing for the intrusion and stating his name is Jade. Dorami quickly follows his lead, cheerfully announcing that she is Dorami. Garnet watches, pleased that the introductions are proceeding smoothly. The woman smiles warmly at their politeness. She introduces herself as Sandra, expressing her pleasure in meeting them both. Dorami, completely charmed, compliments Sandra on her beautiful name and eagerly asks if she can shake her hand. Sandra happily agrees. As she holds Sandra's hand, Dorami sniffs it curiously and remarks that it smells very good. Jade watches in amazement at how quickly Dorami has befriended her. Sandra explains that the scent is likely from the food she handles, as she works at a restaurant. Sandra chuckles, telling Dorami she didn't need to do that. Not wanting to be outdone, Jade blurts out that he also wants to be friendly and has brought gifts. With a flourish, he presents a large assortment of items, cookware, various tea snacks, salts, and more, asking her to please accept them. Sandra is taken aback by the sheer quantity of gifts. Internally, however, Jade is a nervous wreck. He admits to himself that he had no idea what to buy, so he simply bought everything to make a good impression, and now feels overwhelmed with anxiety. She accepts the items with a genuinely wonderful smile, calling them lovely gifts. Her warmth, however, does little to soothe his fears. He knows she is smiling now, but he can't help but wonder if that same look will be on her face when she learns about his relationship with Garnet. He forces a smile, outwardly pleased that his gifts were well received, but internally he is fraught with worry, desperately hoping this means she will give her blessing. His relief is short-lived as the pleasant atmosphere of the dinner table only heightens his anxiety. Sandra, Garnet's mother, notices his untouched food and kindly asks if there's a problem. Garnet, meanwhile, happily remarks that it's been a while since she's had her mother's cooking. The casualness of the scene unnerves Jade. He realizes they're all eating dinner together without having even talked about the real reason he is there. As he stews in his thoughts, a gentle touch breaks his concentration. Garnet places her hand on his arm, drawing his attention as her fingers trace a faint mark on his skin. Her quiet gesture seems to steady him. Beside him, Dorami continues to eat, offering a simple, encouraging, "You can do it, Jade." Before he can act on this encouragement, Garnet speaks up, her tone serious. "Excuse me," she begins, "but I have something important I have to tell you." He stares at her, momentarily confused by her sudden declaration. Then, another voice joins the conversation as Sandra smiles knowingly, remarking that she also has something she wants to discuss. Surprised, Garnet insists that her mother should speak first. The unexpected turn of events leaves Jade bewildered, his mind racing with worry. Did I do something to upset her? He wonders. But Sandra's voice cuts through his anxiety. Thank you, she says warmly, for helping Marin in her time of need. Her words catch him completely off guard. How do you know about that? He asks, stunned. Sandra smiles gently, explaining that Marin had told her everything and that she had been wanting to thank him in person. The realization dawns on him. She already knew. Sandra then turns her attention to Hiromi, thanking her for being Marin's friend, to which the little girl happily replies that the pleasure was all hers. Seeing her kindness and knowing she is already aware of some of his deeds steels his nerve. He decides then and there that he must tell her about his relationship with Garnet properly, and hopefully earn her blessing. He stands resolute before Garnet's mother, taking the plunge. With Garnet at his side, he makes his declaration. Sandra-san, Garnet-san, and I are dating. Sandra's expression remains placid and unreadable, while Garnet glances at him, a hint of apprehension in her eyes. His bold statement is met not with surprise, but with a cheerful admission from Marin. I told her about it, she exclaims. Sandra smiles gently, confirming, oh, I knew about that as well. The revelation leaves Jade utterly stunned. He stammers, trying to process the information. Wait, really, he manages, his mind reeling from the fact that his grand confession was already old news. His attention is drawn back to Sandra's warm, unwavering smile. He realizes that if she already knew and is still smiling so kindly, it must mean she approves. Her smile remains as she poses a question directly to him, turning the tables completely. Are you okay with me dating your daughter? She asks. He can only affirm, of course. Sandra's gaze softens as she looks between the two of them. You love each other, don't you? She asks. In response, Jade and Garnet turn to face one another, a silent understanding passing between them. A shared, knowing smile blossoms on both their faces, a clear and unspoken affirmation of their feelings for one another. Turning back to Sandra, Jade professes his love for Garnet above all else. With tears of joy welling in her eyes, Garnet adds that she also loves him with all her heart. Moved, Sandra gives them her blessing, entrusting Garnet to Jade's care. Overcome with emotion, Jade thanks her profusely and swears he will make Garnet happy. With the serious matter settled, Sandra's tone becomes light. Okay now, let's cut the chit-chat and start eating, she declares. As she encourages everyone to dig in, Jade and Garnet share a look of profound relief, thankful for her blessing. The next day dawns. As Jade, Garnet, and Hiromi prepare to depart, Sandra sees them off with a cheerful good morning. Garnet looks at her mother with a radiant smile, thinking to herself that mornings spent with her are simply the best. The next morning, a delicious aroma wafts through the house, stirring Marin from her sleep. She sniffs the air appreciatively, her senses piqued by the wonderful smell. Downstairs, Garnet finds Jade already awake. She informs him that she has reheated the breakfast their mother, Sandra, prepared before leaving for work, inviting him to eat whenever he is ready. On the table sits a simple but hearty meal, a steaming bowl of soup and a freshly baked loaf of bread, glistening invitingly. As he takes a bite, Jade's face lights up with delight, exclaiming how delicious the soup is. Garnet smiles, explaining that her mother used the special salt he had brought them. His praise is overheard by Marin, who eagerly declares her desire to try the cookies as well. Jade remarks on how quickly the gifts are being put to use, and Garnet suggests they save the cookies to enjoy with their mother during tea time. Garnet agrees to the idea of a group activity, stating she is happy as long as it's something they can all do together. Seizing the opportunity, Marin proposes they go out and find something to do until their mother returns. She excitedly adds that she wants to look around, prompting Jade to formally ask Garnet if she would be willing to show them around her hometown. With a warm smile, Garnet agrees, declaring that the plan is decided. Marin cheers quietly, excited at the prospect of exploring the town together. Moments later, the group stands ready outside the house. As they prepare to leave, Jade can hardly contain his joy, realizing that having a date with Garnet in her own hometown is a dream come true for him. His dream becomes reality as he and Garnet walk side by side, their hands clasped together. A faint blush colors his cheeks as they begin their tour of the town. He held Garnet's hand, lost in the simple thought of its warmth. Marin, walking beside them, eagerly asked about their destination. Garnet explained that she would guide them to the places she usually visits, a suggestion that Marin met with cheerful enthusiasm. Their walk took them through streets lined with charming, well-kept buildings, their timber-framed facades speaking to the town's long history. Everywhere they looked, vibrant flowers spilled from window boxes and planters, a testament to the residents' love for nature. Jade remarked to Garnet that one could truly feel the presence of nature in this town. He added that while he was just walking around, the lovely atmosphere gave him the sudden urge to go on a picnic. A gentle smile graced Garnet's lips as she quietly thanked him. Their moment was interrupted by Marin's sudden exclamation of woe. The young girl pointed towards a nearby building, having noticed a house with drawings on it. Jade observed that the people of this town truly love plants, which made him understand why Garnet maintained her own small garden back in the capital. The building that caught her was an impressive mansion, set back behind a sturdy brick wall, its architecture grand and distinct from the surrounding homes. Marin asked if Kamishi was someone Jade knew. He confirmed her guess, identifying the building as Kamishi's mansion and remarking that the drawings looked quite good. Garnet gently corrected them, clarifying that Kamishi was a famous painter from over 300 years ago. The realization dawned on the others. No wonder the drawings looked so masterfully done. Jade observed that there were a great number of them scattered about. Garnet elaborated, explaining that Kamishi created paintings of the things that left a strong impression on him during his travels around the world. She then revealed a personal connection to the artist's legacy. It was after seeing Kamishi's art, she explained, that her own father was inspired to become an adventurer and see the world for himself. She turned her gaze toward Jade, her expression thoughtful as they walked. Their stroll through the town led them to a stop before a large, impressive building, where they paused to take in the sight. Suddenly, Marin and Dorami were captivated by something in a nearby shop window, staring intently. Marin called out excitedly, urging Jade to come see something cool. Curious, he asked what it was. He followed their gaze and was met with a startling sight. A small figurine of himself, striking a heroic pose with his sword raised triumphantly. He stared in disbelief, wondering if the figure was truly meant to be him. Garnet confirmed his suspicion, stating plainly that it was obviously him. A deep blush crept up his neck as he admitted how embarrassing it was. The younger girls, however, were delighted. Dorami exclaimed how cool it was, and Marin praised how well the sword was modeled. Seeing his reaction, Garnet's expression softened into a gentle smile. With a slight blush of her own, she made a surprising declaration. I'll buy it for you. Her offer left him stunned. What? He sputtered, insisting it was too serious for a mere toy. Marin chimed in, suggesting that carrying a Jade-kun action figure would be like having a good luck charm, an idea Dorami seemed to find wonderful. Completely flustered, he tried to deflect by jokingly telling his miniature self to protect Marin. He then turned to Dorami, asking if she wanted anything. Taking the cue, she announced she would look around. With bright smiles, Marin and Dorami began to happily browse the shop's wares, while Jade and Garnet watched over them from behind. While browsing a local shop, Jade turns to Garnet and asks if she used to come here when she was younger. She confirms, explaining that her father used to bring her to this very place to buy crayons. She continues, her expression softening with nostalgia. With a small, wistful smile, she confesses that she really loved to draw. Her words spark a memory for Jade. He remarks that he recalls seeing many drawings at her house, adding that there was even one that looked just like Onyx, bringing to mind a crude, childlike portrait. At the mention of that specific portrait, Garnet looks away, flustered. She explains that it was incredibly hard for her to draw because her father would always make funny faces, much to Jade's surprise. A memory illustrates her point. Her father, Onyx, would proudly show her drawings to everyone in town. When she would finally get him to sit for a portrait and ask him to be serious, he would simply make another goofy face. Returning to the present, she admits how embarrassing it all was. Jade offers a gentle counterpoint, suggesting her father was surely just proud and wanted to show off his daughter's creations. The lighthearted atmosphere shifts as Garnet's thoughts turn inward. She reflects that while her father loves to travel, 12 years without any contact is strange. The fear that something might have happened to him surfaces, but she quickly steels herself, resolving that she cannot give up yet, as she has more places to search. Her resolve hardening, she acknowledges how long Onyx has been missing. She then turns to Jade, her gaze steady, and makes a solemn promise. No matter where in the world he might be, she will find him. Jade looks down for a moment, quietly processing the weight of her vow. Garnet watches him, her own expression unwavering and full of conviction. Her eyes gleam with an unshakable, resolute determination. Her hand gently held his as she continued, expressing her wish that he wouldn't dwell too much on her quest. After all, she explained, the time they spent together was also very valuable to her. She finished with a simple, heartfelt thank you. He quietly accepted her words with a simple okay. As he spoke, the focus shifted elsewhere, to the hero rule walking hand in hand with a long-haired woman, their own journey taking them down a city street. Jade reflects that his time in Garnet's hometown passed in a flash. He notes that he got to know Sandra, Garnet's mother, very well, as he offers to help her with a tray of food. During their stay, Dorami and Marin also seem to have a wonderful time, embarking on quests together. They are seen confronting a small, plant-like creature in the wilderness. The collective experience was one of genuine warmth from Garnet's family, a feeling shared by everyone in the group as they gathered together. This welcoming atmosphere made the days spent in the town of Laboon that much more enjoyable for Jade, who smiles contentedly beside Garnet and Dorami. After 3 days, however, the day of their departure has arrived. Garnet's mother, Sandra, thanks the group for taking time out of their day to see them off. Sandra smiles, saying that although the visit was short, it was a joy to see them all. Dorami enthusiastically agrees that she had fun too, while Sandra insists it was no trouble at all. The goodbyes continue as Dorami and Marin both promise to visit again. Jade chimes in, vowing to have more adventure stories ready for their next meeting. As he speaks, the two younger girls, Dorami and Marin, embrace Garnet. Holding her sister in a tight hug, Marin expresses her concern, reminding Garnet that it will be getting colder and that she must take care not to get sick. Garnet returns the hug, her expression softening as she quietly promises that she will be careful. Just as they part, Garnet's mother, Sandra, steps in and gives Garnet a gentle kiss on the lips. In the background, Jade's eyes go wide with shock and confusion at the unexpected sight. He stammers, completely flustered by the kiss he just witnessed. Garnet's mother, Sandra, simply smiles and asks what's wrong, explaining that it was just a kiss on the cheek. Still struggling to comprehend, he asks if that's really the case. Sandra confirms with a gentle expression that this is simply how their family says goodbye. Her gaze softens as she muses on the idea of a goodbye kiss, trailing off with the thought that perhaps someday the idea takes root in Jade's mind, and he blushes furiously. He realizes he would like to give Garnet a kiss too, but immediately dismisses it as too high a hurdle for now. Besides, he wonders when would be the right time. Nearby, Marin looks equally flustered by the entire exchange. Their moment is interrupted by a conductor announcing the train's imminent departure, urging them to get on board. As the train begins to chug away from the station, Sandra calls out for them to visit again, while Marin waves a cheerful goodbye. From the train window, Dorami shouts back enthusiastically that they will definitely return, waving alongside a smiling Jade and Garnet. The train pulls away, carrying them past the mountain landscape. Garnet's hand rests quietly on the window pane, a final, silent farewell. The day after their return, Dorami is found lying across a table, staring blankly over her drawings with a listless expression. Jade approaches her from behind and asks if something outside has caught her eye. She replies that it hasn't, claiming she is just staring because the weather is nice. She remains slumped over the dining table, completely listless. Jade watched her with concern, remarking that they had just returned from a long trip and he had been hoping to take it easy for the week. He leaned closer, asking if she just wanted to go out. Muffled by her arms, she complained that she had been drawing for so long that she was getting weak. Scattered around her were crude drawings of swords and axes. Her lethargy vanished in an instant. Springing up, she declared that since the weather was so nice, they should go out. Specifically, she announced her desire to go look at weapons, a suggestion that caught Jade completely by surprise. With a determined pout, she pressed on, adding that she wanted to look at armor too. To her, it felt as if she was already becoming an adventurer. His gaze shifted from her determined face back to the drawings of weapons and armor spread across the table. A look of understanding dawned on him. He sat down across from her, his expression calm and direct. "Dorami," he began, "you want to become an adventurer, don't you?" Her eyes widened in shock. "How did you know?" she exclaimed. He simply smiled, explaining that it was obvious to him since they were always together. He continued, clarifying that while he had no issue with her desire, the decision wasn't theirs to make. He reminded her of how jealous she became when other children became adventurers, and how much fun she had on the quest with Marin and Laboon. He then asked if she wanted to petition the king for permission. Her excitement deflated. "I do," she started, but her voice trailed off as she looked down at her hand, which for a moment took on its true, scaled form. Dejectedly, she stated that there was no point, as a flower crest could never bloom for a dragon. The revelation left Jade speechless. After a moment of surprise, he leaned forward. "Yep," he confirmed, before asking if she was aware that dragons could also receive a crest. He explained that there are powerful monsters who utilize the flower crests. Dorami looked up at him, her expression shifting from despair to tentative hope. Her eyes fixed on a glowing orb. She mistakes it for a mana stone. Jade corrects her, explaining that it's not the guild's crystal ball for granting crests, but the mana stone of a monster known as a devil tree. He continues, detailing that devil trees are unique monsters that can bestow special powers. Anything that consumes their fruit can gain a crest. The price, however, is steep. The tree's influence will slowly take over the consumer's mind and body. Horrified by this revelation, Dorami quickly retracts her earlier thought that they must be good monsters. Jade then offers a crucial clarification. If one uses the monster's mana stone to obtain the crest, rather than eating the fruit, the dangerous takeover of one's body can be avoided, making the process safe. The implication of his words washes over her. He confirms that the stone works not only on humans, but on monsters as well. A wave of realization and hope floods Dorami's expression. There truly is a way for her to gain a flower crest. Her voice trembling with excitement, she asks if she can truly do it, if getting a flower crest means she can become an adventurer. Jade smiles and gives a simple, firm sure. Overjoyed, Dorami throws her fist in the air, shouting that she can finally become an adventurer. Watching her pure, unbridled joy, Jade is struck by a sense of familiarity. Her triumphant pose reminds him of his own younger self, equally thrilled by the dream of adventure. Brimming with newfound determination, Dorami declares her intent to do everything possible to increase her chances, starting with changing into more appropriate attire. Seeing her resolve, Jade proposes their next step. They will go to the king and get his official approval for her to become an adventurer. As she hums happily, he internally commits to protecting her no matter what. He reasons that while her dragon form is a powerful defense in most dangerous situations, she can't rely on it every time. He decides it would be best for her to learn some form of self-defense, just in case. Moments later, Dorami reappears, now clad in a frilly dress she proudly calls her princess clothes. Watching her, Jade reaffirms his own motivation. Above all, he wants to support the dreams of those who wish to become adventurers. His gaze shifts toward the distant royal castle. He knows that a dragon wanting to become an adventurer is an unprecedented request and wonders if the king would ever allow it. At that very moment, a familiar voice breaks his train of thought. King Sindale stands before them, acknowledging Jade's presence. The monarch of the Sindale kingdom greets them warmly, mistakenly assuming Jade has come to accept a role as his successor. Jade quickly clarifies that is not his purpose. The king's attention then shifts, noting that the young girl, Dorami, has a request for him. Before Jade can elaborate, Dorami steps forward and addresses the king directly, exclaiming that it has been a long time. The king recognizes her as the white dragon girl from their previous encounter and asks if she has been staying out of trouble, to which Jade affirms she has. The king then asks what she needs. She boldly states her request. She wishes to receive his approval to become an adventurer. The king is taken aback by the notion. He reminds her that she is already under the protection of the country and questions why she would desire such a path. From a distance, Garnet observes the exchange, aware that the path of an adventurer that Dorami wishes to take, especially having spent time with Jade, is not an easy one. Dorami acknowledges the protection she receives with gratitude, but insists she still wishes to be an adventurer. She explains that her time with Jade made her realize she wants to complete quests and bring happiness to everyone. Her mind flashes to a memory of Jade, recalling how he always does his best for everyone. She thinks to herself that he looks incredibly cool when he is so determined. Continuing her plea to the king, she explains that seeing the smiles on people's faces when Jade completes a quest has inspired her. She wants to become strong like him so that she, too, can be useful. With her reasons laid bare, Dorami bows deeply before the king, her voice filled with conviction as she formally asks him to grant her request. The king looks down at the small girl, his expression softening into a gentle smile. He remarks on how much she has grown in the short time since he last saw her. His decision is made. Addressing her as the White Dragon Girl, the king declares that he will allow her request. Dorami looks up, her eyes wide with hope, realizing her dream to become an adventurer who can help everyone is now within reach. Overwhelmed with emotion, she clasps her hands together, tears of joy streaming down her face. She thanks the king profusely, shouting her acceptance. Beside her, Jade watches on as they prepare to leave the throne room. As they depart, she turns back one last time to face the monarch, her expression now one of fierce determination. She vows that she will not let him down. The king chuckles, his expression warm, and replies that he expects great things from her. His attention then shifts to the young adventurer standing beside the girl. And as for Jade, the king begins, prompting a curious Jade to ask what his grace means. The monarch instructs him to keep looking after her, affirming that leaving Dorami in his care was the correct decision. With a gentle smile, Jade readily accepts the responsibility, confirming he understands. He then turns to the excited girl, announcing that their next stop is the Adventurers Guild to get her registered. Dorami throws her arms up in a cheer, eagerly wondering what flower pattern rank she will receive. With their business concluded, they depart from the royal castle. With the king's approval secured, the young girl is overjoyed. She cheers, celebrating that she can finally become an adventurer. All that remains is to register at the guild hall. She feels confident, recalling that her friend Marin had explained the process, so it should proceed without issue. But her celebration is cut short as a sudden, important realization strikes her, her expression shifting to one of alarm. Her face scrunches in distress as she remembers the details of registration. She realizes she must provide her age and hometown, and worse, she has no money to pay the registration fee. Jade acknowledges that her lack of an age and hometown is a problem. However, he quickly offers a solution, telling her not to worry about the fees. He offers to pay for them as a present to celebrate her becoming an adventurer. He then brings up another issue, her last name. The girl, whom he calls Dorami, admits that isn't even her real name, but one he gave her. Still, she thinks it sounds cool and decides she will use it. Taking it a step further, she tentatively asks if she can use his last name, Finks. She explains her hope that by sharing his name, she might one day become a hero like him. Jade is visibly surprised by her earnest request. After a moment, he agrees. He suggests that for her birthday, they can simply say she turned 12 today. He reassures her that Finks is a common last name, and since he has already told people she is related to him, it will all work out. He muses that Marin also became an adventurer when she turned 12. Dorami is ecstatic at the connection, cheering that she is following in his footsteps and that they are now the same. With a warm, gentle smile, Jade looks at the girl and officially wishes Dorami a happy birthday. She gazes back at him, her expression soft and filled with quiet happiness. Her eyes close in a radiant, blissful smile as she expresses her heartfelt gratitude, thanking Jade for everything. He then gently steers the conversation to the final problem, her hometown. He asks if she can remember anything about the place at all. Dorami closes her eyes, concentrating, but can only recall a single sensation. It was very cold. Jade probes further, asking if she remembers anyone from there. He reacted with surprise to her statement. You two lived together? Dorami confirmed that she had lived with a woman, though she couldn't recall her name. As Jade tried to process this, Dorami elaborated further. She recalled that this person could transform between a dragon and a human, had taught her how to speak and had taken care of her in many ways. A memory surfaced of her as a small child being cared for by a tall, silhouetted figure. A realization then dawned on her. With a thoughtful expression, she mused that, thinking back on it, the woman could have been her mother. Garnet noted that the woman certainly displayed many motherly characteristics. However, Jade interjected, recalling that Dorami had also said the woman explicitly denied being her mother. Dorami added that she was dropped off in a warm place, a memory of her dragon guardian flying away. She continued her story, remembering a final warning to never reveal her dragon form. Then, one day, the woman simply told her she had to survive by herself. Jade listened, his expression turning serious. Garnet's gaze was fixed and somber as she absorbed the weight of Dorami's lonely past. With her eyes closed, Dorami recalled how rough it was back then. Garnet understood that this was the moment Dorami began her journey, all alone. As the group walked through the town streets, Jade recounted their decision. In the end, they couldn't find out anything about Dorami's actual birth town, so they simply put down the name of his own village, Kassad. Now at the Adventurers Guild, Dorami stood confidently before the reception desk. She declared her wish to register, stating clearly, "My name's Dorami Finks, I'm 12 years old, and I hail from the village of Kassad." Watching from the side, Garnet expressed her excitement that Dorami was finally becoming an adventurer. Jade proudly pushed a pouch of coins across the counter to the receptionist, presenting the registration fee. At the guild counter, the receptionist confirms the 10,000 Joel registration fee as Dorami hands over her completed documents. Having practiced beforehand, Dorami is confident, though the receptionist notes they are gathering some attention. With the paperwork finished, the receptionist explains that the final step is to determine Dorami's flower crest. She instructs the young girl to place her dominant hand over a crystal orb, and Dorami readily agrees. She gently places her hand on the orb's smooth surface, which begins to glow. As she does, Dorami silently wishes for an enhancer or even better, an attacker crest. A brilliant light flashes, and a complex, snowflake-like pattern materializes on the back of her hand. Her eyes widen in surprise as she stares at the newly formed crest. Before she can fully process the intricate design, Jade's excited voice cuts through her surprise. He points at her hand, exclaiming that she received an attacker crest. The guild receptionist smiles warmly, confirming that the registration process is now complete. Dorami beams, excitedly recalling that Jade had told her attackers get to use impressive magic spells. Her joy is met with a chorus of congratulations. The receptionist officially declares Dorami a fully fledged adventurer, and Jade, Garnet, and another guild employee all offer their support. Overwhelmed, Dorami thanks them all. The following day, Jade and Dorami visit the local armory to get her equipped. Jade lets out an impressed gasp as they look at the wares on display. Dorami's attention is drawn to a sturdy shield. Blushing, she asks Jade if she can really have the same one he got from Aaron, especially since he already paid for her guild registration. He reassures her, explaining that she needs proper equipment to fight monsters. Dorami cheers with excitement. Internally, Jade reflects on his lie. He told her the shield cost 5,000 Joel, knowing she would refuse it if she knew its true price was a staggering 5 million Joel for a mithril shield. He watches as Dorami, filled with joy, clutches the new shield he gave her. His resolve is firm. Having finally become an adventurer, he wants to support her in any way he can. Her gratitude is effusive, and she exclaims that the gift makes her want to go on an adventure right away. He smiles, telling her that the shield suits her perfectly. Energized by this prospect, she declares her next goal is to find the best weapon. This gives Jade pause. He knows her shield came with a dagger, but he worries she isn't ready for monsters who can enhance their own attributes, unlike the more experienced Marin. He resolves that they must find a suitable weapon for her. Their search takes them to the local armory, but after looking through the wares, Dorami stands frozen with disappointment. She found absolutely nothing she wanted. She laments that she couldn't find a weapon she liked, wondering aloud if the shop had sold out. Jade privately suspects the truth is that the armory simply doesn't stock the kind of fantastical weapon she's imagining. Her frustration boils over. She reveals she had sworn to find the Dorami's sword version 2, a magnificent blade with a dragon coiled around its hilt. On the verge of tears, she demands to know why no one would stock something so cool. He gently tries to reason with her, explaining that while it might look impressive, a dragon coiled around the blade would make the weapon impractical for actual combat. The logic hits her, and she quietly concedes that she hadn't thought about that. Seeing her crestfallen face, Jade proposes a new idea. They could have a weapon custom-made. Dorami is stunned to learn this is an option. He explains that adventurers often commission weapons from blacksmiths, and it's up to the craftsman to accept the job. Her hope instantly rekindled. Dorami declares she will go to a blacksmith and beg them to forge her perfect sword. Their quest leads them to a forge. Peeking inside, Dorami watches, mesmerized, as a blacksmith hammers a glowing piece of metal on his anvil. The work is interrupted as the blacksmith turns and shouts, gruffly informing them that kids are not welcome in his shop. Dorami flinches back, startled by the harsh dismissal. She and Jade observe a nearby blacksmith shop, where a young girl with her hair in buns is speaking with a burly craftsman. Jade murmurs that the man doesn't seem to be talking to Dorami, who confirms this is true. Dorami watches the pair, guessing that the girl must be his apprentice. The conversation they are watching grows heated. The girl proudly presents something she made, but the blacksmith sharply cuts her off, refusing to even look. She insists, declaring her desire to help with his work, but he silences her with a stern command. Dorami notes that they seem to be fighting. His anger is focused on a sleek, dark sword the girl holds. He demands to know who commissioned it, and if she forged it while he was away. As Jade examines the blade from afar, he recognizes its superior quality, thinking it must be the work of a master smith. She responds with a defiant wink, stating she won't reveal who the sword is for, as she promised to keep it secret. With a determined look, she declares that as long as she's around, she won't let him make any weapons. Jade realizes with surprise how seriously she takes her promises. The blacksmith's stern facade momentarily cracks, recalling his daughter as a small child professing her love and desire to be just like him. He had gently told her to help her mother instead. Watching the exchange, Jade smiles, understanding that the man is actually a doting father. The blacksmith then tells his daughter that while her weapons are exceptional for a 12-year-old, he still can't permit her to make them. She protests, asking why not when she makes them so well. The girl, Kajimina, argues that he can't let someone inexperienced shoulder such responsibility because adventurers' lives depend on their weapons. Therefore, she reasons, he should let her help him directly. Her argument is cut short as she turns and her eyes widen in astonishment. She points a trembling finger, shouting out, "The hero Jade!" Startled by the sudden recognition, Jade listens as she quickly shifts to a polite tone, welcoming them to their shop. He begins to explain that they are there to commission a sword. The shout sends the blacksmith spinning around, his jaw agape in disbelief. "It's really him," he exclaims. Two other apprentices abandon their work, crowding forward to get a look at the famous hero. The blacksmith angrily orders them back to their posts. He quickly composes himself, approaching Jade with a deep bow and apologizing if his daughter caused any offense. The girl, Kajimina, excitedly asks if Jade is there to commission a new sword, expressing her disbelief that someone of his stature would visit their shop. Jade smiles warmly and clarifies that he isn't the one in need of a weapon. It's for the girl beside him. Dorami glares, clearly annoyed. Before the conversation can continue, Kajimina snaps at Jade for interrupting her. He stammers an apology as Dorami reassures him not to mind. She watches, stunned, as Jade insists that she listen in on the conversation. Beside him, the small girl introduces herself as Dorami, adding that she's still just a kid. Jade is left momentarily speechless. Kajimina's attention shifts to the young girl, remarking that she's more interesting in person than the stories he's heard of a gallant girl accompanying the hero Jade. A flustered Dorami offers a quiet thank you. The blacksmith then puts the pieces together, realizing this must be the Dorami he's heard about. Surprised, Dorami asks if he knows her, but Jade interjects, claiming there isn't a single person in the capital who doesn't. His daughter points to herself in disbelief, asking if she is the one Dorami meant. Dorami confirms it without hesitation, declaring that she wants the young smith to make her sword and that she is her client for the day. As Dorami lets out a tired yawn, Jade addresses Kajimina directly. He vouches for the young smith's talent, stating that while she may be inexperienced now, she is exceptionally skilled for her age and is sure to become a world-class blacksmith in the future. Kajimina's gaze shifts between his daughter and Dorami. The small girl speaks with unwavering conviction, stating her complete trust that his daughter can forge a fantastic sword for her. Jade recognizes the seriousness in her expression. Moved by such profound faith in his daughter's ability, Kajimina's eyes fill with tears. He asks if she is certain, and then, with his voice thick with emotion, he agrees to let his daughter take the lead. His agreement comes with a stern warning. He looks his daughter in the eye and reminds her that Dorami's life will be in her hands, a responsibility for which she must be prepared. She accepts with a determined, "Got it," and thanks her father, promising to do her best work so as not to stain his reputation. Looking on, Kajimina quietly notes how much she has grown, as Jade and Dorami express their eagerness to work with her. With the commission accepted, they waste no time. The three gather around a table to begin the design process, and the young smith notes that Dorami has a very concrete idea of what she wants the weapon to look like. She begins to outline her professional opinion, suggesting that a short sword would be the best option given Dorami's size. However, she points out that the requested dragon ornament will increase the overall weight, a crucial factor to consider. She sketches the design, her pencil scratching across the paper. A problem becomes apparent. A dragon wrapping around the blade might compromise its function as a weapon. She begins to consider an alternative. Before she can voice her concern, Dorami leans in, clarifying that the dragon doesn't need to wrap around the blade at all. As long as the dragon is visible, she says it can be something simpler. She insists that the dragon is the one detail she absolutely does not want left out. Looking the young smith directly in the eyes, Dorami makes a request emphatic. She wants her to be the one to make it. Dorami's eyes sparkle with delight at the prospect, exclaiming how cool it is. The young smith, however, looks uncertain and suggests that it would be better if she let her father handle the commission. Her suggestion puzzles Dorami. The smith explains her hesitation, worrying that the dragon design might be too intricate for her skills and that her own attempt might turn out too basic. She continues with a downcast expression, stating her belief that her father would be able to craft something much more detailed. Dorami's expression firms with resolve. She tells the young smith that you never know what something will look like until you try. To prove her faith, she presents another, more detailed drawing of a full dragon, declaring with a bright smile that she wants this one included, too. The young smith takes the new drawing, her eyes wide. She looks from the intricate sketch to Dorami's hopeful face and asks if she is truly sure. In response, Dorami simply beams, her warm and trusting smile providing all the confirmation the young smith needs. She continues her encouragement, explaining that even she would get roughed up before defeating a simple slime, and exclaims that this is the right spirit. The words resonate with the young blacksmith, whose eyes widen as she realizes that giving up before even trying is the same as having already failed. This realization shifts her expression to one of quiet determination as she looks at Dorami, who smiles back with unwavering belief. Dorami offers one last piece of advice: believe in yourself. The young smith reflects on this, thinking to herself that even though she is so inexperienced, there is someone who believes in her so completely. Her face breaks into a radiant smile as another thought strikes her with profound significance. Dorami is her first ever customer. She bows her head slightly, thanking Dorami profusely. With newfound resolve, she declares that she will give it her all and make sure Dorami won't regret entrusting her life to her. With the deal finalized, a new challenge for both newcomers has begun. The young blacksmith seals the agreement with a firm handshake with Jade, as Dorami cheers them on, telling the smith to do her best. 2 weeks have passed since Dorami commissioned her new sword. At the blacksmith shop, the wait is finally over. Kojimina's daughter presents a cloth-wrapped object, announcing that the new sword is complete. Overjoyed, Dorami exclaims that it's finally here and eagerly asks to see it. As the sword is unsheathed, Dorami's eyes widen. The pommel is intricately crafted into the shape of a small dragon's head, a detail that leaves her breathless. She turns to Jade, her face alight with pure delight, and declares that the weapon is awesome. Holding it proudly, she shows the blade to Jade, thrilled that it was made exactly as she wanted. Jade inspects it and agrees that it looks really good, while Dorami silently marvels at the blade's quality. Her eyes sparkle as she admires the shining steel. She notes how sharp it looks, and internally wonders if she might even be able to defeat a slime with it. Nearby, Kojimina's daughter watches, flustered but pleased. Overcome with emotion, Dorami turns back to the young blacksmith. She thanks her profusely for crafting such a fantastic sword, and, more importantly, for believing in her. With everything settled, Dorami raises her new weapon high into the air. She declares that it's time to take on a quest to test its performance, and Jade enthusiastically agrees. Their decision made, the group proceeds to the Capital Guild's quest hall. Dorami walks ahead, approaching the reception area where Garnet and another receptionist are stationed. From behind, Jade watches her approach the counter. He can't help but notice how stiff and anxious she appears, a stark contrast to her earlier excitement. As Dorami waits at the reception center, Jade watches from a distance, a flicker of concern on his face. He reflects that Garnet must know Dorami is a new adventurer, and he begins to worry that he sent the young girl to handle this alone. His gaze remains fixed on the counter, where Dorami finally steps forward. Garnet, the receptionist, acknowledges her, announcing that it is now her turn. He watches the interaction with a proud smile. He admires how Garnet maintains her professional yet kind demeanor, even when dealing with a brand new adventurer like Dorami. Thinking to himself, that's my Garnet. The sight brings back a vivid memory of his own past. She was exactly the same, he recalls, back when he took on his very first quest. He remembers that even then, the same friendly and welcoming aura she radiated was still there, making the daunting experience feel more manageable. As he is lost in his reminiscence, Garnet glances up from her duties at the counter, her gaze sweeping across the guild hall. Jade, watching her, simply appreciates her pleasant expression. Her eyes meet his, and she offers a warm, knowing smile. The unexpected acknowledgement sends a jolt through Jade, causing his face to flush a deep red as his heart skips a beat. Startled, he realizes she noticed him staring. As he grapples with his embarrassment, he makes a silent vow to keep a close watch on Dorami during her first quest, so Garnet won't have to worry. Nearby, Dorami marvels at the sheer number of quests available. Her wonder quickly solidifies into decision. After scanning the board, she points to a specific posting for a slime subjugation mission and declares with confidence that this is the casual quest she will undertake. Garnet nods in confirmation, accepting Dorami's choice. She provides the final instructions. Once the quest is complete, Dorami must return to this same window with the slime's mana stone as proof. She watched with a gentle smile as Dorami excitedly presented her quest slip to Jade, announcing that she had received her first official mission. Jade offered his congratulations, telling her it was great news. Her gaze then shifted to Jade, a silent, questioning look passing between them as he registered Dorami's departure. His brief look of concern softened into a warm, reassuring smile, mirroring Garnet's own expression. With their well wishes, Dorami set out. Sometime later, in a grassy field, she encountered her target, a small, gelatinous slime bouncing placidly. The young adventurer took cover in the bushes, spotting the creature. She decided on a strategy. She would sneak up behind it and defeat it in a single blow, reminding herself to be careful not to be spotted. But as she crept forward, her foot came down on a dry twig. The sharp crack echoed in the quiet field, and she gasped in alarm. The sharp snap alerted her target. Dorami cried out in frustration as the slime turned towards her. Realizing her cover was blown, she decided to fight head-on, swinging her weapon with a yell. Her attack missed completely, and the slime retaliated, leaping up to strike her. Struck and frustrated by the simple creature, she let out an indignant growl. Her annoyance hardened into resolve. Declaring that the slime had now done it, she announced her plan to use the water magic she just learned at full force. A complex magical circle materialized before her outstretched hand as she prepared to unleash the spell. She unleashed the spell, a powerful jet of water slamming directly into the slime. Triumphant, she exclaimed that she had hit it, and that just one more shot should be enough. She fires another blast of water, scoring a direct hit on the slime. However, instead of being damaged, the creature simply absorbs the liquid, appearing to grow slightly. The creature swells in size, prompting her to cry out in confusion, asking why it got bigger. From the sidelines, Jade explains that since slimes are made of water, rehydrating them only makes them larger. Dorami reacts with shocked disbelief at this new information. Before she can process this, the enlarged slime slams into her shield. She cries out as she struggles against the increasing weight of its attacks, each blow heavier than the last. She realizes her situation is dire. Her sword is useless, and her magic is ineffective. With her conventional options exhausted, she understands only one path remains. With a determined cry, she abandons her shield and weapon, drawing back her fist for a direct physical strike against the approaching slime. She puts all her strength into the blow, her knuckles connecting squarely with the gelatinous creature. Her only remaining weapon is her own fists. The punch carries immense force, sending the slime flying backward through the air as she shouts for it to take the hit. Watching from a distance, Jade is stunned by her tenacity. He notes that she isn't using any enhancement magic, yet she's fighting relentlessly on pure spirit alone. Dorami continues her barrage, shouting that she won't lose until the slime is reduced to a small, defeated puddle on the ground. Her opponent vanquished, she turns to Jade, panting but triumphant, and announces her victory. He enthusiastically congratulates her on a job well done. A wave of relief and pride washes over her, and she beams, savoring the feeling of her first successful quest. She holds the gem, her first earnings up to the sky. A new chapter of her adventures has begun today. With her reward, she buys a sweet treat, savoring what she declares is the taste of victory. Jade smiles warmly beside her. He remarks that candy bought with one's own money tastes different, pleased that she's happy. He then suggests they visit the apothecary to see Surin, which leaves Dorami momentarily puzzled. He explains his reasoning. They need to stock up on potions and antidotes for future adventures, and he also wants to thank Surin for helping Dorami when she got lost. Understanding now, she enthusiastically agrees, ready to go buy medicine. She throws open the door to the apothecary, cheerfully announcing their arrival to buy medicine. A somber thought hangs in the air. Not all monsters can be fought without getting injured. From the shadows of the shop, a blood-splattered, heavily scarred woman holding a massive cleaver emerges, her voice dripping with unsettling cheer as she asks what brings such a lively customer to her shop. Her cheerful demeanor vanishes, replaced by pure shock. Staring at the menacing figure and the bloodied cleaver, she demands to know who the woman is and what she did to Surin. The woman apologizes for scaring her, calmly introducing herself as Surin's grandmother. Dorami is taken aback. The woman then recognizes Jade, addressing him as Kusen, much to Dorami's confusion. He accepts the explanation, and the grandmother comments that Surin seems to have been slacking off lately. She clarifies she is just visiting to make sure her granddaughter is working hard. This prompts Jade to ask where Surin is and if something has happened to her. He stood with Dorami inside a brightly lit apothecary, explaining to the shopkeeper that as a new adventurer, he was looking to buy some potions. As 2 vials were placed on the counter, Dorami's eyes widened, recognizing them as high-quality potions. The proprietor, a young woman named Surin, handed them over with a word of caution for Jade. She confirmed their quality, but advised it was best not to use them rashly, which Dorami cheerfully acknowledged. Having concluded the sale, Surin's thoughts turned to leisure. She mentioned she'd been traveling and asked for recommendations on a new place to visit, musing aloud about a town called Labun. In response, Jade politely thanked her for the suggestion, and she replied with a smile that it was her pleasure. Dorami, meanwhile, was captivated by something else, remarking on the amazing paintings of Kamishi's hometown. Her comment prompted Surin to turn back to Jade, asking why he was so interested in her travels. He then revealed his true purpose. Addressing her by the familiar name Kusan, he stated that they were searching for an adventurer named Onyx. The name clearly registered with Surin, whose friendly demeanor vanished. At the same time, in another part of the city, the hero Rule was on a similar quest. He remarked to someone that he hadn't seen the man he was looking for in a very long time. He was speaking with an older shopkeeper, who looked up in surprise and asked if Rule knew the man in question, adding that many adventurers passed through his establishment. The shopkeeper's memory sharpened. He recalled that the last time Onyx had bought anything was around 12 years ago, a day he remembered vividly due to an unusual order. The time frame struck Rule. It was the same time they had lost all trace of him. He continues to listen as the shopkeeper recalls the strange purchase. The man explains that even though the weather was quite warm, Onyx bought several frostbite and lava potions. The shopkeeper then recounts how he jokingly asked if Onyx was keeping an ice turtle as a pet, before posing a question to Rule about Onyx's reply. As the shopkeeper pauses, his expression turning thoughtful, Rule leans in, pressing him for the answer. What did he say? The answer strikes Rule with sudden force. The shopkeeper reveals with a smile that Onyx had told him he was going to the Ice Kingdom. The Ice Kingdom, a frostbitten country perpetually blanketed by snow. A vast, cold, and unforgiving land. This new information solidifies into a chilling realization for the hero. He stands silently, processing the lead he has finally acquired. He wonders internally if the Ice Kingdom is the place where Onyx disappeared. Under a sky streaked with the fading light of dusk, Rule and Garnet run together, their destination just ahead. As he runs, Rule's mind races, replaying a crucial piece of information. He recalls a shopkeeper's words, noting that the last time a particular man had bought supplies was a long time ago, perhaps 12 years. He bursts through a doorway, unable to contain his news. He announces to Garnet that he has more information regarding Onyx, revealing what the shopkeeper told him. The man was going to the Ice Kingdom. Garnet absorbs this new information, her expression somber as she processes it. I see, she murmurs, so my father went to the Ice Kingdom. Later, seated at a table, Rule watches her with concern. He observes that even after finally learning where her father might be, she isn't happy in the slightest. His thoughts drift to the nature of the place. The Ice Kingdom is an extremely frigid country, and Onyx supposedly went there knowing the dangers. It is said that people born and raised in its harsh environment adapt so completely they can survive practically anywhere. Breaking the quiet atmosphere, Garnet asks when he will be leaving. Rule meets her gaze and tells her he plans to depart around noon the next day, warning that he might not return for about a month. A shadow passes over Garnet's face. She clutches the fabric over her chest and quietly confesses, I'll be lonely without you. He looks at her, his expression softening with empathy. He acknowledges her pain, imagining how difficult it must be to go 12 years without seeing her father, and then admits, I'll be lonely too. Her eyes widen slightly, and a faint warmth spreads across her cheeks. Touched by a shared vulnerability, she looks down and whispers a quiet thank you. Her expression is gentle as she speaks to Rule, acknowledging that it will be lonely without him and Jade, but affirming that she will be waiting for their return. The sentiment reminds her of something, and she adds that she wants to give him a gift. Following her words, she presents a pair of thick, knitted gloves. She explains that since he is traveling to the frigid Ice Kingdom, they should help keep him warm. Rule stares, stunned, and asks in disbelief if she made them herself. He takes the gloves and tries them on as Dorami watches. He exclaims that they fit perfectly and thanks Garnet profusely, remembering she had mentioned it before. Garnet looks on, a slight blush on her cheeks as he says her name with gratitude. His face lights up with pure joy. Clutching his newly gloved hands, he beams and declares how happy the gift has made him. Seeing his reaction, Rule thanks her once more, promising to treasure the gloves forever. Garnet's smile widens, her cheeks flushed with pleasure. The tender moment is interrupted by Dorami, who looks up hopefully and asks if Garnet really knitted something for her too. She then plaintively asks what about her gift. Garnet turns to the small girl with a gentle smile, explaining that her pair is still being worked on by Jade. At this news, Dorami's face lights up with pure excitement. Imagining the yarn for her own future gloves, Dorami vibrates with excitement. Jade reassures her that he will work on them during their travels, asking her to wait just a bit longer. The time for departure finally arrives. Standing at the doorway under the night sky, Rule bids Garnet good night. She returns the farewell, watching him turn to leave. He takes a few steps into the darkness with Jade and Dorami, but is stopped short when Garnet's voice suddenly calls out, telling him to wait. He turns back as she looks on with an urgent, unresolved expression. She stands with her hands clasped, her expression troubled. Seeing this, Rule turns back towards her and asks what is wrong. Her face flushes as she looks up at him, her lips parting to say a single name, Jade. She then quickly closes the distance, taking both of his hands in hers. Looking him directly in the eyes, she makes an earnest plea for him to promise he will come back to her. Her expression is awash with vulnerability, her eyes glistening as she waits for his response. He is visibly stunned by her words, a blush rising on his cheeks as he stares back at her. The air crackles with unspoken emotion as they stand frozen, their faces mere inches apart. The tension breaks as they fall into an embrace, holding each other tightly under the starry sky. They pull back slightly, their foreheads nearly touching as they share a final, intense gaze. His grip on her hands tightens reassuringly. He tells her, of course, affirming that it is a promise. With the promise sealed, Rule turns and rejoins his companions. Garnet watches as he, Jade, and Dorami walk off into the night, their journey finally begun. As the hero departed, Garnet remained behind, her gaze fixed on the star-filled sky, her expression tinged with melancholy. She clasped her hands together, the pain of letting him go still fresh and sharp. She found it strange. Ever since she and Jade had become a couple, the times they were apart had saddened her. Yet, even now, it was the thought of Rule's departure that was most painful. A quiet, troubled look crossed her face as she contemplated this contradiction. She recalled the moment just before he left, how she had almost lost herself and kissed him then and there. But now, with him gone, she could only wonder when she would finally find the courage to act on her feelings. For the time being, she resolved, all she could do was bid them farewell and pray for their safe return. She closed her eyes, her hands clasped in a silent plea. And so, the party set off for the Ice Kingdom, watched from a doorway by Garnet and her mother as their figures receded down the street. Their journey took them out of the city and into a dense, snow-covered forest, the landscape growing colder as they ventured further north. 1 week later, the biting cold of the northern lands was clearly taking its toll, especially on the young Dorami, who shivered despite her warm cloak. Her small, cloaked form stood against the vast, snowy landscape as they finally reached their destination. Beside her, Rule confirmed their arrival, his voice steady against the wind. They were at the Ice Kingdom. The biting cold was becoming too much for her, and she let out a sudden sneeze. Seeing her discomfort, Rule noted the late hour and decided they should find an inn in the nearby village. He led the way through the snow-dusted streets of the village, Dorami trudging wearily beside him, still shivering from the relentless chill. His gaze then settled on a welcome sight, an inn with a sign indicating it had a hot spring. With renewed purpose, he urged them forward, ready to go full steam ahead. Inside, the innkeeper greeted them warmly. He remarked on how tough it must be for them in the cold and invited them to relax and enjoy their stay, prompting thanks from both Rule and Dorami. As he led them from the counter, the innkeeper continued to make pleasant conversation with the small adventurer. She responded to his unasked question, cheerfully confirming that they were indeed adventurers who had come to the village for a quest and were on their way to the guild hall. Her declaration seemed to puzzle the innkeeper. He informed them that the village had no guild, which meant they would likely be leaving early. Dorami was taken aback, wondering aloud if adventurers were some kind of rarity in this place. His comment about the lack of adventurers seemed to give her an idea. With a determined look, she announced that she had something to show him, puffing out her chest with pride. She then presented the back of her hand, revealing a glowing mark. She declared that while it was just a flower bud now, it was an attacker crest. The innkeeper stared, his expression shifting to one of pure envy as he muttered his jealousy. His gaze fell upon the back of his own hand, where a faint glow revealed a crest. He identified it with a sigh, an enhancer crest bearing 5 distinct petals. He lamented that he was just a regular old man, and would have much preferred to have an attacker crest instead. Hearing this, Dorami's eyes widened, as she asked if he was a veteran adventurer. He explained that the 5 petals were the result of 50 years spent battling monsters, earning Dorami's amazed admiration. He added with a weary smile that time is unbeatable, and now even a simple task like chopping a tree requires considerable effort. He continued, sharing that the village was once populated with hard-working young men, but they began leaving in droves about 2 years ago. He then advised that if they were looking for the Adventurers Guild, their best bet was to head to the capital. His expression turned somber as he concluded that there are simply more opportunities for people and work in other places. Listening from nearby, Rule absorbed the innkeeper's story by the warmth of the fireplace. Understanding the village's situation, he thanked the old man for the information. Later that night, in the quiet of their room, Rule sat at a desk studying a map. Across the room, Dorami was already fast asleep in her bed. She slept soundly, nestled peacefully under the thick blankets. His attention remained fixed on the map spread before him. He traced the path with his eyes, noting internally that the capital was quite far away. He steeled himself, realizing the road ahead would be difficult. They would need to cross a mountain to reach the capital and find information on Onyx. But his resolve was firm. He had to push through, driven by the memory of Garnet's face and the desire to see her smile again. He holds a map, his expression resolute as the search for Onyx continues into a frigid landscape. In his mind, an image of Garnet appears, her hands clasped as if in prayer. He thinks of her, vowing that she only needs to wait a little longer for their return. The journey to the capital of the Ice Kingdom, a land Onyx visited 12 years prior, necessitated an overnight stay in a small, snow-blanketed village. The sun shines brightly over the quiet, frosty landscape. The next morning, inside their lodging, Dorami cheerfully notes that she's no longer shivering. Jade agrees, admitting that when he first woke up, he thought he might freeze to death in the country's intense cold. He then suggests they should get moving toward the capital to gather more information on Onyx, and Dorami readily concurs. As they prepare to leave, Dorami beams, exclaiming how warm and cozy the inn's hot spring was. The inn manager approaches, asking how they enjoyed it. Jade smiles, replying that it was fantastic and left them both feeling refreshed. Dorami adds that while she thought it might be too hot at first, it turned out to be perfect. The innkeeper's expression softens with nostalgia. He tells them it's good to hear, adding that seeing the two of them reminds him of a time when the village was still full of young folk. His tone grows somber as he elaborates, explaining that the younger population, who naturally formed the majority of the local workforce, has since left the village. Dorami listens, her expression turning to one of quiet concern. Hearing this, Jade sees an opportunity to lend a hand. He asks the innkeeper if he can spare a few hours to help with any work that needs doing. The man responds with a surprised but grateful of course. He then clarifies his offer, referencing a problem the innkeeper must be facing. Jade mentions the difficulty of cutting down trees now that there's no one working in the village and states that he and Dorami would be happy to help with that. The innkeeper appreciates the gesture, but expresses his concern for their safety. He explains that monsters roam the nearby forests, and to keep themselves safe, they would need to be at least a rank 3 adventurer. He starts to decline the offer, but Jade simply smiles, unconcerned. At his confident expression, Dorami proudly puffs out her chest and declares that there is no need to worry. She announces that Jade is a rank 10 adventurer. The declaration stuns the innkeeper. His eyes widen in disbelief as he asks, "Wait, are you perhaps the Jade from the Sundale Kingdom?" Jade, taken aback by the recognition, can only ask how the man knows who he is. He stood in stunned silence as the innkeeper explained the situation. The man had heard rumors about a young adventurer-turned-hero who used to live nearby. He revealed that the village's youth idolized Jade so much that they were inspired to leave and become adventurers themselves. The weight of the innkeeper's words crashed down on him. Standing between the man and Dorami, Jade had a stark realization. He was the reason they had all left. He could only manage a confused sound in response. Seeing his distress, the innkeeper quickly assured him that he had no intention of blaming or guilting him. Despite the reassurance, Jade bowed deeply, overcome with a need to apologize. The innkeeper elaborated, explaining that life in their village was very simple, with little to do for amusement. That all changed when rumors of Jade's heroic deeds began to circulate. Inspired by his story, the young villagers admired him so much that they set off on their own journeys. Looking at Jade with sincere gratitude, the innkeeper clarified that this was precisely why he wanted to thank him. He told the young hero that he had given the village's youth the courage and the goals they needed to strive for something more. The older man confessed that he, too, had once dreamed of leaving the village for a life of adventure, but never found the courage. As he listened, Jade reflected on his own past, admitting to himself that his primary motivation for becoming an adventurer had been to get closer to Garnet. He considered this new perspective, that even if his initial reasons weren't entirely noble, his actions had positively influenced others. The thought brought a gentle, content smile to his face, making him genuinely glad he had made that decision. With the matter settled, the villagers' voices could be heard accepting his offer of help. They expressed their confidence, certain that with Hero Jade on the job, the monsters in the forest would be no issue. In response, the adventurers declared that the village could leave the task to them. Following this agreement, they ventured into the snowy woods. Dorami looked around, a hand shielding her eyes as she scanned the area. She muttered that everything looked the same and that they needed to find a big tree, her voice tinged with a slight confusion. Jade stood beside her, observing their surroundings. He noted that at their current rate, the sun would be setting soon. He turned to Dorami and questioned their method, asking if they were really supposed to measure each tree one at a time. He clarified their task, explaining that it was another errand from the innkeeper. They just needed to cut some wood and deliver it to a person named Yuki at the village's edge. Dorami listened quietly, a thoughtful expression on her face. As they walked, their path took them past a solitary snowman, standing silently amidst the trees. Dorami pointed out the large snowman, and Jade wondered aloud who could have made it. He theorized it might be some kind of village tradition given an elderly population. Shifting her focus back to their task, Dorami then asked which tree they were supposed to cut down. He confidently identified a suitable tree, instructing her to wait there while he went to cut it down. Dorami cheerfully agreed. With the plan set, he turned and headed deeper into the trees, leaving Dorami to wait. As she waited, her gaze drifted back to the snowman. A sense of unease washed over her. It felt as though it was much closer than before. She quickly shook her head, trying to dismiss the thought as her imagination. After all, it was just a snowman. It couldn't possibly move. But her senses had not deceived her. The snowman lurched forward, having sprouted 2 thick, stubby legs from its base. The impossible sight sent a jolt of pure terror through her, her face frozen in a mask of shock. She shrieked for Jade, her voice filled with panic, yelling that the snowman had moved and grown legs. From a distance, his voice returned, tinged with disbelief. Her frantic cries made him pause and look back. As Dorami urged him to just break the unsettling figure, he had to admit that, now that she mentioned it, the snowman did indeed look closer than before. He watches the snowman, his suspicion growing. Dorami, still shaken, wonders aloud if she was just seeing things, expressing concern that breaking something the inn manager made would be bad. Jade agrees they should make sure, prompting Dorami to ask how they will do that. Before they can formulate a plan, Dorami's attention is caught by a large tree nearby. She exclaims that it looks mighty big, her focus momentarily shifting from the unervingly still snowman. Jade agrees with her assessment, noting that the tree would make for some fine firewood. Durami enthusiastically concurs. With their task in mind, Jade readies his axe, beginning a countdown to swing. But before his axe can fall, the snowman behind them transforms. Its body swells, sprouting dark, muscular arms tipped with claws, and its simple smile twists into a jagged, menacing grin. Jade whirls around, his eyes wide with shock at the creature's true form. The creature's cute disguise has completely fallen away. Durami realizes it tried to deceive them. As the snowman monster begins to charge, she shouts that it's coming their way. With no other choice, she resolves to fight, gathering wind magic and crying out, "Take this! Cyclone Tornado!" Ignoring her incantation, the monster barrels forward, its heavy footfalls kicking up snow as it closes the distance with surprising speed. Seeing the immediate danger, Jade shouts for Durami to leave it to him. He draws his sword and launches himself between her and the charging beast. Durami cries out in frustration, realizing she couldn't stop it in time as Jade's blade meets the monster's advance. His sword slams against the monster's unnaturally hard arm. The impact sends a shockwave through the air, but the creature's limb holds firm against the steel as Jade pushes forward with all his might. With a final, powerful heave, his sword slices clean through the monster's arm. The severed limb flies through the air as Jade lands in the snow. From a safe distance, Durami cheers, exclaiming that he did it. Her celebration fades, however, as she sees him standing with his back to her, his right hand hidden from view. A flicker of concern crosses her face as she calls out, asking why he is hiding his hand. He dismisses Durami's concern, telling her the injury is nothing serious and praising her for her worry. Internally, however, his thoughts are more complex. He resolves not to rely on his flower crest to absorb ether, believing he must grow stronger through his own power if he is ever to face Marin again. As they continue their journey, Durami proudly notes the large amount of firewood they've collected, though she complains that the person they're visiting lives quite far out. 2 hours later, the trek continues. Jade reflects that at least the long walk is good training for his stamina and serves to keep him warm in the cold, so it's not all bad. Durami, however, is lost in a daydream about their return. She excitedly imagines becoming so strong that she'll be like a completely new dragon. In her fantasy, she pictures Garnet being astonished by her growth, exclaiming that she's changed so much she's almost unrecognizable. The thought of Garnet's praise seems to affect Jade as well. He recalls Garnet's gentle voice telling him he's always been so cool, a memory that brings a blush to his face. He admits to himself that he, too, wants her praise. Lost in the memory, he quietly wishes he could see her again soon, his gaze distant. His reverie is broken as Durami points ahead, announcing their arrival. Before them stands a solitary log cabin, which she identifies as their destination. She trudges through the snow to the front door, setting down her heavy basket of firewood with a soft thud. As he watches her, a sharp, metallic click suddenly emanates from the door, instantly drawing his attention. The door opens to reveal a young woman in a heavy, fur-lined coat. Her expression is guarded as she peers out into the falling snow, asking who might be there. In response, he introduces himself as Jade and the small girl with him as Durami. The woman, whom Jade internally identifies as Yuki, observes them with a pensive look, sensing a strange aura around her. Durami, however, simply beams, offering a wide and unguarded smile. The sheer, innocent brightness of the child's grin seems to startle Yuki, her eyes widening in surprise. Her composure momentarily broken, she demands to know why they are here and what the meaning of their sudden appearance is. Durami cheerfully presents a bundle of firewood. Jade then explains that they were sent from the inn by the manager on an errand, acknowledging that the arrival of strangers at her door must be a shock. Durami adds that the innkeeper also wanted to pass on his thanks for her help shoveling snow the other day. Understanding dawns on Yuki's face, her tension easing. She expresses her gratitude for their trouble and invites them inside for a short rest with some warm milk, an offer that delights Durami. He politely tries to refuse, stating they don't want to be a bother since she rarely has visitors. Yuki, however, insists they come in. A moment later, a simple white mug filled with warm milk sits upon a wooden table inside the quiet cabin. She serves them warm milk inside her small log cabin. Durami comments on the pleasant warmth of the house, a welcome respite from the cold outside. The drink brings a look of pure bliss to Durami's face. Noticing the girl hasn't removed her outerwear, Yuki asks why she keeps her hood on. Yuki explains that she is quite sensitive to the cold and would be troubled if she removed it. Eager to share, Durami announces that both she and Jade are adventurers and that she's been practicing magic ever since she became one. She then curiously asks Yuki what her own life is like, wanting to hear her stories. Her declaration is met with surprise from Yuki. To prove her claim, Durami proudly presents her credentials. Jade chimes in, adding that while Durami is a rank 10 adventurer, he is also rank 10, which he considers even more amazing. He notices Yuki staring intently and wonders if she finds it that unbelievable. Durami, misinterpreting Yuki's gaze as fear, quickly reassures her that Jade is very strong and nice. Yuki's only response is a quiet, "I see." Sensing her wariness towards him, Jade suggests that Dorami should start by telling their host some of her stories. Dorami eagerly accepts the suggestion, exclaiming that she would love to share her tales and will begin with the very best ones. As Dorami beams with excitement, a gentle, knowing smile graces Yuki's face. Above them, a lamp casts a warm glow throughout the cozy log cabin. Sometime later, as the light outside begins to fade, Jade observes that the sun is setting and tells Dorami it is about time for them to head out. Dorami bows her head slightly, thanking Yuki for the milk as they prepare to depart. However, Yuki advises them to rest up, reminding them that they have an early start the next day. With a quiet, unreadable expression, she watches as Jade and Dorami turn and head for the door. As Jade and Dorami stood ready to depart, she suddenly reached out, her hand firmly grasping Jade's wrist. Please wait a moment," she pleaded, her voice strained. With a look of sheer desperation, she looked at them and insisted, "I insist that you stay the night." Jade stared back, taken aback by her sudden intensity, while Dorami watched with wide eyes, wondering why their host seemed so desperate. As Jade and Dorami follow the young woman named Yuki through the snow, Dorami suddenly calls out, asking her to wait for a moment. Yuki turns, her expression serious and unwavering. She looks directly at them and insists that they must stay the night with her. She explains that it is best for them to stay, warning that a blizzard could appear at any moment. Jade, looking toward her cabin, politely declines, mentioning that they already have lodging at an inn and she shouldn't worry about them. His polite refusal is met with her certainty. When Jade expresses his surprise, Yuki confirms her premonition, stating that she can feel the storm's approach very clearly. Taken aback by her conviction, Jade turns to Dorami, a flustered smile on his face. He notes that the inn is quite far and asks the little girl what they should do, while Yuki watches them, waiting for a decision. As they deliberate, Yuki's expression softens into a hopeful smile. Hearing Jade decide that they will gladly accept her offer, her face lights up with relief and happiness. At his words, Dorami cheers with delight. Yuki thanks them graciously and announces that she will prepare a stew to warm them both, gesturing toward a nearby log cabin. A short while later, inside the cozy log cabin, the group works together to prepare a warm meal. Yuki hums as she stirs a large pot over the fire. Seated together at the table, Dorami takes the first bite of the hot stew, her eyes sparkling with pure enjoyment. Jade and Yuki watch her, both smiling warmly at the sight. Just as Yuki had predicted, the weather outside has turned. A fierce blizzard now rages, whipping snow violently through the barren trees. Inside the warm log cabin, Jade sits with their host, Yuki, while Dorami sleeps soundly in the nearby bed. He turns to Yuki, expressing his gratitude, but also his concern for having taken her bed. The young girl is completely at peace, breathing softly under the thick blanket. Yuki reassures him that it is no bother at all. She glances toward the bed, noting that Dorami looked like she was truly enjoying herself earlier. He agrees, remarking on how quickly she fell asleep. Yuki adds that even from the few tales Dorami told, it was clear her moments spent with Jade were full of joy. A fond smile appears on his face as he replies, stating that he is also grateful for meeting her and enjoys their adventures together. As he speaks, Yuki's expression becomes distant and unreadable, her gaze fixed on something unseen. Jade's attention drifts back to the sleeping Dorami, a thought beginning to form in his mind about the day they met. The memory of that day solidifies, bringing a look of sudden realization to his face. He turns back to Yuki, asking if she would like to hear more about Dorami. Surprised, Yuki replies that she wouldn't mind at all, but she had assumed Dorami had already told her everything. With a warm, earnest smile, Jade declares that he wants to know everything about Dorami. Seeing his sincerity, Yuki's expression softens as she agrees, saying she would still love to hear his stories. He sits beside Yuki, both of them watching over the sleeping Dorami. Yuki quietly observes that the young girl has clearly endured much hardship. Her gaze shifts to Jade, and she adds that he has now become her guardian. As Dorami sleeps soundly, Yuki expresses a quiet hope for the girl's eternal happiness. But another voice, Jade's, softly murmurs an affectionate, almost nonsensical phrase, "My lovely Lovelin love." The odd phrase hangs in the air, and Jade himself seems startled by his own words, a look of confusion crossing his face. Beside him, Yuki's expression is unreadable, her eyes fixed on him. Suddenly, Yuki gasps, her hand flying to her mouth in shock. A small voice from the bed murmurs, "Lovely, what was that?" It's Dorami, speaking in her sleep. Flustered, Yuki quickly covers her face, dismissing her outburst. "Oh, please don't mind me," she insists, claiming she was just saying goodnight to Dorami. Jade remains perplexed by her sudden change in demeanor. He looks at her, unconvinced. "I doubt I'd mistake Dorami for lovely Lovelin love," he states plainly. A bead of sweat forms on Yuki's temple as she weakly insists that he must have misheard. Her flustered demeanor fades, replaced by a look of deep contemplation. A new thought seems to take hold as she gazes at the sleeping girl, her voice trailing off as she wonders aloud. Is she perhaps? Jade, misinterpreting her contemplative silence, looks at her with a serious expression. Sorry if I'm mistaken," he begins hesitantly, "but are you her mother?" His question strikes Yuki with the force of a physical blow. Her eyes fly wide in utter shock and disbelief, her composure completely shattered. As Yuki reeled from his previous question, Jade pressed on with a different observation. He noted that she seemed incredibly interested in Dorami and appeared to have some kind of attachment to her. Flustered, Yuki sputtered, demanding to know what he could possibly mean. He continued, his expression serious, pointing out that she had even called the sleeping girl by a different name. Stammering, Yuki insisted that he must be mistaken. She scrambled to create distance, reminding him of what Dorami herself had said, that she couldn't remember her parents and had lived with another woman in a cold, distant country. Her denial grew more forceful as she looked him in the eye, assuring him that she had no relation to the girl whatsoever. Despite her firm words, Jade saw the troubled look that lingered on her face. His gaze drifted to the peacefully sleeping Dorami. He realized it must be painful for Yuki to deny their connection, and that this very pain was likely what compelled her to do so. With this understanding, he turned back to Yuki, his voice gentle. He told her it was okay, because he knew what her true form was. The revelation struck Yuki with the force of a physical blow. Her eyes flew wide in absolute shock. He confirmed her unspoken question. Yes, he stated calmly, promising that even if she told him everything, he wouldn't tell anyone and had no intention of putting her in danger. Stunned, Yuki could only stammer, you know? The two stared at one another in the quiet room. Jade's expression was calm and reassuring, while Yuki's was a mask of disbelief and fear, a single bead of sweat tracing a path down her temple. Her gaze remained fixed downward, a single bead of sweat tracing a path down her temple. The weight of his words hung heavy in the air. Her attention then shifted to the small form sleeping peacefully beside her, oblivious to the tension in the room. As she watched the sleeping child, Jade's voice broke the silence. He observed that the girl, Dorami, was very trusting of her. He continued, explaining that when Dorami was recounting her stories, her trust was evident in her every action and intention. His words seemed to solidify her resolve. Clenching her fist, she made a decision, declaring that she, too, would put her trust in him. In a cascade of soft light, her appearance shifted. Two large, smooth horns grew from her head, framing a face that now held a serene, ancient quality. She faced the astonished boy and formally introduced herself. She was a white dragon, she explained, and also the mother of the sleeping girl beside her. He absorbed the information, acknowledging that she had the right to know. He then ventured a question of his own, asking why she had parted ways with her child. Her gaze drifted towards the snowy expanse outside. The lives of dragons, she began, are rather challenging. He surmised that this was why she chose to live a peaceful life amongst humans. She affirmed his guess, explaining that a dragon's existence is a constant struggle for survival, fraught with territorial conflict against their own kind and the endless threat of being hunted by adventurers. She continues her story, explaining that her human form is imperfect. Unlike her husband, whose transformation still left him with wings and a tail, she fared better. However, to conceal her own lingering draconic traits, she chose to live in this cold climate where thick clothing would not arouse suspicion. Listening intently, Jade asks if Dorami's father is also in this country. Yuki's expression remains somber as she clarifies that they separated, a decision made while she was still pregnant with their daughter. He processes this revelation with a look of stunned confusion. In response to his unspoken question, Yuki looks away, her voice soft with sorrow. She explains that her husband would rather live as a dragon. Her hands clenched gently in her lap. She admits that while she loved him dearly, she wanted their daughter to live a peaceful life as a human. Her gaze reveals a profound and long-held yearning. This desire was her own. She had always longed to be human. She reflects on the wonders of human invention, the delicious foods, the countless conveniences that fill their lives. Her husband, however, thought differently. Their opposing views on life were a chasm between them, one that persisted even as they parted ways. She turns her gaze to Dorami, who sleeps soundly, murmuring contentedly about her full tummy. A wave of sorrowful affection crosses Yuki's face. Gently stroking the child's hair, she reveals the final, painful truth. Since she could not fully hide her own dragon features, her presence would put Dorami in great danger if her true form were ever discovered. That, she concludes, is why she had to let her go. She confirms that her decision was for Dorami's happiness and well-being. Jade, processing this, asks if this was her intention from the very beginning, even while she was carrying her child. His gaze falls upon the peacefully sleeping Dorami. He realizes with a pang of empathy the immense weight Yuki has been carrying all this time, completely on her own. The conversation shifts as Yuki poses an unexpected question, asking him about the name, Lovely Loveland Love. He explains that it used to be Dorami's name, expressing surprise that Yuki hadn't mentioned it. He then trails off, realizing she never once spoke of her daughter's original name. Following this realization, he asks if he should start calling the girl by that name from now on. Yuki's expression hardens slightly, as she firmly states she would prefer he did not. She explains her reasoning. She would like Dorami to continue living with the name Jade gave her. With a look of gentle resignation, Yuki states that she is no longer the girl's guardian and formally asks him to continue taking care of her. She then presents a proposal, asking if he would consider living with Dorami again. Jade listens, his expression serious, and agrees without hesitation. He elaborates on his agreement, stating that in the Sindale monarchy, the country they live in, white dragons are protected species. This information clearly catches Yuki by surprise, and she asks him what he means. He passionately offers a solution. He will personally ask the king to allow her to live there. He suggests she could even live at his home, or he will buy a plot of land nearby for her. Yuki expresses her gratitude for the generous offer. Seeing her thoughtful expression, Jade presses for an answer, asking what she thinks of his proposal. He watched, awaiting her answer. Yuki's gaze remained fixed on her sleeping daughter, Dorami. In a quiet, resolute tone, she gave her decision, a mother's sacrifice for her beloved child. She must decline his offer. Furthermore, she requested that he keep all of this a secret from Dorami. The unexpected refusal left Jade stunned, his expression a mixture of confusion and disbelief. With a serious expression, Yuki makes a request. She would prefer, she states, if her identity was not revealed to her daughter. Rule listens in silence, his face betraying no emotion. Sensing his question, Yuki explains her reasoning. She asks him why he thinks she's making this request, then clarifies that Garnet currently has a goal she is striving for. Having her mother suddenly reappear would only impede that growth. She assures him that Garnet will surely bear no ill will once everything is explained to her. As they walk together, she reveals what that goal is, for Garnet to follow in her father's footsteps and become a great adventurer. His eyes reflect a deep understanding. It is for that very reason, he says, that he would like to ask her once again. He looks to Yuki, who bows her head deeply, formally pleading with him to continue looking after her daughter. Yuki looks up with gratitude as Rule smiles warmly. He agrees, stating that he understands and will continue to watch over Garnet and take responsibility. He then remarks on the strange workings of fate, never having thought he would see his own daughter in the Ice Kingdom. He asks what brought the two of them there, and Yuki replies that they're looking for someone. She specifies the person they seek, an adventurer named Onyx who has gone missing. An image of a rugged, determined-looking adventurer flashes through their minds. Rule's expression shifts to one of shock. He asks for more details, wondering if he's mistaken, but describes a man he knows, fairly well-built, with a scar on the right side of his face. His shock gives way to a flicker of recognition. He confirms to Yuki that he met someone with that name 12 years ago, but he is unsure if it is the same person. He internally processes the information, realizing that while it could be a coincidence, the timing perfectly aligns with his own journey to the Ice Kingdom. Yuki adds that this was before she was pregnant with Dorami. Eager for confirmation, Rule asks her to tell him more about the person she met, and she readily agrees. She recounts her story. She had developed minor frostbite and had taken a train to seek treatment. It was there she met the man who noticed her symptoms and offered her medicine. As Rule listens, the pieces click into place. He remembers Jade mentioning that Onyx had purchased many frostbite potions before leaving. There is no doubt in his mind. They are the same person. With the connection confirmed, Yuki presses him, asking if he knows where Onyx was heading. Rule quietly replies that the man did not share his destination. Her expression falls slightly at the news, a quiet wave of disappointment washing over her. But before her disappointment can settle, he quickly adds that while he doesn't know the destination, he does know the man's objective. Yuki's attention snaps back to him, her hope renewed as she asks what he said. He recalls the conversation clearly. The man, Onyx, had declared his intention. He was going to subjugate a Medusa. The memory brings a fresh wave of shock to Rule. He visualizes the fearsome creature, a Medusa, a monster capable of petrifying its victims with a single glance. The realization that Onyx truly went to face such a terrifying foe leaves him momentarily stunned. A few days later, their course is set. As their train speeds across the snowy landscape, Yuki looks out the window, excited that they are approaching the capital. They are heading back to the Sundale monarchy to prepare for the daunting task ahead, the subjugation of a Medusa. She expresses her relief, noting they're lucky to have returned home 2 weeks ahead of schedule. Rule agrees, adding that once their preparations are complete, they will head right back to the Ice Kingdom. He tempers their optimism with a warning not to become complacent. He reminds her that Medusas are formidable monsters capable of petrifying any living creature in the world, a magic to which even he is not immune. Despite his caution, Yuki remains confident, betting that the two of them can handle it easily. Rule then reveals their plan. They will use lava potions to set a trap, as Medusas are made of stone. The revelation startles Yuki, who stammers, asking how they are supposed to defeat one under those conditions. He clarifies that the lava potions are designed to melt rock. He describes them as being about the size of a nut, designed to explode under specific conditions. Yuki repeats the name, lava potions, her expression filled with doubt. Her doubt turns to worry as she questions if they will truly be all right. She speculates that this must have been Onyx's plan of attack as well, but since he never returned home, it must have failed, resulting in his petrification. Rule reassures her, stating that if they use the potions and everything goes according to plan, they could defeat it. He explains that while Medusas are formidable, they're not particularly durable, making lava potions a surefire method of victory. He adds that even offensive magic cast from a distance can be effective against them. Surprised by this information, she asks why Medusas are considered so formidable if they are that simple to defeat. Rule explains that the true danger lies in their behavior. Medusas strategically place their petrified victims around their territory. He continues, explaining the grim reality. To free the victims from their petrified state, the Medusa must be defeated. This means that fighting one within its territory risks collateral damage to the stone statues that were once people. The need to lure the creature out, coupled with the caution required to avoid harming the victims, dramatically increases the mission's difficulty. He then applies this logic to Onyx's fate, theorizing that after setting a trap and beginning to lure the Medusa out, something must have gone wrong, allowing the monster to gain the upper hand and petrify him. Taking this in, Yuki considers the alternative, that their trap could be set and the plan could execute perfectly. Rule muses that meeting her was a stroke of luck, a blessing. Inspired, Yuki brandishes a flute and declares that she will lure the Medusa out with a song. Rule smiles, agreeing that their meeting was indeed fortunate. She bids them farewell, asking Rule and Dorami to take care of themselves as they part ways in the snowy landscape. Dorami cheerfully thanks her for everything, and the two groups go in separate directions. Her thoughts linger on their next meeting. With a determined look, she promises to herself that she will have even better stories to tell them the next time they are all together. She smiles softly, genuinely looking forward to hearing their tales as well. Elsewhere, Rule turns his attention to Jade. He instructs him that once they get home and organize their things, they should immediately begin strategizing. He then asks Jade to continue looking after Yuki, to which Jade readily agrees. With the arrangement settled, Rule offers a gentle smile. Beside him, Dorami clenches a fist with confidence, declaring that a Medusa won't be able to defeat them. His thoughts then turn to their immediate plans as they travel. He resolves that they must first head home to report everything to Garnet, noting that he also has other matters he wishes to discuss with her. Beside him, Dorami shivers from a gust of wind, remarking that even though they weren't gone for very long, the capital has become freezing cold. As they walk through the snowy streets, Rule observes that they arrived a little earlier than expected and wonders aloud if Garnet is already home. Dorami agrees, adding that it was a good thing they wore their jackets. Suddenly, a familiar voice cuts through the cold air, causing him to stop short. His eyes widen in recognition as he questions if it's Jade. The voice belongs to Garnet, who stands before them in a coat and hat, welcoming them back. Rule calls out her name in surprise. Dorami quickly explains that they rushed back because they found some information on Onyx. Stunned, Garnet asks if it's true and urges them to come inside and tell her what they discovered. Her expression is somber as she sits with Rule and Dorami, finally revealing the fate of her father. He went to subjugate a Medusa. He confirms her belief. The weight of the revelation settles on Garnet, who quietly reflects on the immense danger her father willingly faced. She explains the hope behind this mission. Defeating the Medusa should reverse the petrification magic afflicting her father. With this understanding, she asks if he and Dorami intend to join the subjugation effort as well. He affirms their participation. He clarifies that preparing for the subjugation is only part of their reason for returning early. There is something else. As he speaks of freeing her father so they can finally be reunited, her expression softens with a glimmer of hope. Dorami then interjects, explaining that there is another urgent matter they needed to discuss, which prompted their hasty return. Garnet looks puzzled by this new information. Following Dorami's lead, Rule turns serious. He reminds her of the immense power of Medusas and declares that, because of the risks involved, he cannot leave with any regrets. There is one thing he must tell her before he departs. He turns to face her, his expression soft yet resolute. A hint of apprehension crosses her face as she asks him what he needs to say. With unwavering sincerity, he confesses his love for her. The sudden declaration leaves Garnet blushing and momentarily speechless, while he looks on with a gentle, heartfelt smile. Her eyes widen, reflecting a mix of shock and burgeoning emotion as his words sink in. A moment later, a radiant smile spreads across her face. Closing her eyes, she reciprocates his feelings, admitting that she loves him too. She listens as Rule makes a solemn promise, his voice firm. He declares that she will see her father again and that he will give Jade his full support. Visibly moved, Garnet quietly states that she will be waiting for both of them to return. After making his vow, Rule turns to his companions. He instructs Dorami to head home and get their things sorted out, while noting to Yuki that he still has matters to discuss. Dorami gives a cheerful confirmation. As Dorami prepares to leave, she waves an enthusiastic goodbye to Garnet, who returns the farewell with a gentle smile and wishes her good night. With the others gone, Rule turns back to Garnet. He thanks her for taking care of someone named Momochi, adding that he'll be leaving them in her care once more. Sensing there is more on his mind, Garnet looks at him intently. She asks if there is something else he needs to tell her. His expression turns grim. He internally acknowledges the gravity of the situation. The upcoming quest is far more dangerous than any before, and the stakes are perilously high. An image of Yuki, smiling gently, fills his thoughts. He resolves that he does not want to bring her with him into such danger. He explains this to Garnet, stating that Yuki would follow him to the ends of the earth. That is why he plans to depart without her knowledge. Garnet listens, then quietly asks if he truly believes Yuki will simply let him leave. She continues, her gaze soft but certain. She points out that he is a very important person to Yuki, and when she realizes he has left, there's no doubt she will cry. He looks away, pained by the truth in her words. He confesses that Yuki is important to him as well. It is precisely for that reason, he concludes, that he must do this. He continued to explain his difficult decision to Garnet, stating his plan to depart before sunrise the next day. While he spoke, the subject of his concern, Yuki, stood nearby, smiling brightly and holding a small, ornate staff, completely unaware of the conversation determining her fate. Rule's primary motivation was clear. He did not want to put her in any danger. Garnet listened, her expression somber. With his intentions laid bare, he bowed deeply before the seated Garnet, his posture conveying the weight of his request. He formally asked if she would please take care of Yuki in his absence. Unaware of the difficult decision made on her behalf, Yuki knelt alone by a window, her gaze fixed on the crescent moon in the starry night sky. Dressed in her warm, hooded coat, she seemed lost in quiet contemplation, oblivious to the impending separation. With Yuki standing just behind him, Rule turns to Garnet, his expression serious. He makes a direct request, asking if she would please take care of Yuki while he is away. Garnet listens intently, her own face unreadable. His gaze hardens slightly, a quiet resolve settling over his features as he awaits her answer. As he glances toward the downcast Yuki, Garnet's voice provides the answer he was hoping for, readily agreeing to his request. She offers a warm, reassuring smile, promising to do her best to ensure Yuki has a good time during her stay. From behind, Rule offers a simple, heartfelt word of thanks. Night falls over the landscape, giving way to the dawn of the next day. In the early morning light, Rule stands alone in a room, his posture rigid as he prepares for what lies ahead. He approaches a bed where the young dragon girl, Dorami, lies sleeping. Gently placing a hand on her forehead, he whispers an apology filled with regret. With that silent farewell, he turns and walks out of the room, leaving through a distinctive heart-shaped door. Stepping outside, he is surprised to find not only Yuki, but Garnet as well. Garnet explains that Yuki woke up early just to see him off, and that she, too, wanted to say goodbye. Garnet asks if he is leaving already. Rule confirms, explaining that if he waits any longer, Dorami might wake up. He entrusts Dorami to Garnet's care, and Garnet promises to look after her well, even vowing to cook her delicious meals every day. He thanks Garnet again, certain that Yuki will be happy to hear the news, especially since she loves Garnet's cooking. His thanks are met with a gentle correction from Garnet, who is taken aback for a moment. She smiles, explaining that while she may spoil Yuki with delicious food, the true reason for the girl's constant happiness is Rule's presence next to her. Her words bring a warm smile to his face as he declares a promise. At that moment, Yuki makes her own request, asking him to promise he will return safely, for her sake. With a slight blush dusting her cheeks, she looks up at him and timidly asks if he will go on another date with her when he returns. In response, he pulls her into a warm embrace, assuring her that it is a promise he will gladly keep. She presses her face against his chest, her eyes closed in contentment. He looks down at her, a blush appearing on his own cheeks. As they hold each other, he senses her hesitation. She murmurs that she knows she has been asking for a lot from him recently. She then looks up, her voice soft as she asks for one more thing, a kiss. She quickly explains her reasoning, confessing that if anything were to happen to him, she doesn't want to be left with any regrets. He listens, a look of understanding crossing his face as he promises to come home. However, he misinterprets her worry as a bad omen. He quickly apologizes for bringing it up and, to her shock, declares that he won't kiss her then. Flustered, she tries to correct him, insisting that's not what she meant at all. He looks on, surprised, as Yuki, with a deep blush, explains that it's because she wants to give him a kiss as well. Her words clarify her intent. The kiss is a promise, a reason he must return no matter what. The realization hits him, and he shouts in disbelief, asking if she truly means it. In response, Yuki calmly promises that after he comes back safely, she will kiss him as many times as he'd like. The offer sinks in, and he understands it's not a reckless gesture, but a powerful motivation for his safe return. With this newfound resolve, he pulls both Yuki and Garnet into an embrace. He recognizes that everything they are doing is for his sake, to give him every reason to return to them. He promises aloud that he will come home, and Yuki softly replies that she will be waiting for him. The farewell concludes. He clasps a hand, says his goodbyes, and turns to depart. His departure is abruptly halted by a frantic shout. Dorami rushes into view, pleading for him to wait, exclaiming that she isn't ready for him to leave. She begs him for just a minute, promising she'll get ready soon. He turns back, his expression softening as he addresses the young girl by name. He gently apologizes to Dorami, explaining that this time, he wants her to stay behind. Her eyes widen in stunned silence, the unspoken hurt and surprise clear on her face. As Dorami stands frozen, Yuki approaches from behind. She gently tells the girl that they can wait for Jade to return together. Dorami's gaze falls, her disappointment still palpable. Trying to console her, Yuki promises to make sure she cooks anything Dorami would like to eat. Her distraught cries continued as she argued her case. She admitted that she did like food, but shouted that she would much rather go with Jade. He listened, his expression serious. He replied that while he was happy she liked spending time with him, The risk was simply too high. He reminded her that a single glance from Medusa is all it takes to end everything. Tears welled in her eyes as she countered his point, declaring that as an adventurer, she was prepared to risk everything. But then, burying her face against his chest, she confessed her true, deeper fear, that she would be of no use to him. Her pained, muffled cry hung in the air. He looked down, his stern expression softening as he spoke her name, Dorami. Her small hands clutched the fabric of his tunic, refusing to let go. In response, he gently placed his larger hand over hers. The gentle gesture was followed by another, as he moved his hand to rest comfortingly on the top of her head. A warm, resigned smile finally broke through his serious demeanor. He announced that she had convinced him they would go together. At his words, she looked up, wiping a tear from her cheek. Her eyes were wide with disbelief as she asked if she could really go. He confirmed it, but with a single, non-negotiable condition. She must stay behind him at all times. Yuki, overhearing this, questioned the arrangement. Rule explained that Dorami's role would be to provide moral support, claiming he gets stronger when she cheers for him. He then reassured Dorami he wouldn't leave her. Thrilled, Dorami accepted her mission, promising all the support he needed. Satisfied, Rule told her to go get changed. She turned back, her expression resolute, and declared that she was not worried about the danger. Her face broke into a radiant smile as she reminded Rule that he had promised she could go, proclaiming her absolute trust in him. Behind them, Yuki watched the exchange with a gentle expression, brimming with excitement. She charged forward, shouting a challenge to the Medusa that they were on their way. A few days later, the trio arrived in a snow-covered city. Standing before a grand, ornate building, Yuki identified it as the guild hall of the ice capital. Once inside, Rule explained to Yuki that he had heard this was the very place where Onyx accepted the Medusa subjugation quest. He suggested they find a receptionist. He approached the counter and stated his purpose to the receptionist, requesting the quest to subjugate a Medusa. The woman's expression immediately soured with concern as she repeated his words. Her troubled expression, mirrored by the other staff in the hall, did not go unnoticed by Rule. He quietly wondered what could be amiss. He voiced his concern, asking the receptionist if it was true that the Medusa had not yet been defeated. The receptionist's gaze fell, her expression pained as she confirmed that his assumption was correct. Looking up with deep regret, she offered a profound apology and informed him that the quest to subjugate the Medusa had been officially terminated. His eyes widened in disbelief. The news was so unexpected that all he could manage was a single, confused sound. He processed the information, his confusion hardening into a pointed inquiry. He demanded to know why the quest would be terminated, especially since the Medusa had not yet been subjugated. Before him, the receptionist kept her head bowed, unable to meet his gaze. An unexpected wall had appeared. At the Adventurers Guild counter, a receptionist delivers unfortunate news to Rule and Yuki. With a formal apology, she explains that the quest to subjugate the Medusa has been terminated, and the guild can no longer approve any requests related to it. Rule is stunned, questioning the decision since the monster is still at large. She continues, stating that, in short, too many adventurers have fallen in the attempt. This prompts Yuki to ask for the specific reason behind the quest cancellation. The receptionist elaborates on the guild's logic. She points out that Medusas rarely leave their domains, making an offensive push with such heavy losses counterintuitive. The guild has officially deemed it too dangerous to pursue any further. She adds that losing adventurers of Onyx's caliber is taking a toll, and the safety of everyday people could be compromised with fewer adventurers available. Listening intently, Rule concedes that he understands their reasoning. His understanding, however, is followed by a surprising declaration. With a determined expression, Rule announces that he supposes it is his turn, leaving the receptionist utterly bewildered. He then presents the back of his hand, revealing a glowing, snowflake-like mark. With a confident smile, he declares himself to be a rank 10 adventurer. The revelation leaves the receptionist speechless, her hands flying to her mouth in pure shock. Struggling to compose herself, she asks him to wait while she confirms this with the guildmaster. A realization dawns on her, and she hesitantly asks if he is, perhaps, who she suspects him to be. Moments later, in an office, the guildmaster lays eyes on Rule and exclaims in disbelief, identifying him as the hero Jade. The receptionist confirms his identity, and another guild member murmurs that it really is him. The guildmaster, overjoyed, tells the adventurer he didn't expect him to know who he was, declaring that no guild master alive is unaware of the great hero Jade. He excitedly reveals he was on the verge of seeking him out directly to subjugate the Medusa. Rule simply looks on, surprised by the recognition. He smiled warmly, stating that as an adventurer, fighting monsters is his livelihood. He confidently told the guild master to assign him the quest. The guild master's face lit up with relief and excitement. He readily agreed, and in response, Rule asked for more details about the quest. Behind him, Yuki and others bowed deeply, thanking him profusely for his willingness to help. The guildmaster began to explain the long history of the Medusa threat. He revealed that they discovered its domain about 50 years ago and have been sending adventurers to fight it ever since, confirming that everyone desires for the Medusa to be subjugated. He continued, describing how numerous adventurers from across the land had sought to subjugate the Medusa. As the dangers of the monster became more apparent, the reward ballooned to well over 50 million GOL. However, the efforts were all in vain, as no one was able to defeat the monster. The guildmaster recalled the difficult decision made 4 years prior. They could no longer afford to send out more adventurers only for them to become victims, and so, the quest was officially cancelled. He elaborated that it was a heartbreaking choice, as abandoning the quest meant that saving the petrified victims was no longer possible. Among those lost were some of his closest friends, including the husband of the receptionist standing beside him. Moved by the tale, Rule declared that he would be honored to help. The guildmaster, his eyes closed in gratitude, expressed that the arrival of a hero of such caliber from a foreign country was a blessing, thanking him once again. At this, Rule clarified his real reason for being there. He explained that he was actually looking for an adventurer who disappeared 12 years ago after accepting a quest to subjugate a Medusa. This prompted the guildmaster to ask how he had heard of this particular quest. He stated plainly that the adventurer's name is Onyx. With a determined look, Rule revealed his personal connection. That adventurer is the father of his beloved. He stood before the village gate, his gaze distant. The name Onyx echoed in his mind, a silent vow solidifying his resolve. A voice cut through his thoughts. Yuki, her expression one of dawning realization, spoke up. She explained that if they were thinking of the same person, then she was the very receptionist who had handed Onyx the quest. He processed her words, understanding the implication. Onyx must be somewhere inside the Medusa's domain. Yuki confirmed this, her memory sharp, recalling the event vividly as it had happened on her very first day as a guild receptionist. Armed with this new certainty, they sought information from a local elder. The man explained that the Medusa had claimed a castle near the peak of a mountain called Golden Peak, just east of the village. Impatient to begin, Rule immediately asked for the Medusa's precise location, stating his intent to head out at once. Having received the directions, he confirmed their departure. The elder wished them well and urged caution, while other villagers called out their support, placing their hopes in Jade the hero. He turned back to the hopeful crowd, his expression firm, and made a request of his own, to save everyone the Medusa had turned to stone. Yuki, smiling confidently beside him, added her own reassurance, telling the villagers not to worry and to leave everything to them. With their promise made, Rule took the lead, and they hurried away from the village, vowing to get everyone back. And so, the two of them set off. Their journey began with a climb up the mountain peak, where the Medusa claimed its territory. The first day passed, then the second, and the third, as they pushed ever deeper into the snowy wilderness. By the fourth day, the strain of the journey was beginning to show. Yuki breathed heavily in the cold air, her face etched with fatigue. She voiced her surprise at how long the climb was taking, but Rule remained resolute. He looked ahead, toward the peak, declaring with certainty that they would reach the castle that very day. He could feel it. He encourages his companion, noting that at their current pace, they only have a few more hours to go. They just need to push themselves a little bit more. As they trudge through the snow, a brilliant light crests the peak ahead, catching Yuki's attention. She stops, looking up with a questioning sound. Rule explains that the mountain is named Golden Peak because it shines like gold during sunrise. Seeing a distinct sparkle, Yuki asks if that specific glint is the true reason for the name. Her eyes widen as she excitedly concludes that it must be treasure. She reasons that only treasure left behind in a castle could possibly shine like that. Her imagination runs wild with visions of a castle overflowing with riches, or perhaps the entire mountain itself being nothing but piles of treasure. Spurred on by this thought, she happily runs ahead, humming about treasure. Rule watches her, glad she's found new motivation, but privately doubts the reality will match her grand expectations. After cresting another ridge, they both come to a sudden halt, staring silently at the source of the brilliant light in the distance. The sight leaves Yuki utterly stunned. Her eyes are wide with disbelief as she whispers that what she sees is far more than she ever expected. Before them, shimmering under the sky, stands a magnificent castle. Its walls, towers, and battlements are all constructed from solid gold. Rule confirms that this was the source of the light. Yuki, still in awe, asks if this is truly where the Medusa is staying, to which she answers her own question with certainty. Rule can only marvel at the wealth of the local king. He gazes up at the golden fortress, his expression thoughtful. While he had expected some extravagance, given that a king once lived here, this seemed excessive. He had been certain that a castle left unmaintained for so long would be far more ruined. His quiet musing prompts Yuki to ask what he means. He turns his head slightly, a new suspicion dawning as he wonders aloud if the castle was originally made of gold. His expression hardens with the thought. He recalls that during their briefing about the Medusa, not a single piece of information was provided about the castle itself. He continues, explaining that according to the guildmaster's reports, the adventurers previously sent to deal with the monster had all retreated in fear. Yet, not one of their testimonies mentioned that the castle was made of gold. Yuki processes this, realizing that the survivors said nothing out of the ordinary about the castle. She reasons that people who managed to flee would surely give as much information as they could about the monster and its lair. The glittering fortress before them offers a silent, unsettling answer. Rule concludes it's possible the entire structure was only recently turned to gold. This realization startles Yuki, who blurts out, wondering if the Medusa suddenly developed a taste for luxury. Unable to say for sure, Rule decides they must head inside to investigate. Yuki agrees. He tells her to stay alert as he approaches the massive golden door. With a quiet acknowledgement from Yuki, his hands begin to glow with power as he prepares to open it. He places his hands on the door and pushes. With a great, groaning effort, the heavy golden portal begins to scrape open. As the door swings inward, a brilliant, overwhelming light floods out from the entrance, completely obscuring whatever lies beyond. As he and Yuki stepped through the doorway, the brilliant light forced her to shield her eyes, her expression one of utter shock. Her shock was justified. The castle's courtyard was a grotesque gallery of adventurers frozen in gleaming gold. The sheer number of golden statues was horrifying. She voiced the question hanging in the air, her voice trembling as she looked upon the silent figures. Are these the Medusa's victims? He confirmed her suspicion with a grim look. It looks like it, he stated, before noting a crucial, terrifying detail. This Medusa did not turn its victims to stone, but rather into gold. He continued to puzzle over the situation, explaining that a Medusa's power should only affect living creatures. He couldn't understand how the castle itself was also turned to gold, admitting that while he'd never heard of a Medusa with such power, he could think of no other explanation. He affirmed that they must proceed. That's right. Let's keep our eyes peeled and move in further. As they advanced down a stone corridor, Yuki confessed that either way, this monster was terrifying. His attention was suddenly drawn to a broken window ahead. He realized he could hear the distinct sound of wind whistling through it, a strange detail within the sealed fortress. She noticed his sudden change in demeanor. What's wrong, Jade? She asked with concern. He ignored the question, instead asking, Can I borrow your binoculars for a bit? She quickly handed them over. Here you go. He took them with a quick thanks and immediately raised them to his eyes, focusing on something in the distance. He stared intently through the lenses, his expression unreadable. After a moment of silence, Yuki leaned forward anxiously. Can you see anything? He focuses the binoculars, and the view sharpens on a grim sight. A warrior, shield raised in a final, feudal defense, has been turned into a stone statue. He reports his finding aloud. This discovery leads him to a startling conclusion. He tells Yuki there might be another monster present, one that turns things to gold. Yuki reacts with wide-eyed shock, exclaiming that this is strange. She had thought the Medusa was responsible for turning things to gold. Her confusion quickly turns to fear. She clutches her coat, her voice trembling as she asks what they should do, admitting they are unprepared for such a fight. Rule, trying to remain level-headed, insists that their first step must be to identify the kind of monster they are dealing with. He then proposes they explore a little deeper into the castle to formulate a plan. Trusting his judgment, Yuki agrees with a firm "Roger that." Acting on their decision, they proceed cautiously down a long, stone-brick corridor, passing the gilded, frozen forms of other adventurers who met their end here. The sheer number of golden victims overwhelms Yuki, her face contorting in a silent gasp of horror. Rule is also stunned into silence by the grim gallery, but Yuki's attention is suddenly snagged by something even more dreadful ahead. She points, her voice filled with urgency as she cries out, "Oh, look over there, Jade." Following her gesture, they both stare up at an immense, horrifying sight. The Medusa herself has been turned into a colossal gold statue. The unbelievable truth settles upon them. An even stronger monster must be lurking in this castle. Inside a grand stone hall, the adventurers are confronted by a new, terrifying sight. A massive, golden statue of Medusa. Jade observes that this golden version is even more powerful than the demon beast they previously fought. As Yuki anxiously asks what they should do, Jade determines they must retreat to formulate a plan before striking. A course of action she quickly agrees with. Following this decision, the group withdraws to a small, secluded log hut deep within the snow-covered mountains, the very same refuge used by those who had earlier fled the Golden Castle. Inside the relative safety of the hut, Jade and Yuki sit at a wooden table. Jade formally announces the beginning of their strategy meeting. However, before they can proceed, Yuki interjects with a serious expression. In response to her unspoken question, Jade explains that turning the castle to gold was a necessary tactic specifically to deal with the new demon beast. He elaborates on his hesitation to destroy the golden Medusa, clarifying a crucial point. While destroying it might not revive those originally turned to stone, it could potentially bring back the people who died from the beast that turns everything to gold. Yuki's expression shifts as she grasps the complex reasoning behind his reluctance. With a nod of understanding, she confirms that turning the monster to gold is the best option, as it both defeats the creature and offers the best possible outcome for reviving those who fell in the battle against Duzur. Having processed this, she then asks if this means they should, in fact, destroy it. At this point, Rule intervenes, posing a challenging question to Yuki. He asks if she truly believes they should restore the people who became golden statues to normal, assuming they succeed in defeating a monster by turning it to gold. Surprised, Yuki asks him why he would even ask such a thing. She pauses, then quietly affirms that she thinks they should. Rule, however, looks away, his expression troubled. He admits that he doesn't know for sure, but at that moment, he finds it impossible to believe that is the right course of action. He explains his reasoning, recalling that Medusa was never tried as a criminal for her actions. The people she turned to stone in the courtyard simply returned to their normal lives. He speculates that if the golden statues were revived, they might do the same. The only way to know the truth, he concludes grimly, is through direct observation. Stroking his chin in thought, he concedes that Yuki's initial assumption is probably correct. However, Yuki realizes a new complication. If they turn this monster to gold, they cannot call the phenomenon by the same name as before, as it would create confusion and problems in dealing with the public. Rule is left to ponder what new name they should use. As the group considers a name for the new threat, Jade enthusiastically endorses the suggestions of Sparkling Medusa or Golden Monster, declaring they should proceed with one of them. An image of a gleaming, menacing Medusa flashes through their minds. As he smiles, pleased with the decision, Yuki suddenly feels an inexplicable chill, as if she is being watched. Despite her apprehension, she expresses her relief that they have settled on a name, and Jade is glad. With the name decided, he declares that their strategy meeting can now officially begin. Yuki immediately asks what, precisely, they are there to discuss. Jade explains the core problem. The Dramus visions do not show the form of the golden monster, and he cannot even confirm if a castle truly exists at the location. Flustered, she asks about simply restoring the castle to its normal state. He counters that their first priority must be to confirm the monster's form, speculating that attempting to turn the castle to gold might even dispel the curses lingering on the dwelling. He then poses the central question of their strategy: how to lure the monster out. To do so safely, he explains, they must first confirm its form before he goes in. He clarifies his reasoning. The golden monster is a creature that turns whatever it sees into stone statues. Therefore, they cannot know what it looks like or where it is unless they set up a target for it to transform. The explanation sparks a sudden realization in Yuki. Rule then voices the next logical problem, asking what form their bait should take. Jade looks troubled, wondering aloud how they could possibly create a snow statue of a person. Yuki clarifies that while the Draimei cannot create stone statues, they can indeed make them out of snow. A solution dawns on her: a snow statue. She excitedly suggests that if they dress it up, it will look just like a real person. Jade's face lights up as he agrees, realizing they can use the numerous existing snow statues for their plan. He enthusiastically agrees to the plan, confident that the Draimei can create a convincing snow statue, and they decide to proceed the following day. The next day, before the Golden Castle, Yuki arrives, rattling a cart behind her. She cheerfully announces that she has brought the hard-packed snow prepared by the Draimei. With the snow delivered, she declares her part of the mission complete. Jade thanks her, noting the large amount she brought, and suggests they place it and begin shaping it with a stick. They finish sculpting a muscular, nude male figure from the snow. Jade comments on its solid appearance. Rule explains that he found a maid's outfit with high temperature resistance, which the packed snow should be able to support. With the decoy ready, Jade suggests they retreat to a safe distance to wait. With the trap set, they watch the now-dressed statue, identified as a Medusa statue made from snow packed by Medusa. From their hiding spot, Yuki and Jade wonder how long it will take for the creature to emerge. As dusk settles, their vigil continues. Suddenly, Yuki's expression sharpens as she senses an arrival. At that moment, the snow statue lurches forward on its own. The gate bursts open, and with a deafening boom, the true form of the golden monster is revealed. A monstrous treasure chest with a single eye, a fanged maw, and sharp claws. The creature's long, serpentine tongue slithers out and wraps around the snow statue. A brilliant light flashes as the snow instantly transmutes into solid, shining gold. Jade stares in disbelief, recognizing the creature as a magical beast called a mimic. Yuki, her eyes wide with shock, realizes that this is how the golden statues were created. She explains that it's a clever magical beast that preys on those who mistake it for a treasure chest. Horrified, she remarks on its incredible power to not only create illusions, but also turn things into shining gold. She stares in disbelief, questioning what kind of mimic this could be. Jade, equally stunned, confirms that an ordinary mimic lacks the power to turn objects into gold. As the creature fully reveals its terrifying form, a thought strikes Yuki. She recalls tales of devil trolls eating mimic chests and wonders aloud if this could be a different kind of monster, one known for its many flower-like patterns and its ability to create gold. Jade affirms her suspicion is correct. The realization frightens her. Jade elaborates on the creature's cunning, explaining that it won't reveal itself unless it's near a large gathering of potential prey, like a city. He adds that its golden touch is so potent that a mere lick is enough to transmute an object. Yuki asks how he figured all this out without confronting it directly. Jade dryly notes that, despite the difficulty, one simply can't eat a treasure chest. As if in response, the mimic snaps its powerful jaws shut with a loud clang. Stepping in front of Yuki, Rule declares with resolve that this is where they will finally solve the mystery of the Golden Castle by taking the beast down. He suggests a direct assault, but Yuki immediately identifies the flaw in his plan. She questions how they can possibly defeat it when any weapon they use will be turned to gold in an instant upon contact. Rule confidently counters her concern, explaining that with a sword, the attack would be so instantaneous that the gold transmutation wouldn't have time to complete. He presents a sword with a distinct, ornate pommel, causing Yuki to gasp. A faint, flower-like pattern glows on the back of her hand. She resolves that if it comes to it, she will simply release her grip on the sword the very moment it makes contact with the mimic. Rule looks at her with concern, questioning if she is truly all right with this plan, reminding her that the sword is one that Jade treasured. She quietly affirms that using a sword is likely their safest option. He accepts her decision. However, a new worry surfaces for Yuki. She wonders aloud what will happen if, even after they defeat the mimic, the gold it created doesn't revert to its original state. The solid gold arm of their snow decoy glints, a testament to the creature's power. She looks on with concern as Rule turns to her, his expression calm as he offers a simple reassurance. But that's fine. His thoughts drift back to a memory, recalling the day he became that flower. It was a moment with Garnet, when she presented him with a sword. The memory is vivid. He remembers his own flustered surprise as she stood so close to him. Her expression, in contrast, was one of serene confidence and unwavering trust. That memory solidifies his resolve. He understands that this entire confrontation is happening because of her, because Garnet entrusted that very sword to him. With his mind made up, he turns to action. All right, I'll go, he declares, telling the small dragon Jade to stay close and cheer him on. He draws a magnificent, ornate sword, believing this weapon will help Garnet's father. This, he feels, is the right thing to do. Before he can make his move, the mimic suddenly explodes in motion, lunging forward with a deafening boom and surprising speed. The creature's charge is cut short as it shatters into pieces, clattering against the ground beneath a single, steady boot. Rule stands firm over the wreckage, his ornate sword now glowing with a powerful, swirling aura. He watches as the shattered pieces snap back together, reforming the monster. Good. Here it is, he says, anticipating a move. In response, he swings the glowing blade in a wide, powerful arc. He swung the glowing blade, realizing the situation was dire. He shouted at Dorami, telling her to aim for a specific spot as he brought the sword down in a powerful slash. The slash wasn't aimed at the mimic, but at Dorami herself, who ducked just in time. The monster behind her let out a sharp shriek as the attack passed over her head. He followed through with emotion, his expression one of intense concentration. Suddenly, another figure swept in. Yuki lunged forward, swinging a different sword directly at the mimic. The monster reacted instantly, its long tongue whipping out to meet the incoming blade. The strike failed. Rule stared in shock, exclaiming that the attack had somehow missed, while Dorami, peering from behind her cover, wondered what had just happened as the sword vibrated to a halt. The reason for the failure became clear as the mimic shrieked, having caught the glittering blade in its fanged maw. Dorami recognized the weapon with a gasp of shock. It was Jade's sword. His plan disrupted, Rule cursed the mimic for stealing Dorami's sword from under him. He then turned his frustration on the girl, urging her to stop standing there and do something. He quickly explained that the creature they faced was a type of mimic that feeds on their very presence, fighting in the same world as them. Recovering from her shock, Dorami apologized for her fear, assuring him she was all right. With the mimic holding Jade's sword, Rule's true strategy came to mind. He had already deduced the monster's nature and knew Dorami's original sword was still inside it. He had calculated exactly how much gold they could earn by fighting it, just enough to reclaim the lost weapon. He grins with confidence, his plan now in motion. Facing the mimic, which still holds the sword aloft, a powerful aura swirls around him. With fists clenched, he calmly assesses his opponent, wondering to himself how best to take it down and push through this challenge. With the guild's sacred blade now in its possession, the mimic taunts Jade, questioning how he can possibly fight back. Nearby, Dorami gasps in shock, wondering what they are supposed to do now that they are disarmed. Seeing his predicament, Dorami urgently calls out to Jade, offering him her own sword and shield. She reasons that with her equipment, he would be able to fight while protecting himself. Jade, however, declines her offer. He thanks Dorami for the thought, but tells her that she should keep her weapons, leaving her looking on in confusion. He looks at her with a confident smile, clenching his fist with resolve. He announces that he has a better idea. Without another word, he dashes forward, prompting a cry of alarm from Dorami. He internally acknowledges that his plan isn't brilliant, but a desperate gamble that puts his life on the line. He charges directly at the monster, shouting that it is a do-or-die moment. Instead of attacking, Jade leaps, planting his foot firmly on the mimic's open lid. The creature's tongue-like appendage whips out to strike him, but he uses the lid as a springboard, pushing off just as the tongue clashes against the chest's edge. The maneuver launches him high into the air, safely above the monster's reach. Below, the mimic is left momentarily off balance, its stolen sword still held by one of its limbs. Twisting in midair, he grits his teeth and reaches down with intense focus, grabbing hold of one of the mimic's spindly legs. With a sharp snap, He uses his momentum to break the limb. Without pause, he plants his foot on the monster's other leg and kicks off, shattering it as well and completely disabling the creature's mobility. He follows up his attack, striking the mimic's main body with a powerful kick. The impact resounds with a loud, metallic clang. The force of the blow sends a shockwave through the air, kicking up snow and debris. From the ground, Dorami watches, calling out his name in concern and asking if he is okay. Her concern turns to terror as she lets out a shriek. A sharp, metallic object, the sacred sword, is suddenly ejected from the defeated mimic, flying directly towards her. Before the blade can reach her, Jade snatches it out of the air. He holds the sacred sword aloft, a triumphant and relieved smile on his face. He turns to Dorami, his smile unwavering, and reassures her that she doesn't have to worry anymore. He declares that the mimic has already been defeated as its golden form begins to rumble and fade. Her eyes widen, filled with awe and relief as she gazes at him, her heart fluttering with admiration. Overcome with joy, she leaps into the air, shouting that they did it. Her celebration is cut short as she lands directly on Jade's head with a soft thud. A short while later, standing at the entrance to the structure, Dorami pants for breath. She looks up at Jade in amazement, asking how he was able to attack the mimic even after touching it. He explains that the mimic's golden curse hadn't completely taken hold yet. He had lost all feeling in his body except for his head and feet. Dorami reacts with shock at the revelation of how close he came to being fully petrified. He continues, admitting that it was Garnet's gloves that saved him this time. Dorami, still processing the risk he took, asks if he really just barely managed to pull it off, to which he confirms with a simple yeah. He reflected on the terrifying power of the mimic. Had he touched it with his bare hand, his entire body would have turned to gold before he even hit the ground. As this thought crossed his mind, the sacred sword in his hand began to shine. Dorami noticed that the castle was returning to normal and figured the other adventurers would be appearing soon. Jade made a mental note that he truly needed to thank Garnet for the gloves, a sentiment Dorami echoed. Eagerly, Dorami raised a fist and declared they should go see them. Jade agreed, adding that everyone was probably confused, so they should meet them quickly. As they approached a stone archway, a familiar older adventurer peeked out, warning them to stay back. He shouted that it was dangerous and that they would be turned to stone if spotted. The man stared in disbelief. In response, Jade announced with confidence that they didn't have to be afraid anymore. They had defeated Medusa. Trembling, the adventurer questioned if they had truly defeated Medusa. He glanced down at a pulsing object in his hand, calling it Medusa's magic stone and muttering that there must be some mistake. Dorami cheerfully added that they had indeed gotten the magic stone. Overcome with emotion, the man clasped Jade's hands tightly, unable to thank him enough. The younger adventurer beside him looked on with similar relief. He smiled warmly, his own relief evident. He was just really glad they were safe. The older adventurer then explained that they had come to save those who had been turned to stone. He reasoned that if Medusa was defeated, then her victims should now be free. Believing the petrification had been lifted, the man began to ask a favor of them all. At that moment, Jade realized the truth. These people had no knowledge of the gold curse, and they didn't even remember being petrified themselves. He listens as the older adventurer asks for a favor. The man wants Jade to explain the situation to all the recovered adventurers, gathering them together now that their safety can be guaranteed. Jade readily agrees. He smiles and thanks the man, but advises that it would be best if they wait in front of the castle gate, as some of the rescued might panic and try to escape. The hooded adventurer steps forward, volunteering to handle it. As the adventurers take on the task, Jade thanks them and offers them frostbite medicine, telling them to use if needed. With a confident expression, he tells the group that he's counting on them. A short time later, the hooded adventurer reports that the last group has been brought out. Everyone is now gathered outside the castle. He thanks Jade for defeating the Medusa and for his cooperation. He scans the crowd of about 40 adventurers, a thought crossing his mind. He wonders if Onyx is among them, but decides he will look for her later. A man with a prominent scar on his face steps forward to address the assembled group. He asks them all to remain calm and listen as he begins to explain what happened. It is Jade, however, who takes the lead. With a serious expression, he begins his explanation, choosing his words with great care to avoid any misunderstanding. He recounts the history. For years ago, Medusa was added to the list of adventurers banned from accepting requests. Every single person gathered here had accepted that forbidden quest and fallen victim to her petrifying curse. He continues, revealing the shocking truth. The true enemy was not Medusa alone. Hidden within the castle was a mimic that turned everything it touched to gold. It was this creature that turned the adventurers into statues, and even Medusa herself had fallen victim to its golden curse. With that explanation complete, the mission was officially over. Standing before the now-safe castle, Jade confirms that they had successfully rescued all the adventurers. As the adventurers process the loss of 4 years, the older, hooded man recalls that the entire saga began with the discovery of Medusa. A historical note marks that 50 years have passed since that initial event, adding to the weight of their lost time. The scarred adventurer stares into the distance, his expression somber as a single thought consumes him. He wonders if his wife and daughter are still alive. He steels himself, realizing the only thing he can do now is bring everyone back to the guild and reunite them with their families. Beside him, Dorami looks up, sensing his resolve and quietly wondering what she can do to help. Meanwhile, another adventurer tries to lift the group's spirits, stating that regrets won't change anything. But the moment is shattered when Jade suddenly cries out in alarm, asking Dorami what's wrong. Her face is a mask of pain. Clutching one hand with the other, Dorami whimpers that her hand hurts. He looks on in shock, a sudden, terrible realization dawning on him. She's getting frostbite. His realization prompts immediate action. As her gloved hand throbs painfully, he tells her not to remove her gloves yet and begins rummaging through his belongings, searching for frostbite medicine. Finding none, he turns to the rest of the group, his voice laced with urgency. He asks if anyone has any frostbite medicine, startling the other adventurers. In response to his desperate plea, the older, hooded adventurer cheerfully raises his hand, offering to use his ability to help. The man taps a small container on Jade's shoulder, explaining that his apprentice pharmacist made a special frostbite salve that works instantly. Overcome with relief, Jade exclaims that it's a huge help. As the group dealt with Dorami's sudden affliction, Rule's attention was abruptly snagged by an unforeseen presence, his eyes widening in stark surprise. He was looking at a powerfully built adventurer with a prominent scar over his right eye. The man pointed directly forward, a confident smirk on his face. Rule's initial shock quickly melted into a bright, relieved smile, which was met by the scarred man's own triumphant, teeth-baring grin. The scarred man stepped forward, his voice booming with exhilaration as he confronted Rule. "I found you," he roared, his cry echoing with a name. Onyx, directed not at the hero, but at the greatsword strapped to his back. The scarred adventurer, addressed as Onyx-san, beams with pride. Nearby, Jade expresses his gratitude for the frostbite medicine. As he does, Dorami stares up at him, a puzzled expression on her face, wondering what is wrong. Jade's attention is fixed on Dorami's hand. He sees a mark resembling a 3-petal flower and realizes with alarm that the Medusa mark has already begun to spread across her skin. Dorami looks downcast, explaining that unlike Marin, she cannot create frostbite-resistant charms. Onyx, however, is amazed by the mark, calling it a 3-petal flower. He explains that when Medusa absorbed the magic from the golden statue, the statue itself broke during the process. He continues his explanation, revealing that because the statue broke, Medusa was unable to focus its power. This critical distraction gave him the opportunity to create frostbite-resistant charms specifically for Dorami. Jade listens, the pieces falling into place. Dorami, her expression filled with newfound confidence, looks up at Jade. She declares that this was a victory they achieved together, and more importantly, that she grew stronger using her own power. Her confidence blossoms into pure joy. She throws her arms out and shouts triumphantly that she became a 3-flower all by herself. Onyx praises her efforts, calling her Little Miss and affectionately rubbing her head. He thanks her again for the frostbite medicine. As he does, a throbbing sensation emanates from the mark on Dorami's hand. Seeing the successful outcome, Rule addresses the group. Jade, his expression resolute, adds that they should now let Garnet see him soon too. With their immediate objective complete, Rule rallies the adventurers, shouting for them to head down the mountain. The group responds with a unified, enthusiastic cheer. Meanwhile, back in his office, Guildmaster Linvok lets out a weary sigh. Surrounded by books, he sits at his desk, his face etched with worry as he wonders about the safety of Lord Jade and his companions. The Guildmaster's unease was suddenly validated by a deep rumbling sound from outside. Before he could fully process it, one of his receptionists burst through the door, her face pale with panic, shouting that it was an emergency. Before the receptionist could elaborate, he saw a familiar figure at the doorway. Yuki. He demanded to know what had happened, but she could only stammer, trying to explain that something had come from the sky. Her hesitation was explained by the sight that followed. A swirling vortex of magical energy deposited a massive crowd of adventurers directly into the guild hall, stunning the guildmaster with the sheer number of people who had appeared from thin air. Stunned by the impossible arrival, he hurried towards the crowd, his footsteps echoing through the suddenly crowded hall as he tried to make sense of the situation. As he reached the group, Jade stepped forward, Dorami at his side, and loudly announced their success. He declared that they had defeated Medusa and brought every single adventurer back safely, a proclamation that left the guildmaster utterly speechless. His stunned silence broke, replaced by a wave of profound relief. A wide, genuine smile spread across his face as he looked over the returned adventurers, expressing his immense gladness that they were all safe. He quickly regained his composure, shifting back into his official role. He informed the group that they would have everyone check in at a special counter. Jade, ever thorough, requested that the guildmaster also check the quest acceptance list, just to be absolutely certain everyone was accounted for. As the adventurers were guided away to be processed, Garnet turned to Jade, remarking with a sense of finality that this seemed to wrap everything up. The crowd of adventurers shuffled onward. He, however, was focused on a different matter. Dorami asked Yuki how she was able to see the mark on her, and Jade interjected, explaining it was because he had given Yuki the frostbite-resistant salve. He then turned to Yuki with a critical question. Had she seen Onyx? He then told Dorami that while there was much to explain, they needed to proceed carefully to avoid confusion. Dorami, however, had a clear and immediate goal, her eyes shining with determination as she declared her desire to meet Onyx as soon as possible. She decides she wants to tell Onyx about their relationship herself when the time is right, asking Jade to keep it a private matter for now. Jade agrees, though his mind briefly flashes to Garnet, and he internally resolves to also tell Onyx himself when the moment is right. 20 minutes later, back in the familiar surroundings of the guild hall, Yuki expresses her heartfelt thanks for being rescued. As she does, Dorami lets out a small gasp of surprise. The scarred adventurer, Onyx, has addressed her by name, and she looks up at him in astonishment, exclaiming, "Uncle Oinks." As the reunion unfolds, Rule steps forward, his expression serious. He addresses the older adventurer directly, asking, "By any chance, do you know who I am?" He smiles warmly, confirming that of course he does. Rule explains that he has always looked up to the great adventurer, Mr. Onyx, and that Onyx is the very reason he became an adventurer in the first place. He continues, his eyes shining with the memory, stating that it happened 12 years ago, but he still remembers it as if it were yesterday. Onyx's face registers shock as he processes the young man's words, questioning how he could have become an adventurer. The question hangs in the air before Onyx, a look of dawning comprehension on his face, asks if it was because of the Casamura village incident. Rule emphatically confirms that it was the memory of Onyx protecting two small children flashing through the older man's mind. He elaborates, explaining that the village chief had strongly encouraged him to become an adventurer. Driven by this, he went to the guild every single day and persistently took on quests. Onyx listens, his expression unreadable. The information sinks in, and Onyx, his voice thick with emotion, asks if Garnet was the receptionist back then. Rule confirms it, stating that Onyx's own daughter was the guild receptionist at the time. He continues, revealing that Garnet became a guild employee about 12 years ago for the sole purpose of finding him. The revelation strikes Onyx deeply, and he recalls how small she was, wondering aloud if she still works there. As Onyx processes this, Dorami happily chimes in that Marin is doing well too, explaining that she is Garnet's little sister and her own best friend. A wave of relief and worry washes over Onyx's face as he asks if his younger daughter is truly well. Rule gives a firm, reassuring confirmation. His story concluded, leaving Onyx to quietly process the news. The veteran adventurer felt a wave of relief, glad that everyone was well, and confirmed to himself that the child his wife had been pregnant with was, indeed, a girl. As he pondered this, Dorami, sensing his thoughts, explained that she and Garnet grew up as neighbors and good friends, which is why she often visited their family home. She then added that Garnet now lives on her own in the royal capital. This new information prompted Onyx to ask if his wife and daughter were living together. Before Dorami could answer, Rule quickly interjected, flustered. He insisted they shouldn't make Mr. Garnet suspicious of his relationship with the family, clarifying that he also used to go over to their home to play. He then turned to Onyx, asking if he would mind if Dorami and the others stayed with him. Changing the subject, Rule enthusiastically offered that if Onyx came to the guild, he would personally show him the way to his house. Onyx readily agreed, thanking him and accepting their care. From a nearby window, Jade peeked out, letting out a quiet sigh of relief that everything was settled. And so, with the arrangements made, the group began their journey. They returned to the kingdom of Sundil, where the guildmaster officially confirmed that every adventurer involved in the recent ordeal was safe. Upon arriving in the royal capital, Jade was immediately recognized and hailed as Lord Jade. Dorami excitedly offered to show him around, while Onyx, observing the bustling streets, noted with a bead of sweat how much the city had changed in 12 years. Their journey through the city ended at a familiar house. Jade announced his return, apologizing for being late. From the doorway, Garnet and her mother, Sandra, welcomed them, thanking both Jade and Dorami for their hard work. As the group stood together, Dorami turned to Onyx. She praised Jade effusively, declaring him strong, kind, and everyone's hero. Onyx listened, his expression thoughtful as he watched the younger adventurers. She looked at Onyx with a bright, determined smile and announced that next time, it would be her turn. She vowed to go on even more adventures, just like Jade, and become a 10-flower adventurer herself. As Jade guides the scarred adventurer through the capital, he points toward a nearby building, identifying it as both Dorami's and Mr. Garnet's house. The sight seems to trigger a memory for Jade, who briefly reflects on how the village chief had once been like a father to him. Reaching the house, Dorami eagerly knocks on the door, announcing her return. Onyx watches her, a nervous flinch crossing his face as he murmurs to himself, confirming that this is indeed the place. The door swings open to reveal Sandra, her expression warm as she welcomes them home. Peeking out from behind her is her younger daughter, Marin. His gaze fixes upon her, and the years of hardship and longing are visible in his eyes as a trembling smile forms on his lips. Her own eyes widen in stunned recognition, the color draining from her face as she beholds the husband she thought she had lost forever. They stand frozen in the starlit night, a silent chasm of 12 years between them, until a small voice from the doorway softly breaks the spell. "Father." The word shatters the stillness. Sandra closes the distance, embracing Onyx tightly. Through tears, she remarks on how much he's changed, while he apologizes for being away for so long. He acknowledges that after 12 years, she has changed too. Watching from the side, Jade remarks that everything is all right now that he is home. As they hold each other, Sandra looks up at her husband and tells him that Marin has also been wanting to see him. His attention then turns to his younger daughter. Marin beams, excitedly telling her dad that she's always wanted to meet him and that her mom told her all about him. The statement makes Onyx realize with a start that Marin must have become an adventurer because she looked up to him. He is taken aback by this thought, but Jade quickly interjects with an apology. Sandra clarifies for her husband, explaining that Marin actually looks up to Jade. Onyx's gaze shifts to the young adventurer. The scarred adventurer brushes off the young hero's gratitude. He tells Jade there's no need for thanks, explaining that becoming a 10-flower adventurer at such a young age makes it only natural for others to admire him. Nearby, Sandra looks fondly at her younger daughter, Marin, remarking on how much she has grown. Marin beams with pride, puffing out her chest and declaring that she is already a 3-flower adventurer. A gentle, happy chuckle escapes Sandra. The sight of her children smiling together again fills her with a profound sense of happiness. Sandra reflects on their recent battle, noting that Medusa was a formidable opponent. Onyx, seeing Dorami present as well, suggests they all enjoy a meal and catch up properly. Jade, however, turns his attention fully to Garnet, a warm smile spreading across his face as he expresses his relief and joy at seeing her again. He receives a concerned look from Garnet, who questions if he should be joining them, suggesting he ought to spend this precious time with his own family now that they are finally reunited. Before he can answer, Sandra gestures towards the house, insisting she is just about to prepare dinner and warmly invites everyone to come in. At the prospect of a meal, Dorami's face lights up. She cheers that eating together is the best kind of celebration and eagerly follows the group inside. A light tap on his shoulder draws Jade's attention. With a slightly hesitant smile, he formally accepts the dinner invitation. But before he can take another step, Onyx's hand rests firmly on his shoulder. The older adventurer looks at him seriously and asks for a private moment. Jade agrees, asking what he needs. A bead of sweat forms on Onyx's brow as he explains, his voice low and serious, that there is something he must confirm while he has the chance. His gaze shifts towards Garnet, who stands a short distance away from Jade. The question finally comes out, heavy with implication. He asks if Jade and Garnet are in a relationship, if they are truly a couple. He stood frozen, the question hanging in the air. Before he could formulate an answer, Garnet let out a shocked cry, her face flushing with embarrassment. A preemptive strike. The thought raced through Jade's mind. Onyx had beaten